So for you, you could agree with them 90%, but Israel is the red line.
Absolutely. Israel for me. Like I can't ever turn my back to Israel after where it's at.
So, and I mean no disrespect on this, but that is not our country. You're saying that these candidates may have great ideas for our economy. They may want to do the exact same thing you want to do in terms of getting money out of politics. They may want to increase the social safety net. They may want to change the balance of power from capital back to labor. But if they don't agree with you on Israel, you don't want them in your party.
Well, I don't know who you're referencing to specifically.
No, I'm referencing what you just said.
Name
So
one.
in other words, Syed or AOC or Bernie Sanders, I assume you agree with a lot of what they say economically.
And what I'm saying is, like, if you are a DSA member, if you are a member of a specific political party, run under your own banner. And now I think Bill Maher said something very insightful. He said, the DSA are colonizing the Democratic Party. So just be Democrats if you're going to run under the Democratic Party for that. Why have a DSA party for overall? So run on that, and you all understand.
It's just an organization. It's not, we have a two-party system. It's like the Freedom Caucus in the Republican Party. There's Randy Fine and Ogles and all these nutbags that are also part of an area, and Republicans, I'm sure, may not agree with all of them on all kinds of things, but there is no other party. Well, I guess you could try it, but my point is, if you don't disagree with them on a lot of things, why not use some of that energy? And even like Mamdani in New York is DSA, but there are things in the DSA platform that he disagrees with. And I'm assuming there's probably things in the Democratic platform that you might disagree with, but you don't disavow the entire thing. You're literally saying we can all have discussions, except when it comes to Israel, which is not America. It seems like a weird line to draw.
Well, so then, I don't think that's weird. I think what history demonstrates is that when people or a government or people turn their back to the Jewish community, things end really badly, and it's a dangerous.
Jewish community and Israel are not the same thing, brother man. They're not. That is not the same thing.
No. It's like, hey, it's like if I have to pick a side for after 10/7 and after Iran, I'm always going to stand with Israel. I'm always going to vote and support whatever that's necessary to protect themselves and to prosecute Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran too. And the very left never said a peep after Iran executed 30 to 40,000 young people in there just for protesting for democracy.
You think that the left is pro Iran, not the country, but the regime?
What I'm saying though is, like, if anyone in the Democratic Party is fine with Iran building a nuclear bomb, I disagree with that person.
I think most people are, again, I think you're caricaturing the issue, but is there anything you would criticize Israel about?
It's the Homeless Left with Matt WEINGLASS and co-host Craig Pasta JARDULA, Jay Scott. Episode 207, Boiling Point. An all-new top censored news of the week. And here's your host, Matt WEINGLASS.
All right, here we are. Welcome, guys. Welcome, everybody, to the Homeless Left. I'm Matt WEINGLASS, your host today for this afternoon. Happy Thursday. We have a big show for you guys today, and just wanted to say thank you guys for being here. We've been fighting this algorithm. We've been fighting the censorship. It comes in waves, and we're always ready for it. The war against the oligarchy, the war against these as we always call them, warmongering psychopaths. These are the Epstein class. These are the people that are controlling our social media. And, some of them allow us to be on certain streams, but the way it works is the shadow banning. It's quite a sophisticated technology they're using these days. It used to be they just send you a notice that you get a strike or your channel gets shut down. And that's really bad, but at least there was a paper trail of that. Now there's no paper trail. It just kind of goes like this. There's nothing being emailed. So we don't know what to think from day to day, but we do know this. We do know that the work we do in this space is consistent. It's based in principle. It's about challenging all power. We don't hero worship. We don't elevate one item, one thing, one person, one idea, and bash every other one. We don't start from a place of protecting a particular narrative. The only thing we're protecting here is truth, justice, and humanity. And that's always consistently a bottom-up movement. And when we say bottom-up, we mean that all of our critique starts at the top. We punch up. That's what we do here. Being homeless from the left is just like being homeless from any other place. And we welcome wherever you're coming from. If you're sick and tired of the two-party duopoly, the uniparty, if you're sick and tired of being told to stay in your lane, keep your mouth shut, we got to beat the other team, don't ask questions, check in with your party or tribe leaders to see what you're supposed to think about a particular issue. By the way, that's getting harder and harder to do these days. Harder for them to control the narrative about how are we supposed to respond to day-to-day activities. It's difficult, right? When both parties are captured by the Zionists, both parties are captured by pharma. So when are we allowed to be upset and when are we not? Well, we're sick and tired of this game of checking in with our team leaders. We don't have a team to check in with because we're team humanity. So we do our own research. We ask the right questions. We have healthy debate and discourse. And by the way, that's also very healthy to have debate and discourse. They tried to tell us that conversations were dangerous. Words are violent. We're making the community unsafe with our conversations. We've been through all of this, but you guys understand that all that is BS, complete bullshit. And that's why we're here to restructure what our purpose needs to be on this planet. And that is always be curious. That's the new ABC. Always be curious. Always go about everything with the same principle, the same conviction, and the same curiosity. This is so essential today with the day-to-day crazy activities happening on all levels, from all of our illegal wars and occupations, from all of the propaganda, all of the capturing of our food and pharma, and all the surveillance and the AI. This is the time more than ever we need to be in this space. And it's not just our space. There's others doing this as well. And we can't do this on our own. This is why. So this lane's important. You guys being here right now is important. We just want to say thank you for being part of what we're doing right now. And let's get right to it, guys. This episode we're calling Boiling Point. We're going to be joined soon enough by our co-hosts Jay Scott and Craig Pasta. We got a lot to get to. You guys saw the opening questions being asked. We don't usually feature clips from The Daily Show, but these are just obvious things that you say to Democratic leadership. What the hell are you doing working for another country? It's so basic and obvious, and it's a great place to start. Obviously, Jon Stewart's not going to go much deeper than that, but that's why we're here. We're going to pick it up from here. We're going to take it from here. All right, you did good work, Jon Stewart. We'll take it from here. So what we're going to be covering, we definitely got some breaking news we got to get into. We'll get into that momentarily as far as the Fauci backlash goes. Again, another issue that the mainstream does not know how to cover accurately. It's getting harder and harder for them to do that. So we're going to get into that in just a moment. We got a lot of stuff on that Spokane unnatural fires happening. We got the El Sedade AIPAC meltdown from his win. That's going to be very interesting to get into. We also have some more Ukraine news and a bunch of other stuff as well. So there's also third-party momentum happening with Massie and Tucker, Joe Kent, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. So we'll be getting to that later in the show as well and seeing what's real and what's not. And we always want to be skeptical when we look at good news. We always have to be skeptical. So with that said, let's make sure we're up on all the different platforms. I think we're good. I think we're rocking and rolling on Rumble right now, which is good. I always seems to take a little while to get the traction going, but you guys know where we're at. They never take us down from Rumble. They like to surveillance the crap out of us. That's why they don't ever pull the plug. So we can always count on our episodes to be up there in their entirety. We also put up the segments after the show as best as we can. We try to get those up pretty quickly so you guys can share those out as well, so we can count on Rumble. But yeah, they're number one on the surveillance. That's their thing. That's their thing. Now YouTube, not as lucky sometimes. These guys like to pull a plug. They like to censor our videos. They like to send us notices that that things aren't this particular video can't be seen in certain regions. Okay, got it. Thank you YouTube. THL Presents follows us there, guys. Check the subscription. They also like to unsubscribe people a lot. Happens a lot. Check your subscription. Make sure that you still check the box. You're not getting notices if that box isn't checked, and they count on that. So guys, just double check that for us. Share this out on Twitter. We're live right now on Homeless Left and on Matt Weinglass. We've been getting some traction at Matt Weinglass, so that's been pretty good recently on Twitter. And then Twitch is we're on there just in case you guys happen to stumble on. It's there. Facebook, not so much, not these days. We'll have to reevaluate what's going on there on Facebook, because we've had the plug pulled on there on us several times now. So we'll take a look and make sure we can maybe reinvent that channel or do something a little differently on Facebook. But not right now. We're not going to deal with that right now. Let's get to the show now, guys. Okay, we do have some breaking news, and we threw that up in the title last minute. So you guys know, a lot of you guys are clicking on this because you saw the news, and it could be considered good. I would think might be worth a mini win when it comes to the Fauci debacle. So let's go ahead and lead this in right now. Breaking news, guys, on THL. Here we go. We have some breaking news this morning. The Senate committee has voted 8-5 to hold Fauci in contempt of Congress. We heard Rand Paul talk about this at the hearing. You guys remember the Fauci hearing where he did 111 pleading the fifths, not answering any question. Looked like a complete moron in the sense that the guy was already fully protected with Joe Biden's auto pen pardon. So why do you need to plead the fifth? And so Rand Paul held his word, said we're going to go to a vote next week. Well, it happened this morning. Let's look at the actual vote. This is fun. This is fun to see the tallying of it and how the numbers worked out. I actually believe there were a few more than the 8 and 5, but yeah, they'll go through it here real quick. This just happened this morning.
Reporting of an original resolution regarding contempt of Congress. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Langford.
Aye.
Senator Scott.
Yes.
Senator Hawley.
Aye.
Senator Moreno.
On behalf of the millions of people harmed by Anthony Fauci, resoundingly yes.
Senator Ernst. Aye. Senator Moody. Aye. Senator Peters.
No.
Senator Hassan.
No.
Senator Blumenthal.
No.
Senator Fetterman.
No.
Senator Kim.
No.
Senator Gallego.
No by proxy.
Senator Slotkin.
No by proxy.
Senator Paul.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, on the vote of those present, the yeas are 8, the nays are 5. On the vote by proxy, and for the record only, the yeas are 0, the nays are 2. On this vote, the yeas are 8, the nays are 5, and the motion is agreed.
Well. And, before we get out the party hats and confetti, understand this. This is a politicized issue now. So those 8 are all Republicans, the 5 are all Democrats, and this definitely sends the message that this is the Republicans going after the Democrats, not actually going after for justice, not actually going after Fauci for justice, even though what Fauci did and what all those corrupt agencies did, and it was from the top down. We're talking about NATO. This was a top-down military operation. We know this. You guys know this. But for apparently, because this has become a partisan issue, it's specifically designed to present to the general public that it's those darn Republicans going after those Democrats for political points and distracting from a horrible administration that the Trump administration has been presenting. And that line is working very well. But this still happened one way or the other. However you spin it, this is an important moment, because this means, well, let's see, because CNN had to report this earlier as well. So it's the Senate committee votes to hold Dr. Anthony Fauci in contempt of Congress. Committee chair Rand Paul, longtime Fauci foe, well, one of the only ones holding him accountable the entire way. He didn't get on the bandwagon in the last year here, or the last 2 years. He's been doing it the whole way. He said the referral from the party line vote would be delivered to the Attorney General today, bypassing a full Senate vote. So the idea is that you would bypass the entire Senate and just go with this 8-5 final tally. So what does that mean? So again, it's just the GOP. They're the ones who made the vote happen. Every Democrat voted no. A couple of them abstained, or they did it's called a vote by proxy, where they didn't count in the tally. But even if they had, they would have still lost 8-7. So, and this is how we got here. As you guys know, the vote came after he pleaded the fifth more than 100 times. It was about 111 times to be accurate. He refused to answer any of the questions that he should have been able to, because the law was already protecting him from any liability because of Joe Biden's pardon. He got an 11-year pardon from Joe Biden on the very last day Joe Biden's office, which is weird. And I remember people thinking, even Biden fans thinking, that's weird. Why would you do that? Why would you have to do a retroactive pardon to Fauci? He was our hero. Why would you need to do that? Well, this would be why. But it seems to be working against him in this regard, because now he's officially held in contempt. So that's how we got here. And this is based on, and Rand Paul told him this, there will be repercussions for your refusal to testify. These are the repercussions. So let's see how far this goes. What happens next? What happens next is Rand Paul says the referral would be delivered directly to the Attorney General and U.S. District Court today. So we'll see how that goes. It's going to be bypassing the full Senate vote, as we said, though we did not rule out one in the future. And then after that, the Justice Department is then expected to consider whether to charge Fauci with a crime. And then that would be the real win here. So we're far from that crime being charged. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's not going to actually happen. He's not going to be charged for crime, but we can still take this mini win. If anything, even though it's being presented as a political a maneuver by the Republicans, some sort of distraction, as if all the people that were injured and hurt and suffered from the COVID draconian policies of both parties, as if all the people who suffered from injuries and death and all the family members of injured and dead ones have suffered, as if that is a political issue and that is some sort of distraction. No, all of it is important. So you guys understand, all of it is important. This is important. So is the illegal war in Iran. So is all the other occupations and genocides. It's all important. All of it. All of it is. And the Epstein list, that is also important. So don't listen to this. Oh, you care about this and not that. No, we want justice for all of it. And that's how it works where we're at. Okay. So there is one other part to this, and we saw this a little earlier yesterday, that Florida had issued a subpoena to Fauci, which I thought was a pretty good move to do. And this is the explanation of that. So Fauci's not out of the limelight, and he's not going to be out anytime soon. Make no mistake, though, and this is another good news, make no mistake, Fauci individually, uniquely being blamed for COVID is not actually justice. So keep that in mind. He's just one guy that might take the fall for everyone else and the people above him who he was working for. So that's to keep that in mind when you see this other good news coming out of Florida.
Fauci, Mr. Attorney General, you got the floor. What are you doing?
That's great to be here. Well,
Just about an hour or two ago, we issued a formal subpoena to Dr. Fauci under Florida state law, seeking a breadth of documents ranging to what he knew, when he knew it, his doubts about the safety and efficacy of vaccines that he's out there promoting. And we're really focused in on his self-dealing. Evidence has come to light that he was trying to personally profit off of this. This is outside of his government duties, his official role. He's trying to pursue book deals, awards, get connected with high rollers that, might help him come into millions and millions of dollars. This is wrong, and it could go towards a deceptive trade practice, fraud, public nuisance, you name it. I think there's many aspects of Florida law that now are implicated.
So what's the evidence that you're pointing at here?
Well, a lot of it, he revealed himself in this diary. We've got communications, emails with subordinates where he's asking them to help work on applications for these awards. We know one award in particular, he made $900,000 on that. Again, this is separate and independent from his government salary.
Okay, again, this is good. They're not letting him get off the hook on all these things, but the stuff we're discussing is Fauci's narcissism, Fauci's despicable maneuvering for his own gain, Fauci's ego, Fauci bragging in the diary about how he loves being a celebrity, Fauci, covering his own bases, covering his own self. So be it. If that's all you can do, that's all you can do. And if anything, and again, he's never going to go to jail, so that's not happening. But if we can get another conversation started about COVID, that other people, a lot of people don't want to know about this. They don't want to think about it. They want to remember Fauci as this complete hero on a pedestal and thinks he needs a statue in every city. At least those people might be paying attention that there's something going on here. But yeah, and also because this is Florida, it's also going to be, this is presented as a partisan issue. This should never be a partisan issue. COVID is not a partisan issue. It never was. So that part is going to, that part is still hard to process that they're pulling that part off. But hey, celebrate the mini win. We'll keep an eye on this story for you. That's breaking news for today. Okay, let's get on to the next story here. This one was our original header before the Fauci news came out. So what we're going to do here, let's do this. Actually, we'll do a super chat. We got a super chat right now that is related here to the. Okay, here we go. Citizen, thanks for the super chat. As usual, we appreciate it. Pollsters are fraudsters. Their goal is to favor two-party spinning. In July, Stevens was 48-40. No way. Syed was up 15 Monday. Pollsters are sabotaging. Syed wins. Yeah, and we've learned our lesson on pollsters. Pollsters are fraudsters. Excellent point, Citizen. We know better. You don't listen to that crap. And of course, people, politicians only promote it, and fake newscasters only promote polls when they fit narratives, and then they ignore ones and say they're fake when they're not. But why don't we just call it out? They're all fake. They're all fake. It doesn't matter what the poll is. We want to see the actual tallies, and we want to see the actual votes. And so that's what we're looking at, because these phone calls, they're not. There's nothing there, guys. These are all twisted and spun and not honest. And you guys know how that works when you get the phone call and you get these dishonest questions. It's none of it is legit. Okay. With that said, let's get on to the next story, which is we're going to be covering this win, El Sayed's win, and see what's happening, what's the fallback, what's the consequences, good and bad and weird and odd stuff coming out in these last couple days. Okay. We're going to do it, but yeah, we're going to call this a bonus real fake news. Okay. Because we usually do these on Tuesdays, but we'll give you a bonus one on this story. Here we go. This is a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. We're looking at the El Sayed win over in Michigan. It went down, guys. It went down, and it's very good news being reported. I was actually surprised to see the Fox News report, because they just said it and they let it be and they moved on. Here's the actual results of that primary. Here we go.
We have a major call to make on this Fox News alert on a major race out of Michigan that could reset the race for November and the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. Abdul El-Sayed, age 41, ran for governor 8 years ago, unsuccessful against Gretchen Whitmer. This time, a winner against Haley Stevens. The Associated Press has made the call, and El-Sayed now will take his campaign head-to-head with the Republican Mike Rogers in November, and that will be one to watch.
Wow, look at that. No spinning on the report from Fox. That's shocking. That's shocking. But make no mistake, the spinning is going. It's going to happen, and they didn't waste a second. Trump got out on this right away. Started bashing the crap out of this guy, and his base loves to bash radical lefty commies, right? I mean, this is who hate Jews. I mean, this is just like playbook theater. Here we go. Okay, so this is grab a bowl of popcorn. This is Trump. I think he prepared this when he was writing his bits backstage before he went out on stage here. I mean, he's literally like a comedian here.
The polls were wrong again last night when they thought it would be a landslide victory for a hater of Jews and a hater of Israel. This guy hates Jews. Somebody said, oh, that's a little strong. No, he hates Jews and he hates Israel. Abdul El-Sayed. Can you believe this? This could only happen to me. Abdul El-Sayed, lovely gentleman. He's a man of...
Did he just say this could only happen to me? What the hell is he to me? What is he talking about? And he's going to do the name scare. This is such an old, tired plot. We used to hear this with the Obama. Oh, did you know his middle name is Hussein? And Trump cannot say Barack Obama without saying Barack Hussein Obama every time. So he's back to this name scare shit. It's pretty ridiculous at this point.
Of hate. And now he's going around saying, no, I love everybody. He doesn't love everybody. Put him in office. You're going to find out what he loves. He doesn't love Israel. He doesn't love Jewish people. He hates them. He hates them with a passion that burns in his heart, and there's not a frickin' thing he can do about it. There's not a thing he can do about it because he hates them. And in Michigan, it was really very close. The press, the polls and the polls by the press. Oftentimes, the press hires the polls. They want to have it a certain way, but the polls got it really wrong because it was supposed to be a blowaway, and he almost lost. But he's going to lose to our great candidate. We have a great candidate in Michigan. Great candidate.
So there that is. That's our actual president. That's doing that. This isn't some fringe podcaster, right? That's upset. This isn't even like a Dan Bongino that's like, miserable on his little Rumble show with 50,000 people watching him rant and rave like this all the time. No, this is our president doing this, but it's not unique to him. Obviously, you got his other minions going out there. You got Ted Cruz going on Fox to really scare this audience, this was all by design. This is the plan. This is the blueprint. We followed the same one with Mamdani in New York. So we're following the same blueprint right now. And the Fox News audience, whoever's left watching it, is eating this shit up. And this is just gossip and rumor channel. None of this is news. Ted Cruz is literally going to talk about that they're coming for Thanksgiving. That's the plan. That's the plan. That's the first order of business, is getting rid of Thanksgiving. Here we go.
The energy is they want to cancel Thanksgiving.
They're crazy enough, yes. They want to cancel Thanksgiving. They want to cancel Christmas. Look, these communists hate America. They hate capitalism. El-Sayed is also an Islamist, as is Mamdani. And look, you see the green-red convergence where the communists and the Islamists, they want Sharia law, they hate Jews, they hate Christians, they hate capitalism, they hate America. All of this is coming together in a way that is really a toxic, toxic stew.
Wow. I mean, I just the playbook, but it's just, you can't believe that they're getting away with this garbage. I guess there is enough people that this is their mantra. They've been doing this. The Republican Party's been doing this for years. Anything that's considered radical is either Islam or communist, and the communist part's the really one they've been really pushing that a lot more lately than before. So this is a tried and true blueprint. It works, so that's why they do it, because it works. And so the rest of us, we know better, but we have to remember that there's a lot of Americans that are falling for this stuff, and it's hard to have real conversations with those people. So you kind of have to walk them through. But why don't we look at what's actually happening? Why don't we look at what's actually happening here? First, you have this centrist scare, and this part's a little more concerning because this is coming from the quote unquote left, but they call it the left centrist, right? So they're saying this, that there's a centrist plan to spend millions against other socialists that are considered that they have in this box. It's the same Fox News thing after El Sayed wins. So that the third way wants to drop the third way. This is I think a super PAC of some sort that wants to drop $15 million between now and the next 2 years here for more discrediting of whatever democratic socialism is. We're not even sure what democratic socialism is, because you're taking two words, you're meshing them together in order not to have to commit to either one. That's what that is. Just so you guys know, that there's not actually a definition of democratic socialism. It's just it's a catch line. It's not actually real. You can say I'm part of the Democratic Party. You also say I'm a socialist, but you stick two words together. It's a tagline. That's not actually a thing. That's actually giving cover to the establishment by saying socialism only works if you tie it to the Democratic Party, which is ridiculous. That doesn't actually make sense at all, because the Democrats are 100% imperialist, capitalist psychopaths. That's what they are. That's what the Democrats are. So how did he get in? How did he beat? Well, we know his competitor. She's this nut job AIPAC person that says I live and breathe Israel every day. Israel comes into my mind, and I get off on Israel every night. So that obviously wasn't playing well to the voters anymore. But this is why he's so fine-tuned, and he took after Mamdani. He knows how to answer questions like this from CNN, and CNN was trying to do a gotcha question on him right before he won. And so so you understand that there's a attitude and a very high type of presentation skill it takes to flow through an interview like this.
I believe Israel has a right to exist.
So Casey, AIPAC's become a big issue in this election because AIPAC's already spent $30 million in this election. They're by far the biggest spender in the race. Now, the question about a right to exist, it's interesting because nobody's ever asked me whether or not I believe Palestine has a right to exist. Every single president who served has said that they believe in a two-state solution. Israel exists. The question is whether or not we want a politics where our money is sent over to Israel to do genocide and apartheid instead of investing in our own kids.
You say it exists, but does it have a right to?
No, I didn't say that. I just said the question of Israel's existence is not a question. I'm not going to play this gotcha game about whether or not it has a right to exist. The question ultimately is about whether or not we want a politics that.
So he definitely rehearsed this. This is very well fine-tuned, and he's right. I mean, this is how you answer the question without them being able to technically hold this against him. And obviously you already have, no matter what he says, they're going to say he hates Jews. That's the Trump language. But this is how you maneuver through this. And this sounds like he actually took some lessons from Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is also called out in different interviews he's been in. He said, what country has the right to exist? Does any country? What are you talking about? Countries don't actually have the right to exist. So yeah, this is how you answer this. So he knows that, and he rehearses. But again, this is how he got elected. This resonates with voters.
You're not going to play the gotcha game, but you're not going to say you think Israel has a right to exist.
Well, my question, Casey, I think the question we all ought to ask is, does everybody have equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination? That's Jewish, Israelis, and Palestinians. And to me, the folks who should answer what the ultimate peace there looks like should be Jewish, Israelis, and Palestinians. I want my tax dollars spent here in Michigan to provide schools in Michigan, to build healthcare in Michigan, to invest in Michigan, rather than to be sent abroad to kill Palestinian people, do genocides and apartheid.
That's how you win the local election. That's how. And this is just words. By the way, guys, we just be very clear here. It's just words. This is how you get elected. This is what Mamdani did. said we want to focus on New York. We want to focus on home. I don't want to be visiting a foreign country on my first day in office. So there's a priority problem that the mainstream has, that both parties have, and this wing of the party, this wing that's able to connect with the voters with words, and it's just words. It's not policy. Let's not mistake words with policy. And then, of course, you have these words also suggesting that there's actually not going to be the policy you might think if you're a Free Palestine activist. It's interesting that you have to hear this as well from him, because this shows you who he's actually aligned with, regardless of what you're hearing on Fox News or from all these, idiots like Ted Cruz, who's saying these guys are going to take Thanksgiving away, just complete morons. But this is him connecting with the actual Jewish community.
And Israel are not the same as Judaism and the Jewish people. I love Judaism and I love the Jewish people. I venerate Judaism and I venerate the Jewish people. I stand with Judaism and I stand with the Jewish people. And the single most dangerous thing that they've tried to tell us is that somehow they can extend the definition of anti-Semitism to include a foreign government and its leaders. I call bullshit. No. If you believe that anti-Semitism extends to include a foreign government and AIPAC, you are creating a dangerous circumstance. So it is important for us to recognize that we love Judaism and the Jewish people because we love people. And we love Palestinians and their rights because we love people. And we love that our tax dollars get spent here, on schools here, and healthcare here, because we love people. You cannot claim that human rights end at a...
Hey, you see the Medicare for All sign? That's funny. That's not going to happen. Again, we got to get better at understanding words versus policy. These are words and signs, and so he's checking every box, right? He's checking the boxes you have to check, and that's why he was able to get in. So that's the real story there. So what happens next? What happens when the party leader, Chuck Schumer, comes out and endorses him? Because there's a general election that needs to be won, and Democrats need to win back their seats. So if you're Chuck Schumer, how do you spin this? Well, he doesn't actually have to spin anything, but this is what he's doing, and this makes sense if you understand how the chessboard actually works here. So this is just in. Chuck Schumer endorses El Sayed for Michigan Senate. Of course he does. And Mike Rogers, who's look, we know he's the biggest AIPAC sellout piece of S ever, but he's also, as far as Chuck Schumer is concerned, who's also a big AIPAC psychopath funder of Israel first policies. That's Schumer. But it's more important to continue the political messaging that we have to stop Trump at all costs. And that's what this is about. So the rubber stamp for Trump is going to be more important to him publicly, that he stops that. He stops Trump in the midterms. And so that's just how you do it. You endorse him. So you might be thinking, well, that's okay. Well, let's hear. This is what he actually said. So El Sayed has run an energetic campaign, and this is coming from the head Zionist of the party, right? He's run an energetic campaign. It inspired thousands of Michiganders across the state with a clear focus on lowering costs and standing up for working families. And those are generally supposed to be Democrat bullet points, right? So this is perfectly worded here by the head Democrat. Democrats are united by a common purpose, and like we said, you gotta stop Trump at all costs, and you gotta take back the Senate. So that's what this is. That's what it's all about, and that's so you have to endorse this guy. We look forward to working with him and the Democrats across Michigan to win in November. So how much of this is he having to fake and bite his tongue to do this? Let's see. Well, let's see the rest of the quote. So Mike Roberts, okay. Mike Roberts is a rubber stamp for Donald Trump and for Israel, just like you, Schumer. But that's not part of this, right? But we know that. So back in the same reckless agenda has driven up costs for working families. just like Democrats do. It's the same. So policy is everything, right? Both parties, same policy, but it's just a different spin. So we know about the Michigan auto industry being hurt. We know that that's been happening for well over 25 years. We're talking about back in the 80s, really. This has been a problem since the 80s, Michigan auto industry. So that's we're talking 50, 40 to 50 years here. That's been a problem and hasn't been resolved. By the way, you still have really shitty towns like Flint, Michigan's never recovered from any of that shit. So it doesn't matter if it's Obama. Obama likes to fly to Michigan and smirk at these guys and pretend he's drinking their water and just have a laugh on Air Force One, leaving them high and dry after their water's been poisoned. That's what Obama does. So there's no like, oh, Democrats are coming to save Michigans. No, that's not happening. Okay. So this is about getting the party behind him. So what does that actually mean? What is Chuck Schumer doing? He knows that he's not going to actually be threatened by this guy at all because he's the actual party leader and he takes top-down instructions from Israel and he calls the shots in the Senate, and it's nothing. So this is not even going to be a problem. We don't actually have power that you think you do. All this campaigning, all this, we got to beat these AIPAC people at all costs. It's great. It's the right thing to do. But the party leaders are the ones calling the shots, where the money goes, what policies get through, and words are nothing. It's policy. That's why he can do this. So El Sayed is not actually a threat at all to the Democrat establishment. And you want more proof on that? Why don't we look directly? Like, you don't even need to hear it from Chuck Schumer or me. Why don't we look directly at El Sayed's record on supporting establishment, I would say neocon, neo-lib talking points and policy? Let's see where he is on Ukraine. Oh, look at that. Back in 2022, when it was really cool, if you were a shit lib, it was really, really cool to be a little blue and yellow on your profile, because that means you were for our friends in Europe, our greatest friends, our greatest neo-Nazi friends. We must defend democracy in Ukraine and win it at home too. We have to prove that Democrats still solve major problems. In other words, we have to prove that Democrats also are warmongering psychopaths, just like Republicans, and that's what they proved. So that's not radical. That's actually very consistent with establishment. I don't even say centrist. This is top-down policy for both parties. So very consistent there. You want to know what else he's consistent in? Pharma. You guessed it. Look at this one. Oh, this is just from a year ago. RFK Jr. just summarily, he's fired all the 17 members on the CDC. You guys remember when that happened? He's fired them. Why? That's not science. That's not lack of expertise. No, because they had the gall to recommend COVID vaccines for kids and pregnant women, despite his efforts to force them to stop. He claims he did it to address conflicts of interest, except he's got a shadow group waiting in the wings to replace them. No transparency, no process. And this idiot doesn't realize that the shadow group waiting, which we covered on the show, was designed to put the same policy right back in place. So you don't have nothing. So El Sayed, you have nothing to worry about. Pro-Ukraine, pro-pharma, you have nothing to worry about, you little shit lib. Because guess what? That shadow group you're talking about was already there. And this is just a revolving door. You switch out the people, you make it look like something's happening, and then you still got your vaccines, you still got everything you had before that. So nothing's actually happening. But no, he has to make sure people know that RFK Jr. lost his mind when he said he was going to join Trump's campaign and stop pharma. We want to protect pharma. Make no mistake, coupled with the fact that they're trying to gut Medicaid. Well, guess who else is trying to gut Medicaid? The Democrats. That's why we were laughing at that banner, that sign out in the crowd, cheering for him winning yesterday, saying Medicare for all. That's never going to happen. Democrats don't actually do that. Just so you guys know. Both parties cut healthcare. That's what they do. So this could limit your oh my God, we're going to get limited by our vaccine access. No, you won't. You can always go to your local CVS for free, or just wait till your boss mandates it to you. And if you don't do it, you'll lose everything. So that's fine. You're not going to actually lose your access. You're going to be totally fine. Totally fine. So that's your guy. That's your radical lefty commie sticking it to the capitalists, right? No, he's not sticking it to anyone. He's just here to confuse people and get them really confused. And we'll end with this because this is real fake news. Let's get the most ridiculous, most horrible interpretation of all. And I know we covered the, Ted Cruz and the, we're talking about they're taking away Thanksgiving, and Trump says he hates all the Jews. How about, no, this one's actually the most disturbing of all. This is Dan Bongino and his summary of how bad it is that Chuck Schumer is supporting this guy. Dan Bongino doesn't know how politics works. He actually has no effing clue, and he's going to demonstrate it for the Fox News audience.
That guy, America, listen, that dude is a chump and a coward. This guy is Jewish. He's been in politics forever. He knows exactly the fundamentalist ideology behind this guy. He fully understands it. He's campaigning with a guy who's excusing rape and terror attacks. By the way, directed particularly not just against Jews, but primarily against Jews. And this coward's going to fund him? I mean, it's really hard to believe. Like, Chuck Schumer's a mainstream politician. He's not some fringe guy from like East Tunafish running for dog catcher. This guy is the leader of the Democrats, and he's like, yeah, man, we'll throw him some campaign cheese. No big deal. He's be a valuable asset in the Senate. I mean, we need more guys who campaign excusing terror attacks and rapes and things. This is the new Democrat Party. This is who they are.
Well, so there's a demographic that doesn't seem to exist. Where are the Zionist assholes? Like, couldn't Jesse Waters just say, hey, man, maybe you're freaking out too much because Chuck Schumer runs everything and he is a Zionist. So don't worry. He puts Israel first. You don't have to worry, dude. Israel's still first and you got nothing to worry about. Where's that? Why are they so effing dumb on the Zionist team that they're actually afraid of this guy? We're calling it out and saying nothing's going to change. Schumer knows that. He's not a sellout to the radical left. He's in control of the left. There is no radical left. Why can't the Zion? Where's that group? They don't exist. Where are they? Is there somebody at Fox News that can chime in here and say, Dan, dude, you're freaking out over nothing. Everything's the way it's going to be. We got it covered, man. It's fine. It's all good. Nothing's going to change. There's nothing radical about a guy who has to bow down to his party leader every time a check is written to Ukraine, every time a check is written to Israel, every time a check is written to pharma, every time a check is written to AI companies and Palantir and every other effing thing that's going to take away our rights here at home. We have nothing to worry about. Well, that's why we're here, guys. That's why we got to bring you the real fake news update. Because why? Because we're not brought to you by Pfizer. All right, here we go, guys. That was okay. Yeah, we got through that one, and I think we are ready to move right on. I see some super chats coming in. We'll get to some of those later, guys. We really appreciate that on YouTube. Keep sharing it out. Keep throwing up the comments. We really do appreciate you guys. That's on Rumble, on YouTube, also on X. So thank you guys all around the board. Really appreciate it. Let's get on to the next part of the show. Let's bring back to the show. You know him, you love him. Please welcome back Craig Pasta Jardula.
What's up, Matty Ice? How you doing today, brother?
Really good, man. Really good. How are you? How are you hanging in?
Good. Doing our thing over in the AM wake-up show. Not the AM wake-up. The drive time in the morning. So we're having fun over there, so I'm keeping busy,
Very cool. Very cool. You got the Knicks, your little Knicks cut. Hey, I think I'm hearing that echo again on your end of my voice. Let's get that.
Are you sure? I mean, I don't think this is...
We're good now. Nope, I'm still hearing
very low.
Echo.
Yeah.
Still. Do you have like a volume adjustment on one of the... one of your screens open or something? I don't know.
Let me make sure I'm not on.
Okay. No worries.
Any channel. I don't see us on any other channel anywhere, so.
I'll testing 1, 2, testing. Why am I hearing my voice there?
It's not me then.
Well, by deductive reasoning, it might be you because I just started hearing it when you came in. So it's got to be coming from your side.
All right, keep talking right now. Ready?
Okay.
Keep talking.
We're testing it. We're gearing up for the next segment with Craig Pasta. I think. Well, yeah. Now you're on. Now you've muted it. So I think obviously. Oh, see, now I'm hearing it again when you unmute. Man, I don't know what it is. We were having this issue on Tuesday too, but you solved it. You solved it on Tuesday, I think, for a little bit. I think that's what happened. Yeah. Okay. It's so bizarre, man.
Yeah. Let me try this. How about that? Is that better? Reduce mic.
No, I'm still hearing. I'm still in the echo. We're having suggestions from the chat. Come in, go out and come back in. See if that happens. All right. That's okay because it gives me a second to queue up the next segment a little better here. And we'll see what happens when he comes back in. And this is, this just might be a stream. You guys know we work off a StreamYard. A suggestion was made that we should try streaming from possibly Rumble Studio. Here's Craig. Here we go.
How's it sound now?
Well, I think you got it. Yeah.
Is that it? Because I really didn't do anything besides.
But you're really like I don't know. I can't really hear your volume very well. I mean, is your mic on the right setting to begin with?
I just lowered it before.
You lowered it, yeah.
Let me see real quick.
Yeah.
How about now?
I mean, it's hard for me.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Oh yeah, that's good. So yeah, when you're up there on the mic, yeah. Now I think we're in a good setting now. But the echo is definitely gone, so we can get on with the show now.
Yeah. By the way, with Saeed and talking about the 17 experts of the CDC expert panel board on vaccines, if anybody took the time to sit and listen to one of those some of those hearings when they were making recommendations for the vaccines moving forward, the 17 members, they're all bureaucrats. They're handpicked. They're not experts. They're there for they're pro big pharma, and they were there to push the vaccine. One of the experts, one of the meetings with the experts, they made a decision on talking about Omicron and the vaccine before even going over the data. They made the decision, they took the vote, they voted to pass it, and then they talked about the data of the Omicron after they already had the vote. It was one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen before, and it was just like, it just showed you a lot about what was going on, the bureaucracy. So these experts, he's a COVIDiot. He's a Ukraine. He's a pro-NATO leftist. That's why, he is where he's at. They would have never allowed him to win if he wasn't one of those. So
yeah.
And I know Democrat with Mondami and all this stuff, it's just getting nauseating at this point. Those people are put in power to make sure that the left really doesn't have a real leftist movement.
I was just on the last segment, and I played that Bongino clip, and I started realizing that there is a missing group. The Zionists don't have a group of people that understand how politics work. Where are they? We understand how our viewers understand. We understand how power works in the party. So where's the group that says, guys, the guy's not actually a radical anything, so you don't have to worry. We still get our Israel first policy. You don't have to worry. That's not the way. The Democrats aren't actually radical. Where's that group? Are they that? I mean, I know we disagree with on a massive scale ideologically with these people, but aren't they smart enough to know that's how the politics doesn't work this way? How can they get away with these over and over, this idea that, Schumer, he's being weak now. He's being weak. He needs to stand up. He's a Jew. He needs to stand up. They don't know that Schumer doesn't give a shit because he gets to control the money. Like, I don't understand. Where's the smart? What I'm saying is, where are the smart Zionists that we can say? I'd like to talk to those people.
But that's not their job. Their job is to keep everybody in right?
I know that their job is to scare their viewers. I'm saying I've never heard any of them ever have this discussion. like disagreeing with our idea that, you know, free Palestine and stop murdering people everywhere, Israel, but like they don't understand how politics work. I've never heard them say this part. Like, guys, there's nothing radical about the Dems, just like there's nothing radical about the Republicans. Anytime someone gets out of line on the Republicans, they throw them out. They throw out Massie. So you don't actually have to worry. You, like, where are they? Are they that stupid? They don't, or you think that they know this, but they're just lying, constantly lying about it? Because I've never heard them talk.
Well, the ones we see are the ones who are constantly lying about it, that are put there to keep us in this kind of two-party duopoly, be divisive. You know, the Dan Bongino's, Jesse Waters from that clip. Yeah, I don't know if they do exist too as well, because it's really hard to convince yourself to still be a Zionist to this day. We have this guy, Alex Strenger, who comes on my show on Mondays, and he just got such a hard time. I mean, because the mental gymnastics you got to tell yourself, right? So you got to believe things that really aren't true, and you have to believe them on a regular and on the reg. And it's just like, you know, the same situation with COVID, right? The Zionists are going through the same thing. You start off with one big lie, and you have to have a bunch of multiple lies to keep that one lie going. And the Zionists are at that point right now. So if they are still capitulating towards Zionism, their whole life is a lie. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think the Israelis are a little bit more honest than some of the American Zionists out here, because they're like saying, you know, they say stupid shit like, you know, oh, these kids are going to grow up to be terrorists anyways. So they hate us, so we might as well kill them now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that's a little bit better than actually trying to continue to tell yourself and capitulate to these lies that these Zionists tell them all the time. Yesterday on WBAI, somebody said, well, if the roles were swapped and the Palestinians had all the weapons, whatever, they would do the same thing to the Jews that's being done to them. I'm like, how do you come up with this crap? Yep. You got to tell yourself a multitude of lies to believe that stuff. Yep. You know, the what if lies.
Yeah. Well, let's get to the Alan Dershowitz story. So if you guys know this guy with his whole switching parties, he timed it with this book that he released. So here it is. Here's this psychopath Pedo Island regular attendee, Alan Dershowitz. So Trump has welcomed, and he's also so you guys know he's the Epstein lawyer. Alan Dershowitz welcomes him into the Republican Party while promoting his new book. And this was shared by a commentary account who's showing us what was said. This is the highly respected Alan Dershowitz, written this powerful book, Why I Quit the Dems and So Should You, Confession of a Reluctant Republican. Alan is a great American patriot who understands the wisdom and courage it takes to defend democracy from communism. Ho, ho, ho. And it is our honor to welcome him into the party of common sense. There are many others like Alan who feel abandoned by the radical left Democrats. But they're not calling them dumb for the right reason. That's what's so fun. And are fleeing the Democratic Party and blue states for freedom. This book is for you. Pre-order your copy today, guys. You got to get them while the printing press is hot. You guys got to grab this now. Oh man, I can't wait to get my copy of this. Pasta, but yeah, that's the spin, that's the alignment. So Trump is totally aligned with this guy. Let's throw up a recent clip from Dershowitz as he talks about the chaos happening of this so-called radical left as he's commenting on what he feels the problem is. And some would say that as a lifelong Zionist, Epstein lawyer, island attendee, that Dershowitz himself might be considered anti-Semitic on a few different levels. But here's his little tirade about Mamdani and all the radical left he's taken over.
I have to tell you that the real problem is are Jews. Jews in the Upper West Side, Jews in the Upper East Side, Jews in Park Slope, the Jews who voted for Mamdani. Remember, 7,000 Jews voted for Adolf Hitler in 1932. Most of them ended up in the gas chambers. And these idiot Jews, they have no idea what they're doing. And, you know, people say Jews are smart. Yeah, they're smart Jews. Some of the dumbest people I've ever met are Jews, Park Slope and Upper East Side and Upper West Side, who don't understand where their own interests lie. Im ein ani li mi, if I am not for myself, who will be for me? If I'm for myself alone, what am I? That's Hillel. You don't need Hillel to understand that any Jew who votes for Mandami is a self-hater. You can't do that. You can't vote for somebody who marginalizes Jews, discriminates against Jews, hates Israel, calls Israel a genocidal state falsely. No self-respecting Jews should do that.
You're absolutely right.
Of course.
I have to
of course, the guy he's talking to says you're absolutely right. Pasta, this is, I would say, should be considered by many definitions anti-Semitic. His definition and the real definition on several levels here. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the hypocritical words of, it just reminds me real quick, quick thought. I think that Alan Dershowitz is now replacing Rabbi Shmuley as the most annoying Zionist out there right now. He's getting all the headlines. Why are we even listening to this guy speak? Why did they give this guy a platform? Why does Piers Morgan constantly have this guy on? I mean, it's just at this point right now, it's just like, it's nauseating. And it is, right? You know what I'm saying? Once again, we've talked about this all the time. He's trying to state that if you're an anti-Zionist, you're anti-Semitic. If you don't go along, once again, the conflation of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, conflating the two, that's what the state of Israel has done. They've done that so they can manufacture consent to continue to bomb women and children, to continue their genocide. And Alan Dershowitz is just playing right into it because he's one of those Zionists who believe that to be a good Jew, you have to be a good Zionist, when it's quite the opposite.
Yeah. Totally. And this Epstein connection.
Yeah.
I still got an echo with you, man. I gotta mute you again. Yeah. I had to. Yeah. My voice is echoing when I'm talking on your end. So, we'll here, I'll unmute you.
Try now. Now it's not gonna.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God, that's my bad.
What is it?
I had when I unplugged it and tried to plug it back in, when I had the echo the first time, it went to the MacBook volume and now it's on my microphone volume. I'm sorry, dude. That's my fault. That's rookie mistake right there. It will be fine for the rest of the show now. It's going to be like this.
Okay.
I'm
Good.
sorry about that.
No. Hey, we worked it out. Now we can continue here. No worries. Okay, so this Epstein connection is the worst part of all this. Obviously, it's like we played the clip of it's the Jews. The Jews are the problem, is what he's literally saying. This is the thing we get accused of all the time, being anti-Semitic. When we talk about Israel being a problem, we're anti-Semitic. But he can't talk. He says Jews are the problem, and he's fine. He's fine to say that. This is way worse than that. And the fact, the timing that he writes this book, he switches parties. Trump's endorsed him.
Yeah.
And this is the actual lawyer, the actual Epstein lawyer.
Epstein's lawyer.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And like you mentioned, Piers Morgan, we'll get to that in a second. But this is from Power of the People. So Trump just told Americans to go out and buy a book by Alan Dershowitz, an accused rapist who visited Epstein Island, worked as Epstein's lawyer, and claimed in May that Epstein was not a pedophile because he liked 16-year-olds. Yes, he actually did that. We're going to play the clip in a second. Reminder, the youngest victims in the Epstein files were 9 and 11. Also, raping 16-year-olds still makes you a freaking child rapist. The fact that the president's proximity to pedophiles, active support of pedophiles, and appearance in the Epstein files over 38,000 times are not deal breakers for Republicans. That should lead to the permanent destruction of the Republican Party and ultimately the Democratic Party too, obviously, because they're all in on it. And that's why they did not have this come out during Biden. We know this. They were completely silent about this for the 4 years Biden was in office. But let's actually, if you guys haven't seen this clip, it's a little jarring, a little hard to process, but we're going to play it for you so you understand this is the person being put out there and featured in a mainstream way. He's not being featured as a radical extremist. He's being featured as a voice of I would say, morality and integrity that we're trying to get back in the Republican Party because the Democrats apparently lost it. Here it is.
He was not a pedophile. I have no information about any pedophiles in the Epstein circle. A pedophile medically is somebody who is interested in prepubescent people, 10, 11, 12. That was not his modus operandi. He was interested in 16-year-olds, 17, 18-year-olds. That's a terrible thing. By the way, it's legal in France.
as legal in many parts of Europe. So it's hard to say you're a pedophile in America, but not in France. Pedophile is not a legal term. It's a medical psychological term. So I don't think there's a real case for people being called pedophiles, although everybody calls him a pedophile. I also don't believe there was any trafficking going on. What happened is he made it known to the young people in Palm Beach, if you come and give me a massage, you get $250. And many of them came back over and over and over again, collected the $250, and then got $500 if they recruited other people to come and give him more massages. And then there was this third category, a very large category, of women who never met Jeffrey Epstein, never laid eyes on him, and their corrupt lawyers in Palm Beach would go to them and say, how old are you? Oh, you were about that age when, yeah, why don't you just say you gave Epstein a massage? We'll collect $50,000 for you. And they did.
The maneuvering and snaking around, and I don't understand how this guy gets any platform at all. Obviously, anybody can just put a camera on and a mic and yap like that. But we're talking about a main stage that he has right now, and the fact that Trump. I wonder if anybody's even mentioning Trump. This might not be a good look for you right now, but maybe that doesn't need to be said, because he can literally prance around with all of these Epstein predators and get away with it, because no one's. Because they're all getting away with it. So it doesn't effing matter. I guess he's got nothing to really, he doesn't really have to walk on eggshells about anything. He just can come out and say, this is our guy, the literal Epstein lawyer.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's kind of hard to, Donald Trump, remember his whole claim to fame when he was getting in office, is going to expose Epstein. He's going to release the files, whatnot. The fact that he's cozying up to this guy yet again, when that guy said what he said right there, right? Anybody who had any sense would stay 1,000 yards away from this guy, wouldn't even be in the same room as this guy. If Alan Dershowitz walked into the room, you should be walking out. Him say, if you got a massage and, hey, $250, just talking about creepy things like they're normal and just trying to justify, technically they're illegal. They're illegal in France. If you're a 50-year-old man and you're sleeping with a 16-year-old woman and you're pregnating her on Zorro Ranch. I mean, that's just okay. I know he's not a pedophile medically. I mean, it's just, it's mind-blowing at this point. But it doesn't surprise me that Donald Trump is cozying on up to him. Anybody who says that the Democrats are radical left is going to leave that party and go to the right, he's going to welcome you in their camp, whether it be like Tulsi Gabbard, RFK. It doesn't make a difference. For him, it's all about team sports. And if you're going to be pushing back against the radical left, then you have a home right here in the new Republican Party. That is this, I guess.
Yeah. And so because he's, like you mentioned, Piers Morgan, he's going on these bigger shows and being taken somewhat serious. I don't know how you can take this guy seriously and not, like you said, stay as far away from him as possible. Well, good thing Professor Morandi was there to call his ass out right to his face. And it's nice that at least Piers Morgan shut his mouth a little and let Morandi go off on him. So here, if you guys didn't see this one, this was a nice little moment.
The Nazi regime that is carrying out a Holocaust in Gaza. You are the Nazi who is doing it as we speak. You're the evil monster. You say Israel is not a colonial regime? You're from Eastern Europe. You're European. All of those Ashkenazi Jews who are now running the country, they're from Eastern Europe. You came and slaughtered. I'm talking. I didn't interrupt you as you were ranting. You're the people who you support, the people who are running the country, they're Polish, they're Ukrainian, they're from Czechoslovakia, they're from Eastern Europe. You're not even Semite. You're the anti-Semite because you've been slaughtered. You won't let me talk. You are afraid. You're afraid because you know you have no argument. You have no leg to stand on. You slaughtered the Semite Palestinians and you took their land. And you support, you are a proud Zionist who supports a regime that celebrates the rapists in prison. They rape Palestinians in prison and then they're celebrated on television. This is, if you don't let me talk, you're just exposing yourself. You're exposing yourself. You're exposing yourself just as you exposed yourself with Epstein.
I'm Israel.
So in response to your nonsense, the nonsense about 50,000 people, Those lies have been responded to by the Iranian people. Stop ranting. I'm speaking. You're a lawyer. You're a lawyer. 3,117 people died thanks to an armed insurgency that your regime and the Israeli regime funded and supported. And you're a coward. You are a coward. You won't let me talk. You're afraid. You're afraid of me talking.
Don't tell me I'm afraid.
The lawyer, Epstein's lawyer, Trump's lawyer, is afraid of me, a layman, talking. Why? Because you have no leg to stand on. The Iranian people have spoken. They went to the streets in the tens of millions. They went. You're a coward. You won't let me talk. I let you talk because I'm not afraid of you. People are not afraid of you anymore. You can kill Epstein. You can kill whoever you like, but we're not afraid. You can bomb my house. You can kill me with my family, but I'm not afraid of you. I will support the Palestinian people until your regime bombs my home. So go and tell them that. I'm prepared to die for the Palestinian people. But you who used to frequent Epstein Island, you have no principles and no morality. The Iranian people came to the streets in the tens of millions. We all know it. The footage is there. The international journalists were there, not just in Iran, but in Iraq. The Iranian people have spoken whose side they are. No one is going to be fooled by your propaganda to justify war.
Wow.
Nice of Piers to jump in at the very end to let Alan speak. The whole time Alan's speaking, Piers should have interrupted and said, Mr. Dershowitz, can you please let Morandi speak? He let you speak. Let him speak. I mean, why is anybody entertaining this asshole anymore? If somebody gets booked a show with Alan Dershowitz right now, they should back out and say, no, I'm not talking to that pedophile, genocide sympathizer anymore. He's nothing more than a used car salesman that gets nothing but hot verbal diarrhea and hot air out of his mouth. I don't want to be in the same room with him. I don't want to talk to him. And you know me, I don't run away from any fight. In fact, I encourage people talking with a different type of mentality or an ideology. Right. That's my whole thing. Except when it comes to people like this, who've lost any credibility whatsoever, any chance to speak, he should be laughed out of the room. Nobody should hear from Alan Dershowitz anymore. Alan how can we miss you, Alan, if you don't go away? Just go away.
I don't know. I wasn't expecting that from you because, like you said, I know you're never one to walk away from a duel, but Morandi doing this is a good thing. Are you saying, Pasta, that he should have rejected the invitation as soon as he found out Dershowitz was? No,
I'm saying moving forward at this point. I mean, you could have made a case for it last point. I'm not going to reject it. If anybody wants to go ahead and do this, and the way Morandi did this was genius.
Yeah,
I'm glad. But this to me is like the cherry on top. At this point, I don't see why should we talk to this asshole anymore? I mean, he's just a joke, you know?
Well, you know what? You could make a case. I don't necessarily believe this, but I think we can make a case that for whatever reason he happened. This was the stars were aligned for this 3 minutes. And in this 3 minutes, Pierce kept his mouth shut. You're right. Pierce does not work in the favor of real voices most of the time. He's an obstructionist. But for this 3 minutes, he stayed quiet. The other thing that I noticed from a tech point of view, because we were talking about mics earlier, is that for whatever reason, Morandi's mic was out louting Dershowitz.
He's even got a cleaner shot. Look how the shot is clean as Dershowitz is like using a webcam.
So he had the cleaner shot. He also, when they were both talking, his voice out blasted him. So one could suggest that there might be somebody in the tech booth that allowed that to happen. Who knows? Or if it was just the alignment of stars. But this certainly needed to happen. It did happen. And this is the clip coming. Nobody's watching this whole show. No one gives a shit about watching the whole Piers Morgan show. This is the clip they're watching coming out of it. So this is something we obviously have to applaud him for. Yeah. And the more people that see this, people that aren't watching Piers Morgan, but they're seeing this on their feed, this particular clip, that's a good thing. Because there's a lot of people that probably don't know. They don't know how horrible we know. Our audience knows. But don't you think there's some people out there that don't know that Dershowitz is this horrible piece of shit person? He's not just an asshole. He's actually a rapist. Like he's actually a horrible like person, should not step foot in anywhere outside of confinement the rest of his life. I mean,
what I'm saying is that it's been a long time since Alan Dershowitz has said anything credible whatsoever. He's done nothing but throw out propaganda, hot air, and been an obstructionist. We're not getting anything. We're not really getting anything sound from this. He's just repeating the same lies that we've heard over and over and over again. And once again, I'm glad that Morandi did it. This clip was genius, and I love what he had to say. And nobody's done it better against him. I mean, but at this point, what I'm saying is at this point moving forward, Alan Dershowitz has definitely displayed that he has nothing credible to say anymore, nothing worthy of value, not even a talking point. And don't get me wrong, I have a Zionist that comes on my show on Mondays on AM Wake Up, right? And on drive time in the morning. I don't know why I keep on saying AM Wake Up. I used to be on the morning show AM drive time in the morning, and I have him there because I'm trying to listen to most of the stuff he's saying is hospital and stuff we heard before in the past. But at this point, I'm saying Alan Dershowitz just yelling. And you're right. I think the great thing, the secret weapon over here was the fact that Morandi had better technical equipment to keep constantly saying in a calm fashion, I ain't afraid of you. You have nothing to say. You won't let me talk. You won't let me talk. You know what I'm saying? I would bet at this point moving forward that if Morandi was asked to do a show with Alan Dershowitz, he'd probably say, why? What can we say that hasn't been said already? We're not going to get any constructive conversations out of this. And that's the thing. This was not a constructive conversation. This was a constructive beatdown that people needed to see. Yeah, but so I'm down for conversations. I'm not down for just going out for a beatdown anymore. So I'm just making the statement that moving forward, I don't see the sense of even platforming Alan Dershowitz anymore. That's just my personal opinion. If somebody wants to go there and wants to continue to do this stuff there and beat him down, go right ahead. But this guy has nothing of value to say whatsoever. And I don't even understand why people are platforming the guy anymore. Just my personal opinion, of course, though.
No, very good. Okay, moving on. Next topic here. And we actually got a super chat from Donald Duck's mom. It says, "Hey, much better sound now, Pasta." So that's good.
Yeah, my bad. Pasta learned how to podcast.
All good. And this one's earlier from Chris. Thank you so much for the super chat. Won't El Sayed be getting all that AIPAC money now that it was donated to the party in the general? Well, I don't think he will be controlling the money, but I know that's another reason why we got to say Schumer doesn't give a he's totally happy with this. He just wants to bring in as many votes and as much money, right, as possible to maintain this narrative that we have to stop the Republicans because they're the bad guys and we're the good guys. So he doesn't give a shit about this radical stuff. So yeah, that's that. He's going to be controlling the money. I don't think Al Sayed's going to get any of that. So there it is. The Democrats hoard the money. By the way, that's why Kamala was brought. People are wondering why would they run her this 100-day campaign? I go, well, that was to bring in a bunch of money. That's what that was. Kamala came into. You had to get those donors back because they had said no. We're gonna put a nix on that money. We're pulling it from escrow, right? That was like the whole thing, right? That they didn't want Biden because he was they finally realized he was senile, and they're like, so all these donors, Democratic donors, like we're not gonna do it. And they go, well, what if we give you Kamala? Okay, we'll give you the money. So it was just a money grab. That's all that was, a 100-day money grab, and it was gonna be Trump the whole time anyway. So that's how the money works in these parties. It's all corrupt. We also know that Hillary Clinton bought her way into the Democratic nomination in 2016 because she paid off the debt. The Clinton Foundation paid off the debt of the Democratic Party. So that was that. So that's how the money works in these parties. It's all bullshit. It's all like these are by the way, guys, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are private companies. There's nothing in the Constitution that says that they have to provide us any sort of democracy during primaries. Just so you guys know, I don't know if people know that. It's not the only thing that we're guaranteed, but we're not getting it. But the only thing that we have a right to is a democratic process in a general election. That's we don't actually have a right to a democratic process in the primary because it's being conducted by corporations, right? That are private corporations. They can do whatever the F they want legally, which is crazy, right? That's so there's no democracy in primaries, but also there's no democracy in general anyways. But I'm just saying we have no right to democracy in primaries. There's no law saying that. So there it is. With that, let's get into the next. And I'm going to get some other super chats. We'll get to some of those later. Thank you guys for tuning in. I know we have man, that algorithm on YouTube's not doing us well right now. Pretty irritating. But we appreciate you guys there right now. Keep sharing it out. Keep throwing up the comments. Keep checking the subscribe button, making sure you're not being unsubscribed in real time. That would not be good. So guys, just stay with it. Here we go. I'm here with Craig Pasta JARDULA. We got another segment we're going to do for you right now. We're going to circle back to Ukraine. Guys, this is a topic that I know a lot of Dems don't really want to embrace or talk about any more than just throw up the flag in the social and keep trying to stop that Putin guy that's supposed to be taking over the world. Well, none of that makes any sense here at all these days. We're gonna let's see what's going on in Kyiv right now. So we have this from Glenn Deason. So we have a large scale attack that happened last night. So this was 2 nights ago, and in the continued naval blockade on Ukraine. So NATO's strategy of increasing deep strikes into Russia to weaken Russia's economy and make Russian civil society also feel the pain of war is a disastrous plan for Ukraine. And it always is. Guys, you know that always is it's a non-functional plan when you think you're going to wreak havoc on another people enough to make life so hard that they're going to overthrow their own government. That's not a thing. It never happened. There's a 0% chance that ever happens. So the question is, why does NATO go up the escalation ladder at a time when Ukraine has literally run out of air defense missiles? Russia always had the option to intensify strikes on Kyiv. Always. They've been Putin the whole time has been playing it very chill. This is like when you have to fake an arm wrestle against a little kid and make the little kid think that he's winning, right? Right? That's where you're like, the kid wants to arm wrestle. You have to like let the, oh, you almost got me. Oh, no. And then the kid has that look on their face like, oh shit, I almost had him. What? No, you never had him. The adult was faking to make you feel like it was something. No. So the adult never actually had to use any power at all. And that's basically Putin this whole time. And we told you guys this, and you guys that have been paying attention know this. So this is where the shit hits the fan. So Russia has always had the option to intensify strikes on Kyiv and impose a naval blockade to make Ukraine a de facto land-blocked country. However, this was reserved as a step further up the escalation ladder. So it was always going to be a last resort, right? When the NATO political class pursued this strategy and their mouthpieces in the media uncritically celebrated the attacks on Russian civilian ships and commercial targets deep inside Russia, and they did. They didn't care that it was purposely hitting civilians. They didn't care that Ukraine was purposely bombing civilians on a beach. I think the last bomb on that beach killed actually like there were a handful of tourists murdered. Yeah. So they don't. So the media hasn't cared to hold anyone accountable for that. So when the NATO political class pursued this strategy and their mouthpieces in the media uncritically celebrated the attacks on Russian civilian ships and commercial targets deep inside Russia, they certainly knew that it would trigger a response from Russia. However, this is the luxury of fighting, and what we've called it the whole time, a proxy war. NATO doesn't actually pay the cost for any of this, as the Russian retaliation is aimed against Ukrainian targets. And here it is, a shot out of Kyiv. And I'll put this up, and if you want to, I'll throw the volume down if you want to give us your take on what's happening right now, Pasta. And where's the coverage? Where's the media coverage on this? This ain't good.
I think a lot of people expected the Russians to step up their attacks, especially since they were getting hit in Russian proper and some oil refineries and some factories and whatnot. And obviously, I think the warfare has changed, right? We understand now that drone warfare is mostly everything. However, there still seems to be some strategic, defense missiles that one could have. Only the fact is that there's none left for Ukraine, because we're showing our true colors right now. We're using those for Israel and protecting Israel and whatnot, and they're being used over in a different region. So every single missile that's going through right now, and this is something now, what is Zelensky going to do? He can't go unless he's going to pound sand and yell at the grave of Lindsey Graham and ask for those weapons that he was promised from all these people. They're not going to be delivered. So this is just I'm very curious to see what's going to happen from this point on, but it doesn't seem like the Russians are going to hold back anymore. There's a lot of pressure inside of Moscow for Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation to try to bring an end to this. And you keep hearing people speak of the fact that they're winning on the battlefield, and they are slowly advancing. However, it's still a quagmire on how you're going to change this whole government and what's going to happen. I would assume next we're going to start seeing some strategic hits to try to assassinate. What people thought that happened to Lindsey Graham, that the Russians got him, whatever the case may be. I think we might see that with Zelensky and his cohorts. But however, they're also playing this game where they know if Zelensky is removed, it's almost like if Netanyahu is removed. Somebody more radical, more iron thuggish, more heavy-handed is waiting to take either Zelensky's place or Bibi Netanyahu's place. So what do you do if you're Iran, and what do you do if you're Russia in this case? I don't know at this point, but they're going to just kind of just try to wait this out. But I think with the fact that we've had so many hits inside of Russia, that you're going to see the Russians step this up. So expect to see more people running around the streets, grabbing young men off the streets of Kiev. So you're going to see more of that, Matt. So you told me about this. I'm like, wait, and I went and looked, and it's just all over the place. They've been doing this for quite some time, but they got to up the ante again right now because they're still trying to hold on.
Yeah, and they're upping the ante, and that's why we're seeing more of this. We've been seeing them stealing Ukrainians out of their houses for the whole time. We've been seeing that from the beginning. I mean, they die in the masses when they go out there. I mean, your chances of survival. I remember a statistic we reported on a few years ago, Pasta, where we saw that there was like an 80% chance they're going to be dead within the first 2 weeks or less. And so they know that when they're getting shoved into a van, and their family knows that. That's why we see so much of that. And like you said, there's more of that happening now more than ever. And this is why. This is why, because we're at a breaking point. We're at a boiling point. We're calling today's show Boiling Point, and we've certainly hit it here. RT reports this: EU ends temporary protection for draft age Ukrainian men starting today. So that's EU's telling you that they're not going to protect draft age men anymore because they're out of men. That's why they need these guys as well. So those liable for service will no longer receive protection, citing a shift in Ukrainians' defense needs, right? Because they need to kill more. They need more y'all to die. And this is what the Dems have been supporting the whole time, and the Republicans, because they're all aligned now. They all have the same policy. That's what's so great. Isn't that great that that Trump and Laura Loomer brought over the Republicans to the exact same policy as Biden, and now they're all behind.
I'm gonna end this war, Matt, in 24 hours.
Oh God, it's worse. It's so worse. It's like I'm going to imitate Biden's policy and just give me a year and change, and I'm gonna literally, and I can't do that overnight, guys. I can't do that overnight. It's gonna say I'm gonna maneuver around. We'll eventually get someone like Laura Loomer to go over there and get the rest of you. But you guys don't even see it. I'm gonna slow roll it to you. I'm gonna slow roll you the exact policy of the psychopath Democrats that I campaigned against. It's the same thing. Okay, so Zelensky and European leaders previously urged Ukrainian men abroad to return amid a manpower shortage. So this is they're pleading you must go back because guess what? Ukraine is out of men. We need you to come back so you can be murdered next. And so this was posted with RT, and there's a lot of this going on. Here's just one of the clips. This is really. I mean, this kid knows, man. This is a draft
and this is all in the hands of the American empire. They're the ones who are kind of pushing this. They're the ones who are allowing this to happen. Can you imagine just a kid? An army shows up, they grab the kid, and boom, he's on the front line. They just kidnap and send him over there. This is all done at the behest of the United States empire because they're the ones who push for this. And it's sad to me to see the Democrats, even this new Saeed guy and all these other jerk-offs, still not recognize what's going on. And it's a shame that there's not enough Democratic voters out there to kind of go ahead and expose this stuff. And the fact that they're still standing behind this because of Putin, I had a caller at WBI the other day, and they were like, well, saying he was stating that he thinks that the Democrats are a joke, that they claim to be anti-imperialist, but yet they're all for what's going on in Ukraine, Russia. And I was like, you want to know why? Putin, okay? Putin. It's like they don't even have a reason, excuse for it not. They just throw Putin out there like he's Thanos, and for some reason that's okay to justify what's going on the American, empire's needs. to have other young kids in other countries, down to the last Ukrainian, right? I mean, it's just imagine. I wish somebody can imagine that latte liberal who has a young son could imagine or have the same feeling that a mother in Ukraine has when her son gets kidnapped when a bunch of thugs show up and throw him in a car and then take him off and he's never seen ever again. I mean, I wish they can live in it. And once again, I don't pray for the people that go through suffering, but they should have to feel that same pain so they realize what they're doing when they go ahead and they endorse the Democrats' war in Russia, Ukraine. And it's also the Republicans' war. I think you made a great point that it's great that the Republicans with Laura Loomer have now dragged the Republicans completely to the same position that Joe Biden was in. So now you got absolutely nothing out of Donald Trump. Yeah. And for those out there who go, we got ICE raids, and go screw yourself. You got nothing.
You got nothing.
You got nothing.
And so this is not this isn't stopping. This is getting worse and worse and worse. Another day in Ukraine, Zelensky's conscription thugs in Odessa get battered by a pallet thrown by a local to save a man. So they're trying to protest this as they're watching their fellow citizens being hauled away. Basically, these are abductions. These are kidnappings that are happening on camera, and they're being sent to the front lines to die for NATO, for a proxy war against Russia. The majority of Ukrainians want a deal as soon as possible. And this is the part that it's infuriating that the Western media doesn't cover the protests. They don't cover this resistance on the ground. They keep pretending that Ukrainian is like, yay, thank you, EU, thank you, America, thank you. No, that's bullshit. That's not real. They've been against this the whole way. And it's obviously getting worse and worse because they're seeing their neighbors and their coworkers and their family members and their friends. They're watching them being hauled away. And nobody in the West is caught. It's so much worse now, Pasta, because you don't even, at least before you had the Trump faction, right? Before the election, before 2024 election, you had the Trump side saying, this is wrong. I remember that they were reporting on. Now they're not reporting this anymore. So there's less of us in this space. If we were to show up to a Rage Against the War Machine rally now, there would be like 10%. 10%. We already lost the last time that we already got cut to 50% because of the Israeli assholes, the Zionist assholes that were there, right? So now it's even less than that. Now you don't even have now you have like 10% of what the original movement was. The let's stop this this Putin propaganda bullshit and warmongering, funneling money into yet more warmongers' pockets with no regard for any end game, no regard for any
end in sight.
It's all bullshit.
Yeah,
it's all bullshit. Here's the clip that was shared with this tweet. Just another day in Ukraine. This is a hard one to watch.
Куда, блядь? Иди нахуй!
Пидорасы, блядь! Пидоры, блядь! Вон нахуй отсюда! Сука, сейчас поубиваем всех тварей, блядь! Вон нахуй!
And that's that. And these are abductions, these are kidnappings, these are all sponsored by NATO, sponsored by the Western war machine, EU. Yep. Our tax dollars are going to this, and there's nobody in Western media that's calling this out. And I thought, Pasta, and back to the Trump part, because this is important, right? I thought the media was about we gotta hold Trump responsible. Wouldn't this be a time to do that? If it was really about that, if it was really about King Trump and no kings, Wouldn't that? No,
Yeah.
because they've all been in on it the whole time. They've all been in.
This is an area, Matt, where they'll endorse Donald Trump and say he's doing a good job.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And we saw this language from Hillary Clinton not too long ago, and here it is. Now it's full circle, right?
That's right.
It's full circle. Well, he is doing some good jobs on some of the Ukrainian things when he was starting to come around, and we kind of realized that Helsinki was nothing, right? That we were just further getting played, that no matter who you vote for, you get John McCain. Trump is not an outsider. Neither was Obama. We should learn this by now. We should understand this by now. But, they're okay with this because they are so anti-Russia. They've been propagandized and duped so much that they are so anti-Russia that, they're going to actually praise Donald Trump for doing this stuff despite what's going on, and not realizing that anybody who understands what's going on can identify these people as nothing more than pro-imperialists. So stop acting like you're an anti-imperialist when you're not. You're not for no wars, you're for certain wars, and you're okay with this war because Putin. It's so sad at this point, you know what I'm saying? And to see this here, it's heartbreaking to see these kids just ripped off the streets and been thrown on the front line into the meat grinder. It's one thing, when you say time and time again, how are our tax dollars to see what's going on with Gaza? But this is everywhere. Why are our tax dollars going to support this Ukraine-Russia war over here, right? This would have never happened had these countries been left to themselves, not messed with. We're the ones who caused this. We're bombing Somalia on a regular basis. It's like we just death and destruction everywhere, and we let these bureaucrats go on TV, say this bullshit, and let them get away with it. I mean, I get nauseous every single time I heard Donald Trump speak. But Marco Rubio, he won't shut the fuck up either, and this guy's got nothing to say either as well of value. I mean, how long are we going to allow this to happen before we say enough is enough? It's almost as if the ruling class is doubling, tripling, and quadrupling down because they know we're going to do nothing about it. And we are doing nothing about it. In fact, we're endorsing it in certain situations. It's disgusting.
So Caitlin Johnstone one time said, as the genocide started happening and said, this is so freaking obvious. She once did a tweet where she listed all of the imperialist bullshit, fake wars and occupations and genocides that were all happening or we've lived through, right? And she said, look, there's an order of understanding, and the genocide in Gaza was the easiest to understand. If you don't understand that, she's like, there's no hope for you as a human, as a human being. She goes, but she listed Ukraine on that list as somewhere where it took a little more intellect and a little more time you needed to understand.
A little bit more research.
A little more research, a little more like you got to start actually putting some effort in to get it. And so what I want to do right now is welcome people to this part of the story that you might have just not had time for. I know you guys are good people that watch our show. I know we have a lot of people watching our show that have been all about the Free Palestine movement for the last few years, but maybe you haven't looked at this. Maybe you don't understand where this started. You don't understand what happened back in 2014. You don't understand that we funded this fake puppet government and stuck Zelensky in there and ran out their actual president. You don't understand that we invested, that we put the money into the neo-Nazi Azov battalion. Yeah. We allowed it. We propped it up and allowed them to bomb, to shoot their own people, unload on their own people. This is what was happening in 2014. So I want to remind people and the people that don't know this, that Ukrainian soldiers who we were funding back in 2014, when Obama was in office, this was all happening to build this up. This was exactly what McCain and Lindsey Graham were doing, was let's create the chaos right here on the border, right in Kyiv, right in this eastern Ukraine. And their mission was to spread this terror into any place they could and crush any dissent against this coup that was happening at the time in Kyiv. So this is Ukrainian soldiers unloading on their own people, and our Western media did not cover this at the time because hope and change in Obama at the time.
Так, зараз фібе по Лутуринському з-під ствола.
Yeah, they just keep doing this shit. And I want to say during this time, so this was about exactly crushing dissent. It was about stirring the pot for Putin. Putin was the only one paying attention to this because we didn't care. We wanted this. So you're talking about this claim that maybe you fell for. Maybe you were one of the people that fell for when Biden said this was, unprovoked. When Russia invaded Ukraine, it was unprovoked. It's just a guy that wants more land, a guy that wants to invade everywhere he can think of. This was the provoking. This was it. Yeah. And so just so people understand, this was always the plan. This is not a reactive measure to start this war. We are the aggressors. We've always been. We've been shouting about it the whole time. And I said earlier, Pasta, it feels like the people yelling about this have gotten smaller and smaller. This is not. We've not gotten big. Like the great Free Palestine gotten global, man. But this one, I don't understand.
It's become a secondary story, Matt, because there's so much other shit going on that people don't have the attention span to put, to pay attention to this. And if nothing changes, they just accept the fact that nothing will change. And this clip is very important here, too, that you're playing, Matt, because this wasn't about the Ukrainian army firing against its own people. They knew they wouldn't do that. This is why they recruited the Banderites and the Azov battalion, because they knew they would fire on their own fucking people. That's right. Why they put them into play.
That's exactly right.
That's the crazy sadistic mind of the fucking empire and the West and the Victoria Nulands and the Jeffrey Piatts and the Anthony Blinkens. And who was running it? Who did they need the attaboy from? Joe Biden. It's disgusting to this day. And all they have to do is say Putin, 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 and a bunch of Democratic followers are like, okay. It's sad, man. It's fucking sad.
Yeah. Let me skip to this. Actually, I think the other thing we had on here we'd already covered earlier, but let's get to just one more of these shared screen. This is from, actually, I wanted to read this one first. Hold on. Let me get this. So this is from Z-Squirrel, who says, when you watch this video of Azov Nazis violently kidnapping someone as his young daughter desperately cries out, remember that Bernie Sanders and AOCIA and the entire U.S. pseudo radical elected left has vowed as their official policy to continue this forever. AOCIA wants this, and now as we've discovered, the Republican Party wants this too. They all want it.
Well, a big part of the Republican Party wanted it. Only a small part of the populist right broke off because they can classify it as Biden's war. And if you can make it Biden's war, then you can oppose it. But now that it's become Trump's war, they're all for it now. Or at the very least, they're being silent about it. So one more of these. There's so many of them, but this is a little girl screaming after her dad as NATO financed military that we're paying for. Recruiters drag him into a car. They kidnap him right in broad daylight. The majority of Ukrainians want immediate negotiations while European political class fights with Ukrainian proxies and continues its 4.5 years of boycotting diplomacy. Here it is. That's my dad. Oh. Can you imagine that's the last time you see your father, a little girl screaming, then they pepper spray your mother, and they just take your father off, and he's never seen ever again? Can you imagine the look on his face? How horrifying that is? If you're a Democrat who supports this bullshit, then I hope you can look in the mirror yourself. You know what I'm saying? There is no room, because of the things that Caitlin Johnston mentioned. Yeah, it takes a little research, but it's not hard research. We're all in this. There's a videotape of Victoria Nuland picking the next leader of Ukraine and saying we need to get an attaboy from Joe Biden. Meanwhile, Democrats too, like Chris Murphy, were in the center of Maidan for the coup, pushing this color revolution with John McCain and Lindsey Graham. Dick Blumenthal and what's her name, Elizabeth Warren, have gone over there. They try to make this like a story where it's a small guy defending themselves. No, this is the shit you're supporting. They're kidnapping men and taking them to the meat grinder. And for what? For what? To weaken Russia financially.
Yeah.
For a bunch of fascists to gain more territory, whatnot, and to do whatever they need to do all over the fucking globe. World Economic Forum bullshit. That's what this boils down to. And it's disgusting. And you're supporting this. You're not anti-war. You're not pro-peace. You're an imperialist. And you're with the imperialist.
Well, luckily, there are radical lefties getting elected right now, Pasta, and they're going to put a stop to it. Guys like El Said, he's sure to stop it. He's a radical lefty. He knows better, right? Oh, oops, sorry, wrong.
There you are, Said. Yeah.
Ah, shit. Abdul El Said. He put this out. Obviously, he's part of that. I mean, we say obviously, but maybe people don't like. Look at this. This is the radical left. This is what we're celebrating. We must defend democracy in Ukraine and win it at home too. Blah, blah, blah. We have to give money as much as it can, as much as it takes. Keep giving money as much as it takes. Bernie Sanders says the same thing. He doesn't allow by the way, Bernie Sanders doesn't allow protesters against the Ukraine war at his rallies. We've seen footage of some of these protesters being handcuffed and arrested for putting up signs, literally signs of Bernie Sanders rallies that have quotes from Bernie Sanders about funneling money to Ukraine. He doesn't want to see quotes from himself, so he has them escorted, arrested, and put away in handcuffs. That's what he does. So there's no this is the radical left. These are and as Zeke Squirrel said, AOCIA loves this shit. The only thing that's changed is that now you have a faction of the Republicans more than they've ever had before, also supporting this garbage because of the Laura Loomer crowd. So yeah, our voices are getting weaker on this. Like you said, secondary issue, but it's not a secondary issue for that girl that we showed you just crying over her dad. Like you said, the last time she'll ever see him. Not a secondary issue for her. That's for sure. All right.
Yeah, like I said, I really wish that a lot of Democrats or their supporters can see that, have to live in that mentality, whatnot. You know, I don't wish violence upon anybody, but we do get to sit back. My sister had a guy from Mariupol, from the Donbass the other day, come over and help put up a frame for a bed. And we were talking. He was like, yeah, my business and my house, it got bombed. It got hit by a missile. Huh, that's life. Like, can you imagine Americans saying that's life from that stuff happening? We live in a completely different world, shielded from what we thrust, our taxpayers, our tax dollars, thrust upon the rest of the world. We live in a completely different set of standards, and it really is a shame that people can't put themselves in these people's shoes. This little girl, as she's crying and screaming for her father. I mean, man, it's sad. It's sad.
Yeah. Well, we'll end with this super chat here that I think is a great question, citizen. Appreciate you, man. This is something to contemplate. What kind of man leaves the world worse than it was? That's a question. Maybe we should all ask ourselves, what do we choose to do in this life? What are we doing? What are we signing up for? Right? Is the world better off or worse after we've spent 24 hours on it? Right? When we wake up and we go to bed, what did you accomplish in those 24 hours? Did you hurt people or did you help people? We should all be asking that question every day, or at least once in a while. Check in with yourself once in a while and ask that: is the world better off after I got up out of bed this morning and going to bed tonight, or is it worse? So just throwing it out there. Pasta, thanks so much for coming in today. I'm glad we finally got that mic worked out, and don't worry.
Bad.
We will edit it in post, as we say here on the Homeless Left. And looking forward to what we have coming up. I guess we got the Twitter space on Saturday. I'm sorry, that's on Sunday. Yes. Yeah. Sunday, the Twitter space. Jay Scott put that together. We got Garland Nixon coming in on that. We got Nico House. We might have a few other people stopping in. It's about censorship.
Fiorella might be able to come in on that.
That's awesome. We should have her come in. That's censorship on the left is the topic, and we're going to be diving into the pharma stuff from a perspective that I know you guys know, because you guys watch us. You guys know that we care about pharma corruption and big food, big pharma capture, and these voices from the left. You just don't hear so many. So we're going to talk about that issue, the Fauci debacle, and all the censorship we've been dealing with this whole time. And so so we hope to get more people listening in on that on Twitter, because there's actually not a lane on the Twitter Spaces, Pasta. If you haven't noticed, you got a lot of Trumpers that are pushing back against Trump, which is great, but you don't really have that many people like us pushing back from where we're at in that lane on Spaces. So we'll see how it goes. So that's That's on Sunday at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. Check us out there, guys, on Spaces. Follow us on Twitter so you can get the notification on me and Matt Weinglass. Pasta, your new Twitter, it's because you were censored off the first, or you got well, we know something not cool happened to your last account. So what's
at C JARDULA.
At
C
JARDULA.
Capital C, capital J, Ardula. C JARDULA. I mean, it's somebody, sent me a tweet today and say, hey, can you share this? What would help? And I'm like, dude, I got like less than 100 follow, less than how many follow? I got like nothing. It sucks. Yeah, because I was talking about Iran, I think, and then all of a sudden, I had a good source in Iran. I had a couple tweets that went mini viral. One tweet almost had 750,000 followers when I was talking about with my connection in Iran, and the next thing I know, somebody hacked my stuff, stole my stuff, and now they deleted the Twitter handle altogether. So starting back from scratch in a lot of areas in a lot of ways, but oh well, that's life, right?
All right, man. Well, we got to roll with the punches and keep charging forward and keep punching up. Appreciate all you do for us on the Homeless Left. Craig Pasta, JARDULA, everybody. Take care, man. We'll see you next time.
You got it, brother.
Okay, cool.
Thanks for having me on.
You got it. All right, guys. Rocking and rolling today. Let's get on with, what we're going to do? We're going to go ahead and do a little break here, set up the next segment. We got what we have coming up. So you guys know we got top censored news of the week. And then we'll be joined by Jay Scott. We got some other stuff to get into. And some more breaking news we have to get to. Some more pharma, some bad news from Big Pharma. We're going to be covering that with Jay amongst some other issues as well. And we will see you guys back here in just a few. Don't go anywhere. It's the Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass, and actually, let me just cue this up so I know what we're playing. You guys got to know. Yeah, this is where the hell did it go? 1 second. This is why we got to take a couple minutes every once in a while, so we make sure that we got everything set up correctly. Okay, we'll see you guys back here in a few minutes. Enjoy this trip down recent memory lane. This is, what is this one? Yes, in celebration of, we say celebration loosely, with El Said, his win. Haley Stevens, who he annihilated. Well, not annihilated, but he won by a few points. Her little Israel Comes to Me in My Dreams clip, which we referenced earlier. Enjoy it. Trip down memory lane of recent past. And we'll see you guys back here in just a few. Homeless Left, Matt Weinglass, non-tribal approach to news. See you in a few.
In the United States Congress, I will continue to fight for the people of Israel. I will continue to fight for Israel's existence. Israel comes to me in my dreams. I see Israel's future, and I know that Israel will continue to exist for the Jewish people.
Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents Top Censored News of the Week. It's Top Censored News of the Week. We are bringing you the stories the mainstream media just refuses to cover. If they do cover them, they always do it in a very dishonest or sloppy way, and it's always on purpose. All right, coming in at number 3, the most incriminating reveal of the Fauci diary is not being discussed by pharma-owned legacy media. Wow, imagine that. Well, let's see. Let's look a little into this one, because we know that a lot of the stuff they were discussing was pretty basic, right? Like, Fauci has an ego. He loved being a celebrity. He tried to cover his ass about the gain of function. He was all over the place on masks. That's the most of the stuff that was televised on legacy media. But here's the part that got kind of slipped by. Well, first, this happened. So let me start with this. This is the first thing that happened. And we reported this at the top of the show, that the Senate committee has now voted to hold Fauci in contempt of Congress. And this is for him not answering any questions at the hearing. And his diary came up several times, and just like he wouldn't even answer his name without turning to his lawyer and repeating that. And he did this 111 times. And so the reason he's being held in contempt is because he had full protection, and you're not allowed to evoke the Fifth Amendment unless you're protecting yourself, which we all have a right to do. We have a right to evoke the Fifth Amendment if something could be held against us later. Well, in his case, it can't be, because he got full protection from Biden with the auto pen on the last day of Biden's term. This was at the beginning of 2025. And that was a pardon that lasts 11 years back in time. That's called a retroactive pardon, which he got for 11 years. So we all know that. So he's being held in contempt for not cooperating. But let's be clear. The questions being asked, a lot of them was about the things I just listed. Let's look at the thing that really wasn't discussed at the hearing, which, of course, if it was, he also would not have answered these questions. And this is actually the one time it was brought up is actually by RFK, and he did it on Fox News. And then that was it. There was he just kind of says the thing. And then nobody wants to talk. It's never discussed again. It wasn't discussed on CNN with Dana Bash. It wasn't. So this is not this part. They're leaving out. And from our vantage point, this is the most incriminating of the whole thing. I'll let RFK tell you what it is that he discovered in the diary.
That was new to me in his diary was his admission that he got pulmonary infarction in July of 2021 after receiving the vaccine. So he took the Moderna vaccine on national TV, telling in a very, very highly publicized press conference to show people that was safe. Then he got one of the primary, most expected adverse events, which was potentially deadly blood clots in his lung, myocardial infarction. He kept that secret from the American public, and we only learned about it because of his diary. He was getting the best medical treatment that is available to anybody in the world at Walter Reed and all these other centers. There were doctors fawning over him. Meanwhile, he was telling other people to take this product and concealing the fact that he himself, after announcing this press conference to show it was safe, had actually gotten very, very sick from an injury that was highly expected and highly likely to be caused by the vaccine.
So this goes back to when we told you that a lot of what Rand Paul and Ron Johnson were doing was theater, in the sense that you're not, number one, they're not going to hold Trump accountable for anything. This is all, they're only going after Fauci for a very particular time frame, a 4-year period that Biden was in charge. The other thing about it is that they could have done this. And so the fact they didn't is concerning, that you wouldn't, and again, you're not going to get an answer from Fauci, but to not have the questions asked, you should be asking the part of your diary, Mr. Fauci, where you the timeline where you got the exact illness that is actually listed on the Pfizer side effects that you were actively trying to hide for 75 years. You worked in collusion with Pfizer and Moderna, particularly Pfizer, to try and hide these side effects. So that didn't the thing you get, which happened, if you look in the calendar date, we have the timestamp. You got your third dose or fourth, whatever dose you got this vaccine injury right after that, which actually aligns exactly on the sheet of side effects. So did you make that connection? So that's why you'd want to ask that question. So that question wasn't asked. RFK mentioning it is great, but nobody's following up on that part. And that part's not going to be followed up. Even if he's been held in contempt, there's going to be a vote, or I guess it's going to be the DOJ that's going to decide whether to actually charge him with a crime, which is 99.9% not going to happen. And even if by that 0.1% that he does get charged with a crime, it's going to be so minuscule, and he's going to be able to get out of it in a trial where he'll be able to negotiate something, and it'll be a slap on the wrist. That'll be the worst case scenario. And the crime is not going to be that you intentionally poisoned people and caused their death. The crime's going to be you didn't cooperate when we were asking you questions that you weren't actually allowed to plead the fifth on, because you have full protection from the previous president and you should have been able to answer the question. That's all. So none of this, we're not going to ever talk about any of the rest of this. So just so you guys know, that's a conversation that needs to happen. And even though we saw guys about, folks like Stephen A. Smith admitting that he got shit wrong, and he talked about his injury, but a guy like him still can't connect the dots. He's still thinking, well, I was told I wasn't going to get COVID. I did the shot because Fauci told me to. Now I'm pissed because I got COVID anyway. And then I ended up with this near-death experience. And even he's not drawing the connection that it's because of the jab. It's not just because you got COVID and long COVID. So this long COVID thing is bullshit. And that's the part that's not going to come up in any of these hearings. They're not going to talk about it. Even though Ron Johnson knows, Rand Paul knows, that's just not the lane they're allowed to be in right now. And of course, they're making it a partisan issue. And that's the only reason they're allowed to do this, because it's the Republicans versus the Democrats, not the people versus pharma, or the people versus NATO, or the people versus the war machine and the Epstein class. But that's what it should be. Okay, moving on. Next story coming in on Top Censored News of the Week. Number 2. Ooh, more on this. You thought this thing was done? It ain't done. Tyler Robinson's apartment address was Googled in Hebrew prior to the Charlie Kirk assassination. Wait, what? What happened? Oh my God. Are you kidding me? Some more Candace Owen reporting. I don't want to see any Candace Owen reporting, right? I don't want to see any of this. This is inconvenient for the court. Well, the patriotic blonde asks a very logical question. Why was Tyler Robinson's apartment address Googled in Hebrew from the Egyptian jet while it sat parked in Lincoln, Nebraska? And we know Candace has done a lot of good work on following the Egyptian jet that apparently took off from Tel Aviv. That was tracking Erica, tracking Charlie. This was in April 29th, 2025, months before they took him out. They, as in, I don't know who did it. Maybe it was Tyler Robinson and that furry friend. I don't know. But let's see who's reporting on this is actually Stu Peters. Here's the report.
Oh, on the 24th of April, here's the inbound flight. And then on April 30th, that flight leaves for Delaware. And during this time frame, right here, April 29th, 2025, there are hits for the Hebrew search parameters that you put in here. What's the translation?
Sure. You'll be able to see the translation on the next screen, and that is Tyler Robinson's address.
Wait a minute. And that includes the apartment number, very specific. So in Hebrew, they put in Tyler Robinson's address with the apartment number.
Yes. So just
on April 29th.
On April 29th, it was Googled in exactly that way in Hebrew, not in Yiddish, not in, English, not in any other language, using those characters, and that exact search query was performed. And so that's down to the apartment number. And, we're not doxing anyone. He clearly no longer lives there, himself or Lance Twiggs, but it's their apartment number. And so my feeling was that if that were being searched in Lincoln, Nebraska, which is exactly where our Egyptian jet was located at that time, was it something that was repeatable? Was it an indicator that potentially we were seeing someone who may or may not have been on that jet? Certainly, that sort of information, like I said, down to the actual unit number of the apartment, that was just one example. There are many, many more, but
there's more. There's more. What else we got? Erica Kirk is officially, well, we knew this, officially linked to Israeli Mossad and the Egyptian planes that were following Charlie Kirk. It's time for Erica to start answering some questions too, because guess what? Guess whose name also was Googled in Hebrew?
Oh, now here we go. Okay. Here is, and you can see the difference. Look up here, guys. There is English, there is Yiddish, and then there is Hebrew. There's only one nation that speaks Hebrew. This is the Hebrew search, and it is for Erica Fransve. This is the Hebrew, and it's for Erica Fransve.
Yeah.
Here it is, July 24th, 2025, Omaha, Nebraska. That is at the same time that this Egyptian military aircraft came over from ostensibly Israel, carrying Mossad, and was on the ground there. July 11th, what do we see here?
Let's see. So I believe that date right there, that is going to be additional searches that were taking place. Those were image searches, and those ones were for, I believe that one's Erica Lane Fransve, Scottsdale. I wanted to make sure to get as specific as I could. I suppose there could be more than one Erica Lane Fransve, sure, but searching for her in Scottsdale, that seems as though it's a little bit more direct. Yes, so our Egyptian military aircraft, again, they arrive and leave on a predictable timeline, just the same way that a cruise ship pulls into port and it stays for, say it stays for a week in Puerto Vallarta or whatever the case may be. It'll pull in, stays for a week, and then it leaves. During that week, it would make sense if you saw a bunch of English searches taking place in Puerto Vallarta, because that the passengers there, they speak English. And so, of course, they are Googling things on their phones. It's the same idea with.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. You're going to search in the language that you speak. So clearly the people on the plane are the only people that speak Hebrew. So we know that. So are these questions legitimate to ask? Absolutely. Is the fact that the courts that are in recess right now, by the way, they've adjourned the Tyler Robinson case. They've adjourned it until September 1st. So we still got another 4 weeks to find out if they're going to accidentally suicide him. He might get the sudden case of the suicides. As we know, Tyler Robinson is literally sitting in solitary confinement right now. They're acting out the Epstein plot all over again with a guy they don't want to have on trial. That's the point. That's how you end up in a solitary confinement situation where the guards fall asleep at the same time. At the same time, cameras go out for 1 minute, and we don't know what happened to that in 1 minute. It happened to be when the person killed himself because he didn't want to face trial. But Tyler Robinson does want to face trial. He wants the truth out. That's the whole point. So you got to protect this guy. But these questions are not being asked. Here's what's going on in the trial. They're pretending that they're being transparent by showing us a lot of what has happened, but they turn the cameras off exactly when they need to protect their story. And I just I'll end this one because we got to get to the number one story here in a moment. But as we're waiting for the September 1st hearing to pick up, this is a compilation of all the lies from the TPUSA captured, infiltrated, Zionist infiltrated, Erica Kirk infiltrated TPUSA people. These are the podcasters. These are the Benny Johnsons and all the rest that are going to tell you when the cameras were off in the courtroom, we saw in total HD quality Tyler Robinson killing Charlie Kirk, which is bullshit. I don't want to hear what you saw. I want to see it. And we're never going to see it because Candace Owens already showed us that footage, and it was not in HD quality, and it did not look like Tyler Robinson at all. So these people, I just want to remind you guys, these people are lying to you. Don't trust people assessing things. Never trust an assessment. You have to see it for your own eyes, like we do when we see the Palestinian genocide in Gaza. We can see it. We don't have to trust anyone. But these guys expect us to trust us. We saw it ourselves.
The video that they showed that was zoomed in, you could see it as clear as the noonday sun that he came into the facility. He climbed onto the roof. He was in a prone position. He took a shot, ran and jumped off the roof, just like the testimony showed.
The thing that I do just have to say is that I know that you guys watching on live stream couldn't see the last video that was shown. Well,
I know you guys couldn't see the actual thing that would incriminate the guy and the thing would be case closed, but I'm going to tell you about it. I know it's hard, guys, but trust me. Here's what we saw.
It wasn't edited. It was zoomed in.
Yeah.
It was zoomed in from the surveillance video off campus, and specifically the part of the Losi Center, the roof, and you see everything.
We were there and witnessed everything, and you have to hear this because it was devastating.
Is that Benny Johnson's wife, girlfriend? Watch her face. She looks, I don't know, man. She looks like, I don't want to be doing this shit. This is so fake. It's so fake. You're explaining a video that doesn't exist. This is just like October 7th. You guys know, how it works. We all gathered into a room in Tel Aviv, and we all cried together when we watched 40 babies' heads being beheaded. Oh, it's so hard. Show us the footage. Oh, you don't want to see it. It's so bad, but trust us. Trust us. It's so bad. We all had to cry together. So that's what they're doing. They're saying we all got in the courtroom. We all gasped together. We all gasped. It was beautiful. It was tragic. It was emotional. And trust us, it happened.
What we watched, and the judge ruled that you can't see the high definition quality video 4K of Tyler Robinson committing the murder of Charlie Kirk. But we saw it, and they played it on giant screens inside of the courthouse. You can see clearly Tyler Robinson's face.
The most damning evidence against Tyler Robinson was just shown in court. Only the court.
Okay, so watch his face. This is called sophomoric acting. I can tell you this. We're in Hollywood. I can tell you how sophomoric acting is when you have to force emotion. He's clutching his eyebrows forward and pretending like he's about to cry. The problem with sophomoric acting is you give it away because you're trying to force yourself to be emotional. A real emotional moment, what happens in a real emotional moment? You stop yourself from crying. See, that's acting 101. You have to, it's the opposite. Erica Kirk never got that memo either. We see her forcing. I'm angry. I'm sad. When you're really angry or you're really sad, and this guy needs to be sad right now because it's his best friend, Charlie, my best friend. You're supposed to stop yourself from emoting. Good actors know this. That's actually more interesting to watch. That's why there's your favorite actors you watch on films. You love seeing actors who hold back emotion. That's more interesting to watch. This is bullshit. My friend Charlie. What are you doing? I'm trying to cry. Remember Ben Stiller in Tropic Thunder? What are you doing? Him and Robert Downey Jr., they're making the film about Vietnam. What are you doing, man? It's my crying moment. It's my crying moment. That's what he's doing.
Saw it. But it was high quality surveillance video footage of Tyler Robinson taking the shot that took my friend's life.
Oh, my friend. Grab a tissue. Erica Kirk's got one for you. She's got one. Ask her. She's always got a tissue on hand. All right, guys, let's get on. Enough fun with that one. And we are looking forward to how this thing's going to unfold. I hope to God this guy stays alive. We need him alive. Just like we needed Osama bin Laden alive. That was bullshit. They killed him. We need people alive. We need all these people that die. We needed Epstein alive. It's bullshit when they kill them. We need Lee Harvey Oswald. said to us, what? I'm a patsy. And then he was murdered by Israel. That's right. Jack Ruby was an Israeli Mossad agent. That's correct. So we need these people alive. We don't want them dead. We don't want them. We want them alive. So please, for the love of God, keep Tyler Robinson alive. Okay, coming in at number 1, top censored news of the week. Here we go. Spokane was hit by an unnatural fire, and the official story is falling apart. It certainly is. It certainly is, guys. If you didn't know about the horrible fires, we know something about fires here in LA. We know a lot about them here in LA, and we covered Lahaina. So let's see what happened here and why this looks like it's following the same blueprint we've seen before. RT reports that aerial footage reveals complete devastation after massive fire reduces entire neighborhoods to ash. Tens of thousands have evacuated Spokane, Washington. Let's see that shot from RT. And you'll notice from this shot, and RT's not going to tell you this because they're reporting from afar. They're reporting from Russia. They're just giving you the facts. And this is the facts, is that these people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been affected by this. You notice, what's the one thing you notice that becomes very common in these type of footage? You notice that the trees are pretty much intact, more than not. More than not, you have tree life available, and we'll get to more of the trees situation later in this. But let's do now that you can see all this actually happen. This is a real event, and people suffered tremendously in this area. So let's do a little research as we should. We're not going to wait for mainstream to tell us what happened, because they never will. They didn't do it with Lahaina. They certainly didn't do it with the LA fires. They're not looking into it and coming back. You're not going to get a report from Anderson Cooper or from Rachel Maddow. That's not going to effing happen, just so you guys know. All right. Here's what they will report on is the fake part of this story. And here you go. Like clockwork, CNN reports arson arrest was made in connection to the Washington wildfires, official race to contain flames. There you go. You got a guy with a lighter. They found a guy with a lighter, and there you go. Case freaking solved. I'm surprised Cash Patel didn't tweet this one out and say, we did it, guys. The American people want speediness. We got the guy. It's freaking over. But is it over? Why don't we hear from the people on the ground? This is the part they tricked us into thinking. Don't ask questions to people there. You're only upsetting them. Don't ask them about all the suspicious shit. We see this shit. We saw this over and over. Guys, we went to Lahaina. We saw the weird way that place was affected, and we saw how the reaction to the emergency and not sounding the alarm, and all the people that were turned around on purpose and stayed in the area, and they were just they were targeted, and it was for land grabbing. Same in LA. The LA fires was about land grabbing, and we weren't allowed to say anything or talk about it in Lahaina. We could do so more here because we lived here. So people accusing us of, hey, let people mourn and grieve, don't bother them. We were here. We were affected. We saw neighbors' houses burnt down, and it's okay to ask them questions. Let's hear from people on the ground. Let's hear from Spokane residents. Here's their actual coverage of their own travesty that has been uploaded and circulating online.
That's our house right there. It's about to go down in flames. That's this one right here? Yep. That's our neighbor Larry over there. It's on fire right now. That's Barb. Next to her is Charm. The one over from that is my childhood friend Sam. It's all fucking going on fire, and there's not a single responder here. Can you hug, brother? I'm sorry, brother. It's all good, dude. It's all good. It's just one of those fucking things. Just gotta watch it happen. There's my dad busting his ass, getting in our dump trailer that we're financing right now for our fucking business, trying to make money. All of it's getting fucking burnt down. I hope they do something to help these folks out, help out everyone out. Yep. This is just kind of surreal, dude. I grew up in this house my whole life. Yeah, that's where I'm at too. I'm just around the block, so yeah. I'm seeing the same exact thing. It's very unfortunate to see this shit happen and see nothing be done about it. They're not trying. It almost seems staged. Yep.
It almost seems staged. What are you, a conspiracy theorist? How dare you report to us what you're watching with your own eyes as you're losing everything? How dare you? Stay in your lane. Keep your mouth shut. Anderson Cooper and Rachel Maddow are working on it. No, they're not. They're not working on anything. You know who is working on it? Real independent journalists. Folks like Hustle Bitch. That's right. Hustle Bitch is on this shit. Spokane was hit by an unnatural fire, and the official story's falling apart. They're now calling the Spokane fire arson. Of course they are. They did the same thing in LA. They did that same shit. They didn't go with the arson so much in Lahaina, but they certainly did that. They did the whole thing. We got them. We arrested them. It makes no sense. We had like 12 fires pop up at the same time, and they arrested like 2 guys. And they said, "Oh yeah, case closed." So this 37-year-old man was arrested and charged with first-degree arson. Police say he had matches and a lighter. Of course they did. Witnesses claim they saw him kneeling on the grass near the origin. But guess what? People are not buying it. It looks nothing like a normal wildfire. Hundreds of homes reduced to pure ash. Cars completely melted. Many trees left standing. Some structures barely touched. Same patterns we see in Maui. Same patterns we see in LA. A fire that doesn't look natural. A perfect piece of land for development. And convenient fall guy, of course. How many more wildfires have to look exactly like this before people stop believing the official story? Here's a report from Hustlebitch.
Is off. They're now saying the fires that destroyed 700 homes in Spokane weren't wildfires at all.
About 5 p.m. this afternoon, we executed an arrest warrant and search warrant in the city of Spokane, and we took 37-year-old Aaron Farnacci, a convicted felon, into custody on a single charge of arson in the first degree. We believe it was matches or a lighter. When he was detained in the early stages of the fire, he was found to be in possession of some waterproof matches and a butane lighter, and determined that the origin of the fire was indeed exactly where the witnesses had seen Mr. Farnacci kneeling in the grass earlier that day. Our detectives worked with our prosecutor, Preston McCollum, this morning to make sure that we had a very solid case to present to a judge today. And again, as I said, the judge signed the warrant at 3 p.m. and we had him in custody at 5 p.m. with the assistance of our SWAT team's warrant assistance group.
Now this has raised even more questions. People are asking whether this man was arrested just because he had matches and a lighter in his pocket. Some even think he could be a scapegoat now that the story has gone national. And people are pointing out how this didn't look like a wildfire.
So many trees still standing. Look at that. The trees are fine. The houses are just ash. Very, very strange, very suspicious.
The suspect's criminal history has also shocked people. He was accused of killing his father in 2010, but later pleaded guilty to manslaughter. He has no history of arson. That's why some people are even talking about MK Ultra here. Clearly, opinions are divided about this suspect, but everyone seems to agree that there are way too many strange coincidences here.
Oh, yeah. And as far as MK Ultra, you guys, I mean, that's always a legitimate question to ask because they always find just the right person that fits the bill. That's gonna be like everything's gonna check out like perfect candidate. Sounds like a perfect candidate for this, by the way. But why don't we go a little further? Because we told you guys about Maui, Lahaina, right? LA fires. What did they have in common? It was the land grab. We knew the land grab in Lahaina was about forcing the land out of the locals, out of the indigenous people, because they refused to sell. LA, they were trying to buy up this property from owners. A lot of owners caved in LA, obviously, because they're not indigenous and they don't have to. They'll take a big check from the bank. But the ones that refused to, it's just better to create a situation like this where you can grab it. And for LA, the point of grabbing the land was because the Olympics coming up and you have to create these 15-minute cities. So that's what's happening on those levels. So you might ask this is the right question to ask on this one. The question is, what is the land grab element in Spokane? What might that be? What do you guys think it might be? 2 words, data center.
Telling me the city has had plans for the last year to implement a new data center exactly where the fires began, where I just got evacuated yesterday?
Yep. That ought to do it.
I don't even know why I'm surprised to find this out. Because as I've been posting updates on the fire, people keep asking me, like, how did it start? How did it start? And I've heard multiple different rumors of how it started. And now come to find out, there are plans for a data center here, literally in that exact spot.
That's correct. In the exact spot. Here it is. This is the report we got. This is very recent. We got this is how, I mean, this is just a handful of weeks ago. So the community was in the process, the Spokane community was in the process of pushing back against the proposed data center, which is the thing that is happening. People are pushing back. They're showing up to city council meetings, and they're doing the thing you do to then force these kind of reforms to like put into law to not allow these things to be built. And that's what happened here. 3 Spokane city council members introduced an ordinance, and they were forced to. You have to force your reps to do this by showing up, which is what they did in Spokane. 3 Spokane reps, city council members introduced the ordinance that would halt the plans for building the new data center in East Washington. And so these reps, they said that the communities have made their voices clear by showing up and telling them this. So they wrote that the energy intensive data centers have been popping up across the country with disastrous consequences. Residents worry about the same shit we all are. It's the health concerns, the weather, the water usage. If built, the facility would consume as much electricity as we. So this is what was going on. And now guess what? The land has been torched. Specifically, the houses, the trees have been cooked from the inside. I'm not kidding you guys. We've shown you how this works. We've been to Lahaina. We showed you guys how that works. That it's a microwave effect. That's why you have leaves on the outside but burnt inside. It's a microwave. That's just how the direct energy works. We're not telling you conclusively that we've solved the case. We're telling you that nobody's working on solving the case. They're working on protecting the global elite that's responsible for this. That's what they're doing over at CNN. That's what they're doing over at MSNBC now and later and Fox News and all the rest in between. So we had to do our own work on this. And we have to ask the questions that these residents are screaming about and never get freaking heard. And it's never too soon to look into it. You want to look into it right away. And that's why we have to be here to give you guys top censored news of the week. Okay, guys, let's get on. We have more show for you right now. We'll just do this quickly. So make sure we're all good here. All right, we're all in place. And we're ready for, because I think we got some more breaking news, guys. This has been a show of breaking news today. Let's go ahead and help us with the next breaking news story. We'll bring them right back in. Here we go, guys. You know them, you love them. Please welcome back to the show, Jay Scott.
What's going on, Matt? Happy Thursday, man. I did not even tune into the podcast. Did not know you were wearing all black today, man. So, great minds, I guess. So,
I think that black is definitely appropriate as we're calling today's show boiling point. So it's not just, I mean, we could have wore red for that heat gauge, but ultimately what happens, it all turns to black once you're cooked.
Yeah,
it's black.
Very true.
So we're all being cooked, and we've surpassed that boiling point. And
unless we hop out the pot, there's still time to hop out the pot. Or by hopping out the pot, I mean go to DC, shut that shit down peacefully, not running into the Capitol, just peacefully demonstrating that we're tired of this bullshit. So yeah.
So I want to get to this breaking news right away, but first I'm just going to throw out to you. I wasn't able to text you about this, but I know we got 3 stories to do. I want to get through all these with you. So I'm gonna have to go through. It's got a lot of screen sharing today. So if there's any issues, just help me out and
I'll cover for you while you got to pop in and out. So you're good.
If that happens, or even just me like putting up the right clip, because I did not preset these as well, but I trust you. I trust you as my trusted partner in what do you, I don't even know. We got a couple.
Co-host, man. Your co-host. Come on now. I got
my co-host. Yeah. I trust my co-host helping us guide these stories today. But we gotta before we get to the big 3, there's yet another breaking news that we were tuned into. You showed this to me this morning, Jay, and this broke last night. And things are moving so fast. I don't think so many people understand how bad it is when we're talking about pharma. And I know a lot of people have been talking about Fauci, and we covered that earlier, the Fauci hearings, and he's getting held in contempt, and that's great. That's awesome. But people might have missed this one. So this just happened, I think late last night. Let me play in the breaking news intro, and we'll let you guys know what happened. Here we go. We have some breaking news here on the homeless left. Apparently, the FDA now has officially approved Moderna mRNA flu vaccine, as we call it here on the homeless left, gene therapy. But I guess you can call anything a vaccine these days, right, Jay? I mean, that's the whole point. You can just change definitions. But make no mistake about it, the current administration that's run, particularly HHS Secretary RFK Jr., who controls all these, or apparently controls them all. That's remained to be seen. But on paper, he's in charge. And nonetheless, the FDA made this approval. Let's look at what actually happened here. So this is Moderna, and this is from the New York Times, that so the FDA has approved this. They're calling it the first mRNA flu vaccine. That implies that there's more coming. Ooh, I can't wait. Enabling a faster way to target particularly dangerous strains. So we went and found a little more of this from The Guardian, who's telling us, this is great. Oh my God. So the technology behind, so they're telling us what we already know, and this is a problem. They think this is good news. The mRNA technology behind Moderna's COVID vaccine reaches the flu. And so it's called mFluiza. The vaccine for older people is first made with mRNA platform key. It was key to ending the coronavirus pandemic. Oh, really now?
Without that, we still would have been in our houses, man. We wouldn't have been able to go outside. We would have had to protect ourselves from the sun and the breeze and every other human being if it wasn't for those gene therapies, man. Genetic therapies. I don't know what it's called, but yeah.
Whatever they call, thank God they rolled those out for us, Jay, because you're right. We would still be in 2 weeks to slow the curve lockdown right now. Make no mistake about it. Yeah, so the FDA, they approved this. It's a new kind of flu vaccine for older people, the first made with this technology, as we said, key to ending as they're telling us, key to ending the we call it a pandemic. Anyways, whatever you want to call it, it's called mFluiza. It's intended for 50 and older. Other brands of flu shots already have begun arriving in pharmacies ahead of the fall vaccination season. Wow, they're still pushing this season, vaccine season. Everyone, vaccine season. Moderna said late on Wednesday that it expected some of its new versions to be available as soon at selected retailers. So Moderna's based in Cambridge, Massachusetts. They granted full approval. This is RFK Jr. granting full approval for the use from 50 to 64 based on a study by 40,000 people that found the new shot reduced flu cases by about 27% compared to another routinely used flu vaccine brand. Oh, really? Well, that sounds promising.
Yeah.
Right?
Because remember, you got to compare it to another shot. You can't compare it to a placebo. You always have to compare it to another shot. Yeah.
So people 65 or older, the biotech and pharmaceutical company said, so the FDA granted what they're calling accelerated approval for the shot, and that fits Trump's legacy of Operation Warp Speed. It's all about
science,
speed.
Matt. They got to move at the speed of science. They already set the tempo. You can't slow down now.
No.
It went so great the last time. There's no reason to slow down. Come on, Matt.
Speed of science. I love it. This is what everyone voted for. So based on a smaller study showing it generated a strong immune system response compared with an existing high dose vaccine for seniors, while it conducts an additional. And that's always nice that you can get it out on the market and then conduct more studies just in case you don't have enough studies. You got to do So it's called post-marketing study. Oh my God.
Well, we're in an emergency right now, Matt. The flu is going to start going around again. And, it's definitely an emergency. So you got to rush it out there to help people before we all start dropping like flies. And, if you pull up like the breakdown of the side effects, that's actually in the next link. I think that is a key part, of this study, because the numbers are absolutely staggering. Like, I have no idea, I know how it could have happened because Trump is completely bought by Big Pharma, but it's just crazy to see this happening with RFK Jr., as the head, of HHS. So all the Democrats who were terrified that RFK was going to stop them, from getting their shots, no need to worry, guys. He's making sure Pfizer and Moderna gets their checks. So
yeah, well, I'll bring up the Nicholas Holster one in a second. I think I just want to finish. There was a little more on this one that the data showed no major safety issues. Mm-hmm. Oh, really? Although the shot did cause some temporary. Oh, it did cause some temporary reactions. It didn't have any long-term reactions, Jay. You know why we know that for a fact? Because we don't study long-term reactions. So that's why we can put a big fat zero long-term reactions, but short-term, yes.
Yeah, that's how it works. That's how it works in America. They can give it to you and put it in your food until you prove to them that it's poisonous. So after you're dead, you can sue them from the grave, and the free market will make sure that it's safe. Right? That's how the free market, helps.
That's how it works. And I love that they admitted here. The Guardian admitted that these temporary short-term reactions were actually more occurred more than with today's flu shots. They had to let us know that. Yeah, it got a little worse, but don't worry, guys, you're all good. Again, zero long-term consequences because we didn't study that part. All right, so the FDA action comes after a highly unusual public dispute over this drug earlier this year. And then at that point, so earlier this year, it was blocked. There was an FDA official who blocked the company's application. And that was under the, I guess, I remember when people got excited, RFK Jr. stepping in and stopping this. But guess what happened days later? The agency changed course after Moderna publicly challenged the ruling. So everybody loves to celebrate when RFK Jr. wags his finger and says, no, don't do that. And then fast forward a few days, they do it anyway. And that's what happened. And here you go. And here's your drug. And it's ready to hit the market.
I'm sure RFK is going to do a nice podcast episode about it to, tell us, about everything going on. Whatever happened to that podcast, man? I haven't heard a single thing about it. Wasn't he supposed to be exposing these guys? Of course, never mind the fact that he can do something about it. Isn't he supposed to at least be doing some exposure? I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen too much exposure happening since he made that big announcement. So.
I think what happened is that he just made the podcast too fast, right? Because he was moving at the speed of science. So he already wrapped. It's done. It's out. It's gone. So I think we missed. We blinked and we missed it. Sorry, Jay. We should have been paying attention because they moved fast. Now, Mary, I don't know if you shared this one as well, but I attached this to the news article that Mary Talley Bolden wanted to basically called out this stupid study. And said that, look, this study is BS. It's not. They didn't use a true placebo, and that's how they're able to say that they had 2% of the participants received the mRNA versus 2.8% who received the traditional flu shot, and then that's where you get the side effects.
Develop the flu.
Yeah. So the hospitalization and death were not reported, of course. So why would they report? They never report. That's the whole point. And this is them going further now and saying, guess what's coming next? So you guys know what's coming next is now you have a combo. Let's just combo them up, COVID and flu together. And they're going to say that outperforms current vaccines in large trials. So they're just going to keep doing this, and people are going to keep falling for this. So just people know that's what they have coming next. And then I just want to put, this is from Makis, William Makis, who says, cancer business is going to be booming for many, many years. If you thought COVID-19 vaccine-induced turbo cancer was bad, you haven't seen anything yet. Stay far away from anyone who takes this new approved Moderna vaccine. They will shed for at least a month. Oh, that's good advice, man. That's good. That's really good. And it is a reminder, and then we'll get to the next one. Just reminder that Trump has been on board with this from the beginning. This is what he said in his first term. I hope everybody remembers when they're getting their COVID-19 vax that if I wasn't president, you wouldn't be getting that beautiful shot for 5 years at best, and probably wouldn't be getting it at all. So we'll remember
5D chess, Matt. 5D chess.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We'll remember that for sure. Well, let's get to this next one you shared. This is from, and we've been covering, Nicholas Holster's been doing some fantastic work in this area. So this is the approval. The FDA has approved this first ever flu shot that's gene therapy, despite 75.3% adverse reaction rate. So that's the correct adverse reaction rate that they're not reporting on.
Yeah.
So, and that's
just remember how they said in the Guardian article that there were more adverse reactions to this flu shot versus, the old type that they were using before.
Yeah, they downplayed that
part. On purpose, left that number out because they realized how crazy that sounds. That means 3/4 of the people who took this experienced a bad reaction to it. But nothing to worry about, Matt. Just roll it out. Speed of science, man. It's an emergency. We got to get it out there ASAP.
Yeah. Can I ask anybody that signs up for this trial? Are you effing kidding me? Are we really? There's people raising their hand for this. Are you in need of $200 for ruining your life? What the F?
We're in echo chambers, Matt, and I don't there's so many people who don't still understand to this day that I'm not saying this happens in everyone who took it, but in a fair number of the people who take these mRNA shots, not only does it go all over your body, but your body doesn't get rid of it, and it continuously produces the spike protein or whatever protein it is that mRNA is causing your body to create. So, it doesn't work the way they told us it would work in a lot of people. And we know that because they found the coronavirus spike protein in a lot of these cancers that have been popping up when they look for it. Because guess what, Matt? They can't afford to look for it every single time. They can only afford to do the science and look for it at certain times. And every time they do it, they realize that the spike protein is present in a lot of these people, in vaccinated people. So, when that guy, William Makis, said that cancers are about to spike, what he was talking about is the fact that spike protein that gets created by the mRNA injections is going all over the body, causing havoc. And that's just one of the ways. That's not even getting into the SV40 contamination that goes along with all of these mRNA shots, because the manufacturing process is different for mRNA technology than the former technology they were using in vaccines before, and it allows for more contamination in the shots. That's why you have the known carcinogen SV40 present in this mRNA tech. So mRNA technology simply is not safe. It's not worth it. It doesn't work. It defeats the purpose. And, in the video, he's just breaking down, because he's a scientist, what I said just now. So.
In a dark day for Maha, the FDA just approved Moderna's first ever mRNA flu shot. I looked at the FDA briefing documents that they approved it for. 75.3% of participants suffered an adverse reaction. Severe systemic reactions were 4 times more common in the mRNA group compared to the comparator group, which was not a placebo group, was another flu shot, a high-dose traditional flu shot. So we have a 75.3% adverse reaction rate, a 4 times higher severe systemic reaction rate, and 0 placebo groups. And the FDA approved it anyways for adults over 50. This is a grave disappointment, and they remain fully captured. Our regulatory agencies are fully captured.
Yeah. For anyone watching this who doesn't believe him, just go look up the percentage of funding that the FDA gets from the companies it's supposed to be regulating. It's like having the mafia pay the police to enforce the law. Like, this is exactly how our regulatory agencies work. They're being paid by the people that they're supposed to regulate, but it's framed as, I guess, efficient taxation. Like, like, I don't know why they think that's appropriate, but that's the situation we have. So,
yeah. All right. Well, I think Dr. Mary Talley Bowden, I ran the numbers on, and this is if people actually want to go buy this thing. Just understand that it's also a profit game. I mean, clearly, obviously, it's a profit game.
I'm pretty sure they're giving it out for free a lot of the time.
Are they?
But this is what the pharmacies
are
paying for, and the government also, I'm pretty sure, subsidizes this a lot of the time. So they get money. Our taxpayer dollars are going to the pharmacies to distribute this. But this is how much the companies themselves are receiving for this poison that they're injecting in people. So
wow.
So yeah, so that looks like what, like 8 times as much or something like that. So, you know, pretty good money. I'm telling you, man, these drug dealers, they're making a lot of money nowadays. So,
you know, I gotta say, Jay, we learned a lot from COVID. We learned about how the money trail works in pharma. We learned about how on a memo where it says you'll be getting help with COVID. If you have X amount of people on ventilators, you'll be getting this amount of money sent to you because you need it. And we look at language, you go, those are not only incentives, those are bribes. So you look at the bribe element, you guys, oh, and then everything starts making sense. So we learned a lot from that time, right? We learned about how pediatricians get paid every shot they give a kid. We learned about, you know, and back to the ventilators. I mean, each one of those were $30,000 per ventilator. And you tell people this, and they don't exactly say, I think at first they think it's not true, but then when you show them it's true, they always seem to defend it like that's not, that they need that money. Like they don't, so people don't know how money works. They don't know how capitalism works. They don't know how bribing and incentivizing sickness works. And once you get that, so like you just said, this amount, now this isn't $30,000 per ventilator, but what this is incentivizing, right? It's incentivizing, sell as many as you effing can.
Exactly. And just to add some context to what you said just now, the ventilators, for people who don't know, like a lot of the nurses, and now as they go back and look at what happened, they are pointing out that the ventilators actually fastened or sped up the decline, like of people when they had COVID. You would have people who had a little bit of trouble breathing, but, you know, were still kind of all there, and they would just throw them on the ventilator, you know, and once they did that, it was like a death warrant for a lot of people. So, you know, if you're getting financially incentivized to do bad procedures, not just that, but also remdesivir. They knew remdesivir didn't work. They knew it killed people, and they gave people that instead of something that was benign and actually worked, like ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. And just one tiny little caveat on the pediatric vaccines you mentioned, they don't get paid per, well, actually, is it per vaccine? They have to hit a percentage threshold of their payments, right? So if you're a doctor, 75%, I believe, of your patients that come in have to stick to the vaccine schedule for you to be eligible to bonuses. So that means if you have parents who have questions, you got to get rid of them real quick, because if you fall below that percentage point, all of your vaccine bonus goes away. How are you going to pay your bills after that?
So this is the language. It's the same. This is sales. So sales, you can semantic all you want about how you want to look at it. But when you go into a sales job, you know you have to get on the phones and make those cold calls, and your team manager writes on the whiteboard before to incentivize. You have to get X amount of sales of this stupid you're gonna sell a phone service. You're gonna sell. If you get to this many by 3 o'clock today, you're gonna get this. So then you do the math and you say that means every yes is worth this. And if I don't get, I have to get all the yeses, and then I get the check. So yes, you're getting paid per sale, and there's however you look at it. However, you get them another vax, you're making a certain amount of money, and every echelon you get the bonus.
Worse than that, because like if you have 70% of the kids that go to your practice vaccinated, you get nothing. You have to hit a certain percentage, like of all of your patients who are, you know, keeping up with the vaccine schedule to get that bonus. That
So if
the
they don't
insurance
keep up,
company
you're
puts
you're
out.
getting
So
docked. You're
it's
getting
even
penalized.
worse than
You're
what you're
getting
saying.
penalized if you don't
Yeah.
keep up your
Exactly.
standard. And that's and that so we know sales companies do that. They make they put the pressure on their worker that you and they say, yeah, you're gonna get fired. We have to make some cuts. We're gonna make some cuts around here. And you got to be up at the top echelon of sales, or the only, and that's how it is in the mortgage industry. When you sell third mortgages to people that don't need them, you got to hey guys, hey, you're not getting any. Hey, you didn't close anything this month. We're gonna have to get someone in here that knows how to close. And so, again, back to what we learned about COVID is that it wasn't unique for COVID. It wasn't like because people were scratching their heads, going, "Wait a minute, you're saying that doctors didn't care that ventilators were killing people and that remdesivir was killing people and that ultimately vaccines were, they just took the money." Yeah, they didn't care. Well, why would they all of a sudden behave that way? Well, they were always behaving that way. It was always, we just figured it out now. So now we know, but they didn't just change. They didn't just become assholes overnight. This is the Western medicine machine. This is the Rockefeller controlled Western medicine. It's privatizing. You're privatizing sickness and death, and you're incentivizing sickness and death with product. We know this. This is crazy. It's crazy that Democrats don't get behind this as one of their values. It's effing nuts to me, man.
Well, you don't understand, Matt. You see, corruption affects everybody in the world but scientists. They're immune to it. So, you know, you can never have a corrupt scientist. It just doesn't work, man.
Great point. It's the only reason to sign up for medicine, and never mind the big fat paychecks. We know it's only lawyers those are the assholes. They do it for the doctors, and they don't do it for the incentives. They do it for humanity. Yeah.
Yep. Police, politicians, every other part of our society can be corrupt, but scientists, they're all good. So no need to worry, Matt. We're in good hands.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we're moving on here. At least a couple super chats. Got to get to just a few of them here, and we'll get to more of you guys later on this. Let's see here. We got.
Yeah, Citizen had tagged me on Twitter, and he asked me to make sure you read his super chat for me. I don't know if you read it already, but
no, I've read it. Did he say which one particularly? Because I
didn't say which one. He just said the one for me. I don't know if there was one for me out there or not, but
let me see if we see one with you mentioned here. Are you sure that wasn't from Tuesday's show? Because I did read that one on. It might have been.
I don't know. Maybe.
Don't
worry.
That's all good.
Remind the Citizen. We'll get to it on the next round.
Sure. We'll get to it. This probably wasn't it. We got to put this one up anyways. Citizen, thanks for the super chat. The days of juice lawfare versus Americans is over. Juice lawfare. I got to do a little thinking here. Juice war.
He gives us riddles, man. He gives us riddles sometimes. I'm not sure what he means by that. I'm not. Yeah.
The days of juice lawfare versus Americans is over. Juice lawfare.
Oh, I know what he's talking about.
Okay, what is it?
He's talking about the Zionist influence. You could say. Like on our politics. So yeah,
the juice. Of course,
the juice. Yeah.
Because we're worried that they might red flag our channel and start shadow banning us. Oh, wait a minute, they already did that. But thanks for we get it. We get the reference. Thanks for that, Citizen. All right, cool. We'll get to here's one more from Chris. This is thank you so much, Chris Shipley. Non-voters are the majority. The problem and the solution.
Shout out to Chris, because so many people don't vote because they believe politics is bullshit, and they're right to a large extent. So if you find a way to mobilize those people along with the independents, like, it's an easy landslide. So that's why we got to maintain hope. People can fix the system if they really get engaged. We just got to show them a better future is possible. So I agree with you, Chris. Great comment.
Yes. And I do see some other great ones. We'll get to those after the next segment here. But I think it's time to do some World War III watch. We have some Iran updates here. And I know, Jay, you loaded up the doc here for us. So I'm just going to set them up. And you guide this one for us, okay?
Gotcha.
We'll do it like that. Okay, let me play. You guys love this one. I like this one. This is a fun one. But let's just face it. It's already. We changed that tagline. It used to be. World War III watch. Let's just face it. It's going to happen. And I go, that's already started. We changed it to it's already started. That's why okay. Anyways, here we go, guys. World War III watch. It's World War III watch. Let's just face it. It's already started. I'm Matt Weinglass on the Homeless Left here with co-host Jay Scott. Let's go ahead and bring up this Hormuz report. And Jay, if you could let us know, let's go ahead and read this through. This is breaking news from about Donald Trump here.
Yeah, so Donald Trump directly confronted Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth at Camp David for misleading him about catastrophic U.S. missile shortages, according to the Washington Post. The U.S. Army fired more than 1,300 tactical ballistic missiles at Iran during the war at Hegseth's order, U.S. official to Washington Post. Trump reportedly questioned Hegseth to know why he was led to believe the problem had been resolved, as military commanders warned the Pentagon's munitions stockpile is dangerously low.
Wow.
Yeah. So the U.S. Dangerously low. The numbers are devastating. 80% of THAAD interceptors gone, 65% of Patriots expended, and virtually all of the ATACMS and PRSM used. At current production rates, rebuilding will take years. So, but it's really important we bring up the next tweet before we comment on that, because I want people to see how Trump is hot and cold at the exact same time. Because President Trump says reports that U.S. is low on missiles are false, and the leakers of these treasonous statements will face long-term jail sentences. The U.S. has massive amounts of munitions. He wants us all to know. So don't blame him that everything's fucked up and we're getting our ass beat by Iran. But no, that's a lie. We're still winning. So he's trying to have it both ways at once. Yeah. So it's absolutely amazing how he doesn't realize how he contradicts himself in every other sentence. It's hilarious, to be honest with you. So
now I know a lot of MAGAs were patiently waiting. They were getting excited. They're like, Trump says a deal is happening. I think the timeline he had said, these are he's just making shit up, talking about phone calls. They called me. They begged for a deal. I think that was supposed to be today. So I'm wondering where's the deal? Because
there's a deal. There's a deal, Matt. Go to the next tweet. I'll show you the deal. I'll show you the deal.
Okay. All right. All right. Here we go.
So here's the deal. Iran is demanding a fee of 7% on all commercial ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz, with Chinese and Russian vessels exempt from the fee, while Oman is discussing smaller fees of around 3%, and the U.S. wants no fees at all, per Reuters and an Iranian source. A senior Iranian official says the proposed deal gives Iran control over ships entering the Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz, and is, quote unquote, one of the biggest concessions yet to Iran, meaning, quote, the war is launched by the United States and Israel in February and has resulted in a major shift in the balance of regional power in Tehran's favor.
Oh my God.
So is that the end of the tweet? That might be the wrong one. So, So another Iranian source cautions, however, the devil is in the details, and that a single tweet from Trump could cause the whole thing to collapse. But you missed one because Iran, it was the one before that. Iran negotiated this actually without America even at the table, because they are negotiating. They're just not negotiating with America. They're negotiating with Oman, so who's on the other side of the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know if you saw that one over there, but
no, this is the one.
That is the one. Oh well, I probably got it messed up. But
okay, but we have this one that you had next. This is funny, right? I mean, it's like, here we go.
Oh yeah, and so Iran Parliament is reviewing a bill to ban U.S. And Israeli vessels from transiting the Strait of Hormuz. So
that sounds like guys that were like calling up the phone and begging Trump, please make a deal, please. That's what that. Oh my God, how do you? Well,
yeah.
Okay.
So a deal is happening. We're just not involved in it. That's all that is. We're not involved in it at all. And they're pointing out how a tweet from Trump could actually wind up derailing the deal they already have in place, depending on like what he says in that tweet. So yeah, it's actually hilarious, like watching this whole thing play out. So and if you go to the next tweet, you'll see they're actually not just talking about that, they're already acting on it. Because this I don't know if this should be classified as breaking news or not, but we just had the breaking segment, but this happened about an hour ago. So Iran has just struck 2 hostile targets in the Strait of Hormuz, with the likely targets being the tankers of Nissos Kia and Nissos Keros that were transiting via the Omani U.S.-backed corridor under U.S. escort, and AIS switched off in the past hour per Tasnim. Iran adds the achievements of this operation by our brave forces will be announced to the public in the coming hours. So the U.S. is running ship escorts through the southern corridor, while Trump simultaneously claims that he is close to a deal that will open the strait entirely. So they struck U.S. ships, long story short, that were trying to go through the strait. So they're not just talking about it, like they are about it. Like they are letting people know no U.S. and Israeli ships, and everyone else has to pay a fee to go through, except for Russia and China.
And then this is another one that came in. I guess I'm thinking this is also was very in the last couple hours. I know we could do a breaking news on this one, right?
Yeah, for sure. So Iran rejects reports that the Oman-Iran agreement is final, adding that even if it is finalized, the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz is separate and contingent on the U.S. implementing the following commitments. A source close to the negotiating team tells Fars it's supposed to lift its naval blockade, lifting sanctions on Iranian oil, petrochemical products, and gas exports, releasing of all Iran's blocked funds, ending the war in Lebanon, which of course is being perpetrated by Israel, accepting Iran's right to collect maritime fees on every ship. Iran states that once the U.S. implements these commitments, the Strait of Hormuz will open under full Iranian sovereign control when the parameters we just discussed would actually take into effect. So they're saying we have to do all that before the fee we just discussed would even be, open to being applied. So Iran adds the U.S. violated the original Islamabad MOU, disrupting established traffic flow in the strait through military attacks, a naval blockade, and preventing access to Iran's blocked funds.
Well, see, now this to me is the weirdest part of all, because we know that MOU was signed months ago, and we know that we broke that MOU immediately. That was a 14-point plan. I guess these are either the highlights or the ones they're focusing on, but we know that from what I remember, Jay, the first number of that MOU, the very first one, and an MOU, just to remind people, MOU is just a memorandum of understanding. It's not an actual contract. It's not a deal. It's saying we understand that these are the bullet points that will be part of the deal. It's like a term sheet. We have those in Hollywood. It's a term sheet that in order to get the investors' money, these are the things we agree on. Everyone sign on that we have the intention. It's like an LOI, a letter of intent. So, exactly. but the point is the number. I'm looking at number 4, end the war in Lebanon. This is where Israel. This is why it was weird that Israel wasn't part of the negotiation, because they're the ones that are conducting the land grab and ethnic cleansing right now in southern Lebanon, and they're having viewing parties in Tel Aviv while they're watching it happen. And this was number 1 on the MOU. This was the number 1 thing. Was not that they're in order of prior, but it's like if you open the thing, it was like stop bombing Lebanon. Oh, you're going to keep doing that? Then I guess no need to read the rest of it. So here we are. Fast forward a few months, and what do we have here? We have the reminder that these things have been broken and aren't being done. And I guess these are like with the top 5 of this of those 14, or they're not all listed, but none of these are happening.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I think, they probably realize now that the U.S. had no intention on, keeping the promise of all the points it supposedly agreed to with the MOU, because we don't keep our deals, Matt. Like, whenever we negotiate with people who are supposed to be, our competitors or our rivals, we break the deal every single time. We have no intention on keeping it. So I think what they're trying to do is apply more pressure to the U.S. to at least do those things before they open it up. Now, in reality, is it 100% guaranteed that they won't, start charging fees and allowing stuff to pass through? If the U.S. doesn't do that, maybe not, because what people don't realize is, yes, China is backing up Iran to help it defend itself, but China also doesn't really want the Strait of Hormuz shut down completely indefinitely, because that will tank the world economy. And they are, dependent not just on oil that comes from those Gulf countries, but also on the world actually functioning properly, because they're an export dependent, economy. So if there's a global recession or a global depression and everything tanks, that hurts China internally too. So, and it is likely they are being pressured from China to hold up. But in the meantime, they're using this as leverage, at least to try to pressure the world to, get America to do the right thing and at least implement some of what was happening in the MOU. So we'll see how it goes. And honestly, there is a chance, I think, that we agree to those things at least before the elections and at least before the ChatGPT and Anthropic IPOs.
All right. You tagged one more on here from Shannon Joy. You want me to do this one?
Yeah, I think so. It's important because we should know what's going on in the background and why, of course, we should pay attention to these negotiations and hope for the best. But it does seem like, they are preparing, for the worst, for a full-scale invasion. So
government simulation. You're saying there's the simulation. She's comparing this to Event 201.
Yeah, and she might be using strong language because they don't always result, in implementation, but a lot of the time it does, because Event 201, I know we covered that a lot over here. A lot of people heard about it, but that was a coronavirus simulation at Johns Hopkins, which laid out the pandemic response 6 months before the actual COVID lockdowns, and it happened the exact way that they predicted it would. Inside that simulation. So Shannon does a great job breaking it down. So I don't know if you want to play that video. It's only about a minute long. Yeah.
We can play the breakdown. I'm just going to say, I think her word choices are actually accurate, because she's actually saying when you look at implementation and you rewind, you always see a simulation.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So simulation always precedes
implementation.
So that's not, she's not actually saying every simulation leads to implementation, but every implementation was preceded by a simulation, and that's 100% correct. So let's look at
Military Times article that,
let me get this on the full screen here. Here we go.
it was a Military Times article that laid out the imminent simulation of a massive nationwide draft as things heat up in Iran and talks of American boots on the ground begin to expand. Now, as we have learned in recent years, the simulation is often the precursor to the implementation. If any of you remember Event 201, 6 months before the most disastrous worldwide lockdowns in human history, the COVID-19 lockdowns, they simulated a lockdown scenario regarding a deadly worldwide coronavirus in a 3-day simulation at Johns Hopkins University in October of 2019. Social distancing, massing, vaccination, quarantine, lockdowns of businesses, essential versus non-essential. All of it was laid out in a very clear simulation 6 months before it ever happened. That should give all of us a clue as to when the government begins to simulate this is when we need to begin to activate. Because, honestly, if we can predict what the ruling class has in store for us, we do have some time to organize accordingly. And our response, my response, as a believer in the Constitution of the United States of America, a believer in liberty, and also a believer in our natural rights, I think that a draft is a violation of natural rights in and of itself, should never have happened. But our response to any draft simulation, at least today, should be swift, and parents across this country should be ready to mobilize and cut this off at the knees to send a clear message to Donald Trump and this administration.
Yeah. Wow.
I agree. It's hard to argue with anything she said over there. The draft starts out targeting young men. I believe it's anywhere from 18 to 25 or something like that. And as we saw in Ukraine, if those people wind up dying, then it starts moving up in age. Then they start drafting people older than that, until I guess either the war is fully lost or they run out of money. So, and they're also targeting specific careers, like engineers. The Army needs tons of engineers and that type of thing too. So depending on your career, you may also be, on that draft list. So I'd encourage people to go look at what happened in that simulation, and, to recognize that even if you're not on the first round of people who are going in, you might be on another round coming up too. And also, I want to encourage everyone out there never to do drugs, but I just want to let people know that if you have marijuana in your system, you're ineligible to go in the Army. So don't do drugs. I just wanted to announce that for anyone out there listening to this. So
yeah, so that might ruin your day if you don't get that opportunity. But just keep that in mind. I like that advice to not get high if you're looking to join the U.S./Israel military, because they're one and the same.
Stay away from that devil's lettuce, guys. Stay away from it. So
yes, exactly. All right, moving on here. Let me get a couple more of the super chats, and then we'll get to the next story here. This is what another one from Citizen. I think yes, this is from Citizen J. Catholics super chat. Lawfare equals Dersh suing Morandi. The lawsuits. Yeah. Well, yeah, of course. Okay. Got it. We got the juice. We understand the juice, and this. Yes, there's we've had enough of it. And this Catholic super chat is right here. Let me grab that one real quick, and then we'll get to the next story. Thanks again, Citizen. We always appreciate the super chats and the engagement. You misread Catholics, guys. We have PDF priests, but we ain't fanatical. Bible for Catholics is a moral guide to enter heaven. To enter heaven. We don't worship the fake stuff.
And I want to be clear. I definitely believe the overwhelming majority of Catholic people out there are good people. I believe most of my heroes personally happen to be Christian, a couple Muslim heroes out there. So I don't ever believe that all the followers of a particular religion are bad. At the end of the day, some of the things the Pope is saying right now, I definitely agree with. But, some of the things Trump said during his campaign, I agreed with too. Like when he said no more foreign wars, I agree with that. That don't mean I trusted him. So does that mean I hate every single MAGA voter? No, absolutely not. So I just encourage people to look up the history of the Catholic Church, look up the fact that the Rothschilds got their money, by being bankers for the Catholic Church, and just also, consider the influence that they've had all over the world, particularly the role they played in the colonization of Africa. So I don't blame the average Catholic today, like for that. Obviously, that would be crazy. I'm just saying the institution itself, I'm not really a big fan of personally.
Yeah. Got it. Definitely understand that. All right. Actually, let's just do a couple more. This was from Snorky. I have been buying 50 rolls of toilet paper every 2 weeks to get ready for toilet paper shortage. worse than the COVID one. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Everybody went crazy. But I guess Snorky's saying that the toilet paper sourcing tree areas are on fire. Okay, well, it's good to be ahead of it. It's good to be ahead of it. But we know that's how the lockdowns work. That's the first thing that happens. People go crazy for the toilet paper.
You know, especially, you know, if you're not a single man and there's a woman in your house, you know, you better double up on that. Because I'll be honest, Matt, when I got into a relationship, my toilet paper bill like quadrupled like that. I don't know what women do in the bathroom, but they use so much goddamn toilet paper, man. But anyway,
that's true. Yeah. You gotta have extra. And Donald Duck's mom says, "Wow, you must have a ton of storage space." I guess you got it, Snorky. Thanks for that, both of you. Thanks for that, guys. All right, let's get on with the next story. Okay, so here's what we know. I'm gonna need you to walk us through this one, but you guys know that we cover a lot of these unexpected deaths, unexpected people just for no reason dying suddenly or whatever, however they report it. And it happens when it happens to young people. It's way more concerning for us. But the reason we're not doing this in a segment called We Know What It's Not is there might be something else to this one. So if you guys haven't heard of this guy, I'm just going to bring this up real quick so people can get to know him if they didn't know him. Well, he's no longer alive, but he's called a solar entrepreneur. His name was Joe Felz, and he had a sudden death, which has now left fans devastated. His death was announced on Monday by his business partner on social media. There he is with a thumbs up, which I guess he's not holding that thumb anymore. So here's what happened. So Felz was 40. He was known for content on off-grid living and practical construction. In a statement shared online, his partner said that Felz has left this earth and has finally found his free, and asked the public to give his family and loved ones space to process loss. And we hear that a lot when we see these sudden deaths about don't give us our privacy. We don't want to be engaging about questions, and we know what comes with that is conspiracy theories. We don't want to be talking about that with people. We just need time to grieve, and we get that, but we like asking these type of questions. So I'm going to pass it to you, Jake, because you seem to have looked into this one, and I didn't know who Joe was until this. But of course, we always get the red flag alert always goes up when we see these people die and they don't give us an explanation. So what's going on here? Actually, I just got a freeze. Let me come back in real quick. Give me a second.
Yeah, no worries. And while he's doing that, I think what's most important about his death is what was happening leading up to his death too. Of course, we need to get the details of exactly how he died, and I'm sure his partner will release that in due time. But in the weeks leading up to his death, he was actually going down a few very interesting rabbit holes, and I didn't get to post this link in there too. It's actually on my Twitter. I think it's like my my latest tweet, but he was actually posting videos of him being followed around by a black helicopter, like in the weeks leading up to his death. So I don't know if you remember the scene from Goodfellas when the guy saw the black helicopter, like all around, him at the end of the movie, and then it wound up being the feds. It kind of gave that exact same vibe, to be honest with you. So he was posting that, and then he was going down a few controversial rabbit holes, I guess you could say. So, the tweet I have pulled up just gives you a little example, of one of the things he was talking about. And I think, it's good to let him speak for himself, and then we can comment on it for sure a little bit. So
you said you had a tweet up?
No, it's the first one inside the document. So
I got this one. Okay, I had a reset after being
no worries.
But I think I got that one right here.
Yeah, and then while you're pulling that up, it's just circumstantial evidence, guys. If we're seeing that he was touching on some topics that are known to be controversial, I think it's worth looking at and asking what role him looking into some of these topics could have played in what happened to him. So
okay, well, here we go. This is the tweet. Here we are. This is Joe Felz dying at age 40. He collected these rare, sacred, hidden, and last editions of old and ancient books, and was in the process of scanning and uploading them as a free source on the internet. So that was the challenge, right? Is that you're uploading stuff that they don't want, right? Because we covered this earlier. Let me get to this. Yeah, we'll play the video here. But this clearly is a problem, right? For Palantir and for Anthropic has been shedding books like actively. We covered this on the show. So he's saying, no, I want to scan in this stuff. So these are books that included, wait for it, Masonic books and Bibles, the 1812 Bible, including the book of Esdras, Wisdom of Solomon, Apocrypha, and Psalms, the lost books of the Bible. Ooh, Conversations on the Bible, Encyclopedia of Witchcraft and Demonology, chronologizing the Inquisitions of Salem and the Salem witch trials. Wow. Ancient magic and magnetism and much more. And of course, these books show inconsistencies with the modern version of history and exposes many hidden secrets. He also created the free blueprints and online design tools to help his audience build their own off-grid power system without expensive corporate costs and with free energy. So he had an entire following he was help guiding them into how to be part of this resistant movement against the AI and the data collecting and the capturing of our everything, right? That was the whole point. So that's why he lucky for them, he's no longer here, right? Not that they had anything to do with that. Should you want me? I can play this clip from him. So if you guys are I'm just learning about this guy. It is absolutely tragic because it sounds like he was one of the people waking up in the morning and trying to make this world better, and now he can no longer do that. Let's hear directly from him.
This is the deepest rabbit hole on planet Earth. I've compiled a collection of Bibles that spans 90 years of history. 3 contain the Apocrypha, Bush-owned Family Bible, 1812. German Bible containing the Apocrypha, 1878. The newest edition of my collection, nobody's seen this one yet, an 1884 Catholic Bible, the first one in my collection, full of newspaper clippings. This is also a reference Bible with an entire section of information not found in a normal Bible. And then my favorite is this 1895 print, another reference Bible that contains biographies of the biblical translators. These books contain a ton of truth, but it's not all the truth, so I expanded my collection. These are the books that are going in my digital library. Ancient Magic, Magnetism, and Psychic Forces, L.H. Anderson, 1895. History of the Jew, Henry Mark Millman, 1866. History of Freemasonry and Concordant Orders by a Board of Directors, 1891. This one's going to be interesting. Taoist Yoga, Chi Su, 1980s. 17 Remarkable Vignettes in Papua New Guinea. My dad's book about his missionary work in Papua New Guinea. Heroes of European History, Louise Creighton, 1907. Another new edition. Physics and Physiology of Spiritualism, William Hammond, 1871. Am I a Jew or Gentile? Thomas Davies, 1893. The History of Freemasonry, Daniel MacDonald, 1898. The Earliest Gospel, Frederick Grant, 1943. Conversations on the Bible, Enoch Pond, 1889. Magnetism and Electricity, a lab manual by WMS Webb, MN States, 1930. 2-volume set, Original Teaching of Zoroaster, Marion Crawford, 1885. Given to me by a 33-degree Freemason, this is the Holman Bible, which is translated from ancient Eastern manuscripts. A very interesting Bible and an interesting translation. Research to find out more. Encyclopedia of Witchcraft and Demonology by Ursula Hope Robbins, 1959. People give me hell about this book, but it's part of history. 1967 World Almanac containing tons of economic statistics. Egyptian mythology. Original works of Flavius Josephus, William Wyston, 1872. The Outline of History, H.G. Wells, 1920. Night Scenes in the Bible, Daniel March, 1869. This is a trove of information littered with the breadcrumbs of truth. But remember that truth is like gravity. It does not care if you know what it is still applies. I figure if I put 2 centuries worth of print dates full of thousands of centuries worth of information online, we can finally figure it out.
Yeah, I just realized the tweet I had sent you. If you scroll down, there's actually another one, and we don't have to watch the whole thing again, but that was the one I meant for us to play in terms of the video. But that was good because it at least showed you, you know, like some of the things he was doing. But long story short, you know, in the video below, he started showing some of these Masonic books that he was collecting. And he was essentially saying, you know, that he agreed with some of the stuff they were saying. So he was asking, hey, do we have the Masons wrong or right? But long story short, what he was doing was putting up a lot of their work. Now, if you notice, Matt, like I actually just read a book from the current Grand Master of the Knights Templar, which, you know, I would argue is the parent organization to the Masons, right? And I said, yeah, I agree with a lot of the things that they say, but that's also how the best manipulation works, right? And the best lies work. They tell you a lot of things you'll agree with, and they bring you in with that, and then you get manipulated after the fact. And just because you know, they have, you know, some good tenets that they're supposed to live by, it doesn't mean that they're actually abiding, you know, by those tenets. You know, some of the people who go to church on Sundays, you know, like are heathens for 6 days out of the week or 6.5 days out of the week. And then when they're in church on Sundays, oh, they pretend like it's all good. So, you know, at the end of the day, you know, we just have to ask ourselves, why all the secrecy? You know, but what he was doing was he was exposing stuff that was supposed to be secret, which is why, you know, if you go to the next tweet,
I mean,
you know,
you say the next tweet, but there's a lot under this. So why don't I just scroll it and you just tell me where it is? Because I don't know what you're referencing.
So,
this is
you know, and by the way, his website is actually up. So I don't know if you want to show people his website, but it's you know, felzbooks, you know, .com. So yeah, right there. I'd encourage you guys to, you know, go check out his work. He's already uploaded a lot of the stuff. And, you know, one of the reasons why I believe people should do that is if you go to the next tweet, you know, the next link in the document, right, where I say he exposed the unexplained energy source before its death. One of the reasons why I think we do need to look at, especially some of the earliest parts in history, is because, you know, I think it's entirely possible that at one point in the past, humanity was actually more advanced than we realize. You know, and wait, yeah, exactly, right there. So if you check this out, this is super interesting. So this is one of the things he was doing down in Costa Rica.
Please explain this. There's nothing in here to make energy. Where is it coming from? We are looking at either frequency or magnetic energy. When I break contact, it goes away. ¿Qué tipo de pierde es este?
Simplemente es un cristal de roca, una tecnología avanzada.
¿Dónde es la energía? ¿De qué?
La pieza todo está codificado, son simbolismos de energía cuántica.
What I'm saying as an electrical professional is, where is the energy coming from? There's no battery here. This is a solid stone. And as soon as I touch it, it goes away. That means energy is being pulled out of the ambient environment. How is this emitting light right now with no battery, no cable, no nothing connected? You could really study these things for a long time. Oh, fuck. Sorry, I'm so loud.
Tienen 4 dedos, no tienen 5.
This is soft. I can't see the tool marks. It's still covered in dirt. ¿Dónde encontraste?
Es en México.
We're bringing a specialist to test the electromagnetic frequency.
I am that specialist.
Well, look at it jump.
It would be from the camera getting closer to it.
Back up some. What the hell? Look at it. Está cambiado. It is jumping all around. Low down there. 1 point. It's coming out of the third eye. Holy shit. What in the fuck? Yo voy a averiguar cómo se funciona. How free energy is flowing through this rock will be the way we get free energy from this earth. The way it was supposed to be. Probably could use a little help figuring out all this big brain and shit. I'm not as smart as I look.
Yeah, so just to summarize what you saw just now, you saw what looks like a statue that's carved specially for a spot to place like a crystal that goes along with the statue with no battery power, no visible wires or electricity running through it. But when you place the crystal down on this statue, it lights up. And none of them can explain it. The guy you saw who came in with the tattoos and all that, he's an electrical engineer, like, you know, so he's supposed to understand this stuff. And none of them can explain what's going on. So, you know, part of what Joe's work was, you know, was to expose the fact that he believed ancient civilizations were a lot more advanced in the past than we give them credit for. And maybe they had a different line of knowledge that we're completely unaware of right now. So imagine how dangerous that could be to the world, you know, if he was actually right about that. Because guess what? You know how we're all kind of being controlled and manipulated by the oil price?
Mm-hmm.
If you take away the need for oil, that does a whole lot of damage to the oil and to big oil. That does a whole lot of damage to their ability to control us, right? You know, if you can get free energy without going to them. So that was part of his mission, in addition to, you know, uploading all of these lost documents online. So even if that's a little too far down the conspiracy rabbit hole for you, you know, I would just encourage people to recognize the value in knowing what happened in the past and understanding people's perspectives from the past, because there's a reason why Anthropic is buying up all the books, uploading them, and then shredding them. Because what it does is that means Anthropic will be the only company that actually has access to the original file. So a certain group of people can access the original knowledge, but the rest of us just get whatever Anthropic says is the truth. So what he was doing was the opposite of that. So even if you don't believe ancient civilizations could have been advanced, I personally do, but if you don't believe that, just know there is value in understanding what happened in the past and people's perspective from that point in time.
All right. Well, I found one more thing which is weird, and this goes back to the original. I mean, I got questions, so we got to look more into this, man. Because I mean, the guy's he's in the hospital with his thumb up. They're not saying what actually happened. Was that a picture from something that happened in the last, you know, that happened overnight, the last couple of days? But when this was announced, and then we have this partner, Alexandra, who's saying respect our time, and we always know that's a red flag when we do our other set, right? When we do the, we know it's not. We always get that. We always get the nobody say anything. Let us have our privacy. So those are. I'm not getting any of that from the. I understand why they'd want him gone, but what is going on here when this is being reported now that this Alexandra, who is Alexandra? Well, it's Joe's partner who is now slamming false narratives, even though they won't provide any real narrative. Don't you hate that? I can't stand that. When a family member says, we're not going to tell you what happened, but stop asking. And then if you have a question about something that sounds like a conspiracy theorist, F you for having questions like that. But we're still not going to tell you anything. That's what it seems like to me. I don't know. It's irritating to me. What's going on here with the party?
I mean, I don't want to be too hard on her, because at the end of the day, if you're in the situation where, you know, someone really close to you, you know, has just been killed and you might think your life is in danger too, you know, maybe she's looking for a strategic way, you know, to come out and expose what happened. So I want to give her a little bit of grace, but what I would hope is that they do shed some more details on it, because at the end of the day, take steps to protect yourself, but then get justice, you know, like for your supposed partner, you know, who just passed away. So I would hope that justice is in the plan, even if maybe she wants to keep things cool, you know, while she gets her stuff in order. So,
well, that's why to see the slamming people rather than just stay quiet, just say, I want privacy. And then, but you're going out of your way to say, you guys suck. How dare you have questions about his work and how it would have benefited society and how it would have effed up these tech bros.
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, there are a lot of questions, like maybe he did take the shot, for all we know. It doesn't seem like it based off some of the things I've seen about him. And to be honest with you, I had no idea who he was until he died. So, I don't know for sure if that's what happened or if it was the shot who killed him or just something else, because people did die, before it, just not as high of a rates being so young. So, I will say, though, I agree with you. It's suspicious that she's instantly just like, no, don't say anything, but she won't explain any further. It would have been nice, if she would have given us a little bit of light on what happened. So.
Man, we saw that so many times with the vax injuries. We saw that. I'm trying to think of the celeb. You saw like Jamie Foxx with the whole how dare you say anything happened to him. It's and you're just like, you're hiding. You're being very secretive. You got some weird, like, we're just trying to figure out what's going on. Like, how dare you? And it's like, it's always the family members. They'll get all angry. Like, don't leave us alone. Right. Yeah. Anyway, but that's always a good, if you're not telling us anything, then people are going to wonder. And it's good. I think it's good to ask these kind of questions. And thanks for educating us, because I didn't know who this guy was. We'll look more into it. But clearly anything that's challenging, we got to be suspicious about anybody that's dedicating their life to challenging this technocratic takeover of any sort, or the Zionist takeover, or this Freemasonry takeover of the planet. I would absolutely be suspicious if they all of a sudden were no longer alive and there was no explanation.
And it wasn't just the Freemasons he spoke about, like I was watching a few of his videos, and obviously we have limited time, so I couldn't put everything up, but he was buying books, that were from Skull and Bones, like also too. So he wasn't hyper focused on one group. He was doing his best to get to the truth and just share information, as he came across it. And, as you pull up, that last video, or I don't know if you want to play it or not, but that's the one where he goes through some of the older versions of the Bible and just talks about how common the word Palestine is in those, and it's now been removed. So, I'm pretty sure I've mentioned it on the show before, but for those of you who don't know, every time a new version of the Bible gets released, which happens all the time, a lot of people are familiar with the King James version. Now there's what is it called, the New Living Testament or something like that. So they release new versions all the time, and they change words in it. So he has older versions of the Bible that have the word Palestine written all over it. And now what do we see happening? What's the narrative we see from Zionists today, right? Zionists will tell you that Palestine was never a real country. And, it was just a made up place, by some other Arabs who lived in the area who wanted to claim the land, of those folks. So, if you, scroll down, I believe that was the right. I don't know, but that's a summary, of some of the things that he was exposing. So it hurts the Zionist narrative that Palestine never existed, because they are doing their best to erase that from the history books. So
it's not letting me.
Yeah, sure, no worries. I mean, that may be, one of the topics, StreamYard and YouTube really don't want us to touch. So who knows? But
I can't click on it. It's going to disappear.
Bible that says Palestine is the Holy Land. 1895 reference Bible that says Palestine is the Holy Land. And then an 1812 print that contains a write-up on Judaism.
Palestine is the Holy Land.
If you look at what the Bible says, it seems that they're trying to erase Palestine. I want to read one excerpt for you. Palestine, which comprehends the ancient country of Canaan, was occupied by 9 tribes of Israel. Israel is a tribe. Its many advantages and happy situation induced the neighboring and powerful kingdoms to attempt its subjection. Most of them succeeded in reducing to obedience and slavery the peaceable inhabitants. They have treated the conquered with utmost barbarity, not sparing old or young, women or helpless children. 180 girls aged 7 to 12 were just blown up at a school in Iran. We all know that in the end times, God's chosen people will be persecuted nigh unto death. As I scan the Bible throughout the years, I can see they tried to erase it already. This is a 1950s translation. Isaiah chapter 15, verse 29, Philistia. Verse 31, Philistia. 1895 translation, Isaiah 14:29, Palestinia. 31, Palestinia. In 55 years, they changed the name. You can see it right here. Are we living in the end times? Let's look at the Bible. Prophet Amos is referring to the children of Israel right here. Though they climb up to heaven, thence shall I bring them down. And though they hide themselves in the top of Carmel, I will search and take them out thence. And though they be hid from my sight in the bottom of the sea, thence will I command the serpent, and he shall bite them. And I will set mine eyes upon them for evil and not for good. The Lord God of hosts is he that toucheth the land, and it shall melt, and all that dwell therein shall mourn. Look at what's going on in the Middle East right now. Think to yourself, did they get something twisted? Have they tried to erase God's chosen people from the history books permanently? Have they altered the Bible? Read the news and think. The answers are within you.
Yeah, so, just a key point, we should take from that is, according to that version of the Bible he was reading from, they said that the 9 tribes of Israel are currently living in Palestine. Like, that's what that version said. So you can understand why Zionists wouldn't want that narrative, right? Out on the internet. So.
Yeah. All right. Well, nothing to see here, though, Jay. That's the takeaway. Nothing to see here. Same old. 40-year-olds that live health conscious, they just die suddenly. Also, that's the other thing. So, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see here. We got one more here. Let's get into this one. So we've been talking about a third party movement, right? We've been talking about the active voices, a lot more coming from the right than the left. The left seems to align a lot of the times with the Green Party, and we understand that. There's people that are just locked in there and not necessarily on the left. They're not necessarily looking for a brand new thing to like dive into from scratch and say, we're gonna take what we have now, we're gonna reach across the aisle. That's another issue I think we have on the left, is they're not necessarily willing to say who also feels this way on the right. And so we see more of that on the right. And I think hopefully this can inspire more people. But let's look at the biggest voices right now, as we know. The ones that the top 4 we're hearing about, it's Tucker, right? It's Marjorie Taylor Greene, it's Thomas Massie, and then we'll throw a 4th name in there more recently. It's Joe Kent. Now, look, we've heard critique on all 4 of these, particularly Joe Kent. We know that there's people that are saying, look, a lot of this is going to be controlled opposition. So those are all of that is legitimate. Those are legitimate concerns, and we'll keep that in mind. But at the same time, when they get something right and they say the right thing and they connect the dots, the same stuff we know we've been saying, Jay, you have been saying, and Levi, and we understand We the People has been basically using the same messaging. And so it seems like they're onto something, at least what they're saying out loud. So right now we're going to look at this one from Dropsite, who tweeted out this. It's a long clip. We're not going to play the whole clip, but this is because they all they're having this discussion now. So here's what's going on. Joe Kent is saying that he and Tucker and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Massie are hoping to build a new political movement or third party built around opposition to the U.S. wars, AIPAC, and corporate money, with the initial goal. And this part kind of I'm going to get your thought on this, Jay. But the initial goal, I thought it was let's build it from the ground up. But apparently they want to fast track. The initial goal is to get a candidate for the 2028 presidential campaign. And you and I know that you can't just snap your fingers and have that be a successful plan, unless again it could be a little bit of optics and theater. But the sentiment is good. It's just what is going to come from this? Okay, so Cenk Uygur did an interview with Kent, and he said the group had met at Tucker Carlson's home in Maine after concluding that both parties repeatedly deliver another war in the Middle East over and over. It doesn't matter how the Americans vote. So we all know that. And then this idea that a 2028 presidential run is going to follow this with a down ballot races and acknowledging that ballot access hurdles may force them to run an insurgent candidate through an existing party instead. So there's a lot of things in play here. So one thing he says, we don't want Israel dictating our foreign policy. We can all agree on that. We don't want any more foreign wars. We can all agree on that. And we don't want to have to run a massive empire. Okay. So, well, let's get to some of the clip here. I'm not going to play this whole thing. It's a long one, but let's just hear some of this, and then we'll get your response here.
Photograph that emerged over the weekend, and you were in this picture. It was at Tucker Carlson's home. You're in there with Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massie, Tucker. What was this? There is word that you're all planning, as Marjorie Taylor Greene put it, a new political movement. Could this involve establishing a new party?
So that was yesterday. Today we're back together again on the Young Turks instead of Piers Morgan. So Joe, tell us, could it potentially be a new third party?
It certainly could. I mean, when I got together with Tucker, with Thomas Massie, Marjorie Taylor Greene, as we were just kind of comparing notes, most of us came to the conclusion that most Americans that we talk to, they're sick of the Republicans. They're sick of the Democrats. Now, most of us, have been in Trump world for quite some time. All of us kind of had our own, break, to put it politely, with the Trump administration. And even a lot of like hardcore Trump supporters right now, they feel very betrayed. I mean, one of the core tenets of President Trump's agenda was no more endless wars. We felt, I became a Trump supporter in 2016 when Trump went after Jeb Bush on the debate stage, because I served and fought in Iraq, lost lots of friends there. We have all come to our own conclusions that, look, this is not working. And the confines of the traditional Republican Party, the traditional Democrat Party, most people are just sick of that. And so we do think that there is, I would say, from, a lot of your viewers, from people who find themselves, more on the left, people who find themselves more on the right, we don't think the current political system is working just because of the results on the ground. No matter who we vote for, we get another war in the Middle East. No matter who we vote for, AIPAC and these major donors, most of whom most Americans don't even know, they dictate the policy that sends our best young men and women off to go fight and die in foreign battlefields. They make our taxes go up, and then they give us nothing back in return but more debt and more wars. And
okay, so we'll stop it there. But Jay, he's saying all the right stuff. Are you concerned that Joe Kent, as I would say, out of the four of them, he's the most criticized as far as being like this, the timing of him speaking out? I mean, he was part of the problem for so long, and then all of a sudden he has a problem with Israel. Like, he didn't have it before, now he does. But is this movement growing stronger because he's sitting at that table with Tucker and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Massie, or is this a red flag that he's now one of the strong mouthpiece of these four, or does it not matter because we already kind of felt that way when the three of them were already hanging out together and saying these things? What do you think? What's your gut telling you at this moment?
Yeah, no. So great question. First of all, I don't want to be too negative because the fact is, we know for sure we're not getting change from the Democrats and Republicans, right? So that for sure, we can, pretty much guarantee, because we've seen what that's like. They just play good cop, bad cop, and trade places. So what I would ask people to think about, right, is what is the mechanism behind this corruption? Why is it that, the Democrat and Republican Party are so easily corrupted? And I would argue, that's because of the centralization of power, inside those parties, right? That means even if you have a good person, who wants to run inside that party, and, he hinted, like I noticed in the original tweet, they hinted at the fact that they may just run through one of the existing parties. So which party are they going to choose? I don't know. But if they wind up choosing a centralized party, that runs the risk of just winding up putting us in the exact same position, because people can say whatever they want, like during the campaign, right? And the party, the executive power in the party is what decides whether or not you can hold people at least somewhat accountable, after they get into office, right? So if the power structure of the party is that it's centralized in the hands of a few people who were on an executive committee, all you have to do to control that party is control, like that executive committee. You got to bribe a small number of people, and then you can push that party in whatever direction you want. So that might mean the party self-sabotages itself. That might mean, to make sure it doesn't gain traction, or it might mean that the party just winds up doing exactly what you want it to do. There are multiple ways that they could do it, right? So, what I would urge people to do is to take the win that there are these high profile figures coming out and saying that, like, we cannot trust the Democrats and Republicans, but I would urge people to stop doing the exact same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And I would argue the key component, in why these parties are not successful, or the emerging third parties a lot of the time, is because they wind up being centralized. So, say for example, the libertarians, right? There's so much infighting, in that party, even though I agree with some of the things they say. And, they're so extreme sometimes, depending on the issue, that they wind up pushing people away. Like you have, many people in the Green Party who believe that taxes overall should be completely cut. And like SNAP and Medicare and all these programs should be completely cut. And you're not going to get traction as a party if you take away, programs that people are literally depending on right now, straight out the gate. So, and if you look at some of the Greens, for example, again, I agree with, a lot of their, economic platform, but not all of it. But more importantly, with the Greens, they have a little bit of an exclusionary, mindset about them, right? Like if you don't believe in every single, pro-trans and pro-LGBT policy that they've ever come up with, then they won't even let you inside the room. Like if you don't think that people who were born as men should be allowed to play in women's sports, then there's no place for you in the Green Party a lot of the time, right? So, at the end of the day, we have to figure out, how do we unite around some of these common issues? So will the party that, Tucker and MTG and, Kent, are proposing, and maybe even Cenk Uygur, is it going to be centralized? Or is it going to be decentralized? Or are they going to work with the party out there that's already decentralized and has ballot access in a fair number of states? Because they said they may look to work with an existing party. The We the People Party happens to be an existing party with ballot access in many states. Or are they going to just, try to start something new? So, I'm waiting to see more from them. And I'll take the help wherever it gets. But what I will say is, yes, if you have the platform that MTG, Thomas Massie, and Tucker have, you can run a presidential candidate. But I wouldn't want the focus to only be on the presidential candidate, right? Because what happens if you don't get the presidency? Then everything else is screwed, right? And
well,
there's
that's the red flag, is that it's saying that's their first order of business. I'm like, versus what? What is your second order? Like that should be the last. That's the last order of business.
So I'm going to be as kind to them as possible, right? Yeah. And I will say that a presidential candidate does put a ton of eyes on whatever it is you're doing, right? So if they were to put their voices behind a presidential candidate, but support a decentralized movement that's, say, united around a few common issues, then that could be a tremendously good thing, because the publicity that the party would get through the presidential candidate would empower the state and local races. But you can't have the emphasis be only on the presidential candidate. You have to explain to people, hey, there's a ton of money that's being used to funnel this corruption being handed out at the state and local levels. Like, part of the reason why the rich are able to funnel all this money into politics is because they keep giving themselves like all of these government contracts, like, and the money they get from these government contracts, they funnel back into the RNC and DNC, and they use that to corrupt the party to serving their best interests. So, you know, I agree with what you pointed out just now 100%. The focus can not only be that, but if they're going to expand on that and then say, yes, we're starting out with the presidential candidate, but we're using that momentum and the publicity to build up these state and local races, great. Now, do I expect that's what's going to happen? You know, like, I'll be honest with you. I do have serious questions about almost everyone who were at that table, but I want to be hopeful, and, you know, I want to let them prove me wrong. So I'm hoping they're looking into how decentralization can present people a different value opposition that doesn't have the same weaknesses as a centralized party.
Okay, so we have these, you get benefit of the doubt. You get a lot of eyes on you when you say we're going to come up with a candidate for 28. But they already have eyes on them. So for me, that's already a red flag that you're not going about the we the people methodology, which, as we know, hasn't been done before. That's why it's never been successful. We've never seen a successful third party movement because you don't have these things in place the way. So we're seeing it in the reverse order. And I think that's a massive red flag because you don't. Their problem isn't you don't have these guys. Okay, look. So here's the picture again, guys. And I know this looks really nice with Tucker's, very, very just like inviting home. It's all wooden and just nice. It's very, very inviting, right? This is a very inviting, area, and you got familiar faces that we've been rooting for, like Massie and. There's Tucker, all the stuff they've been through, and Marjorie Taylor Greene being pushed out, and Massie's on his way out, and Tucker got knocked out. So we're feeling it. It's a feeling. But with that said, with that feeling, their faces, this is enough. You don't have to be like, how are we going to get anyone to pay attention to us? You don't have to say, guys, the only way we're going to get people's attention is by putting a candidate out there as our first party. So they're going about it wrong. The second thing I would say is that because they have eyes on them, because they're having even more eyes now, because this is like this, it's like a Justice League Avengers movie. It's got a marketing element to it. They're setting themselves up for the biggest problem with third party movement is the media telling their viewers that you guys, you had a good time, you had a good run, but now it's time to take shit seriously because we showed you the numbers and there's no way you can win. And that's so they're not educating the audience. They're not educating their followers that's coming next. So they're waiting for it. So I think this is looking to me like a Pied Piper scenario where, and I think you alluded to this, where it's like at the end of the day, it's going to be like, okay, guys, we did the best we could. Now get in line. We don't see Jake Huger sitting at that table. He might be at the next one. That might be, okay, well, you actually reached across the aisle and got a lefty there. Okay, great. That hasn't happened yet. But when that does, you still don't have to have all. So when they Pied Piper, I just want to be clear. Pied Piper doesn't mean everybody at the table has to tell their followers to do exactly the same thing when it's time to step up. If Jake shows up at the next one, or a Ro Khanna type of person shows up, they're going to tell their followers when it's coming time to vote. They're going to tell, okay, guys, we did what we could. We'll see you back here in 4 years. And they can all tell their own followers to go do the thing that they need to do now, which is align with the blue or the red, right? So that's probably what's going to be coming after this. But I'll throw it back to you, Jay. I just my I guess, and a question for both of us and our viewers. I know we have a lot of skeptical viewers, as they should be. I've seen in the comments that they're calling this whole thing fake, and it mainly because of Joe Kent. So let me ask this, and the answer might not matter, but I'm curious. Out of these four, I think we agree that Joe Kent's the least to trust, but which would be the most to trust? Who is the person where we would go, you know what, this person really means well, or let's order them as far as trustability. And I mean, maybe it's just a fun game. Maybe it doesn't really matter, but I am curious. How would you order these 4?
So I don't know if I necessarily, like want to order it as far as their public statements, and what I've seen them use their power to advocate for. I gotta say, I've been very impressed with a lot of the things that Thomas Massie has done throughout his career. MTG also, so I think it's close between them. However, even with Massie, like he is, like an appointee. I forget the name of the organization now, but I'm at the point now whenever I see something associated with Freemasonry, it does pop up, just a couple questions in my mind. So, he was like, made an honorary member of Freemason linked organizations that is part, like of Freemasonry. So, I just have questions about that. That doesn't mean we can't trust them at all. But, it does raise some red flags for me. But other than that, MTG has been outspoken about what I would argue is the biggest problem in the country. And that's, our foreign wars. As far as some of the other issues, I haven't been too excited about some of the things she's proposed about the food supply. It kind of sounds like, she's somewhat on, big ag side over there. But, like I believe she could genuinely hold those opinions. So, but my overall point is I don't want to make it about the individuals as much as about the structure and the mindset of the people, who were coming into the party, right?
But they're dictating that mindset by what they put out there. So like we saw the red flag again, going back to the whole, our first order of business is presidential candidate 28.
Exactly.
That's they're reflecting that mind. They're educating their audience in that way. They're determining it. They're saying this is what we care about. So it's
And
what
then-
they're so it's who they are and what. So when Joe Kent, and that's where I was like, oh shit, this is not. It was because we reported on this when it was just the 3 of them, right? It was Tucker, Marjorie, and Massie. I think it's the second Joe Kent joins. I'm like, man, now all of a sudden they're ready to put a candidate out there because they weren't saying that before. So I don't know. I'm feeling like they're dictating that by saying that right now. So their faces do matter because the people that follow them are listening and they're gonna model after what they're told.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, what I want people to realize is that there's so much power in what happens at the state and local level, and it's actually a lot easier to win some of those races, right? Like check this out, Matt. If Tucker Carlson went around to a lot of these rural counties and endorsed, say, a decentralized party like We the People, the third party would take over, man, in so many of these places. Because if you have a town where the votes for the sheriff are decided by 500-600 people, and Tucker shows up in that town and brings into an auditorium and says, hey guys, the power of decentralization means that AIPAC cannot come in and bribe the committee of your state and have them betray and have your candidate betray all the campaign promises or face the wrath of the party, because the state committee has no power. The executive power is in the hands of the party members. And that's the way the We the People party is set up. So I don't want to make this an ad, for We the People, but I just want people to think about how centralization of power in these political parties affects the process, because it introduces a ton of what I would call unnecessary risk. So let's think about the structure of these parties and recognize the impact that those people could make if they were to, put at least equal focus on the state and the local races as they're putting on the presidential campaign. And last point, if the presidential campaign fails, there's nothing left. But if you're using the presidential campaigns to, get them on the stage and to talk about all these other little local races, then, you're going to get a bunch of wins, even if the presidential campaign fails. So, maybe this is just their, initial start and they want to make some headlines, but I really hope that they switch their focus to the state and local level. So that's at least matching what they want to do at the presidential level.
Well, if they start talking about state and local, then I'm going to start getting excited. But I'm not. Until then, I guess we can cheer along for, you know, the aesthetics of it. It is good to get people excited, but let's hold our ground and let's tell people that do not listen when they tell you never. Great job, guys. We did good. When they pull a Bernie Sanders on you, do not freaking fall for that. If we know that we have the power to do what we know is right, and we're not going to be hero worshiping, then I think we'll be okay. Just enough people need to learn that lesson. And I don't know if everybody's been through this. We have with Bernie. We know in RFK, and there's a way we've been through this where they say the thing we were doing, we did good, guys, but now it's time to stop. And now I need to endorse so and so.
Exactly.
We're not going to freaking fall for that.
And what I want people to remember, exactly, and what I want people to remember is because RFK did take the third party route for a little bit, he established all these parties all over the states that is now the We the People Party. I don't know if this came from RFK himself, but senior people in the RFK campaign did actually try to shut down a lot of the We the People chapters, after RFK went to go join the Maha movement. So they took all that time, made all these people go out all over the country to get signatures to get RFK on the ballot, establishing independent parties to do that. And then people around RFK tried to shut all of that down to push people into the Republican Party on the way out. So just beware, this has happened before. And, they are aware of how unpopular the Democrats and Republicans are. And hypothetically speaking, I'm not saying it is, but it could just be another ploy to capitalize on that energy.
Yeah. Well, let's not fall for it. But when Marjorie Taylor Greene tweets this out, I mean, this is all true. We said no more foreign wars. We meant it. Supported Donald Trump because he made that promise. So we know that's a big reason why a lot of people voted for Trump. We didn't, but we know why people did. He betrayed everybody, obviously. So we knew that our commitment to America first is for all Americans, right, left, center. The movement has begun. And you got to keep talking that way if you really want, like, unlike the shit lips. I hate to say it, but there's like a lot of the Green Party mechanism of check every box before we let you in the door, like you mentioned earlier, Jay. That doesn't work. We know that doesn't work. That's on purpose. That's a fail on purpose, to be discriminatory about who walks in your door. So hopefully that this language of inclusiveness and openness to whoever agrees on no more war, no more Israel, transparency in politics and accountability and all this stuff, then you might as well be putting We the People right under Marjorie Taylor Greene's social and saying it's the same principles, and let's just be okay at least with that when that's being discussed, because that part's important.
And what I want people to remember, last thing, before I go, what I want people to remember is that in the We the People Party, there's only three things we have to agree on, right? It's being anti-war, being anti-corruption, and recognizing the benefits of decentralization. And what that means is that in California, maybe Californians do really want people who were born with biological male parts to be able to compete, in women's competitions. And maybe in Texas, we don't want that in Texas. So if you're willing to accept that, different policies may be more important to different people, but you can unite on the common ground, I think that's the way we at least start to make some progress on issues we care about that affect everyone. Because at the end of the day, whether you're more conservative and you don't want the government to do anything for anybody and you just believe in bootstraps, you don't want our government spending money on wars all across the globe, or if you lean to the left and you believe a social safety net is necessary for equal opportunity, you want the money that's being wasted on wars to be spent on Americans. So, at the end of the day, there's room for us to come together on being against war. Everyone's against corruption. We can all agree on that. So let's start where we agree and then look at the other issues. And one issue that's really important to me, Matt, is Medicare for all. And that is often thought of as an issue that's on the left, but it's actually an extremely popular issue. When it's framed correctly, like I believe it's 60 or 70% of Americans would prefer if their health insurance was publicly funded. So, we can win on most of the issues that matter the most to us, you know, if we come together in this format. So even though Medicare for All isn't part of the national platform, it's what the people want that's going to advance in the We the People Party. So I would argue Medicare for All can definitely happen in the We the People Party because the majority of Americans want it.
Excellent. Well said, Jay. Thanks so much for your contribution today and getting these crazy stories and, you know, taking the time to go through them, because we need to do that. We need to put the time aside and do that and not just go for headlines. So we really do appreciate that.
Yeah,
we'll be seeing you. We'll be hearing you on Sunday when we conduct a Twitter Spaces and X Spaces together. That's going to be at 1 p.m. Pacific. That's 4 p.m. Eastern. And the name of the spaces, it's censorship of the real left, right? Censorship of the real left. And we're going to be getting into the Maha, you know, mayhem and Fauci debacle, all that stuff that lefties don't usually talk about. But you guys know we do talk about it here. And we want more lefties talking about that stuff. Real left, not the corporate left, right? We're not the vote blue no matter who shit lives. We're talking about this is why we're here. We're here to connect with the right and other people that have been on spaces that are actually very interested in this topic. So we're going to have a lot. I know we're going to have a lot of righties on there. I hope our lefty friends also show up, and we maybe just stop with the labels altogether, but we're only using the left and right so people know where people are coming from. And like we say on the homeless left, the left is where we started from. Now we're here. So it's just an identifier where we came from, but now we're here. We're here in a space that's for everybody. And we're kind of over the labels, to be honest. We're homeless from labels. So let's do that from here on out. Jay, I'm looking forward to that space with you on Sunday. Thanks everyone. And you know, follow Jay at the Jay Scott. You can get the notification for the Twitter space for Sunday afternoon.
It's actually the pinned post at the top of my profile. So if you go to that handle right there on Twitter, just make sure you set the reminder, and then you'll be notified as the space goes live. So it's going to be a great conversation. Looking forward to it. Nice work as always, Matt.
Awesome.
And I'll be in touch soon. Later.
See you then. Okay. Bye-bye. All right, Jay Scott, everybody. And to be clear about the spaces, I forgot to mention, and you guys might have heard, you know, Craig Pasa will be on with us. I hear Fiorella might stop through. We have Garland Nixon coming in to speak with us. Also, I believe we also have the duopoly destroyer, Nico House, also. So there's a lot of good folks coming in. It's great because you don't have to look at the screen. You just listen, and so the spaces let us listen. And I do, like I said, I expect a lot of people, the Twitter people that are generally on there are not in our space. So there's an open lane for us, and they're going to be very open to that. They want to hear more about that. So yeah, be prepared. If you come in, be prepared to connect with a lot of new people. That's also the thing. So on your Twitter, and we'll let people, you guys can raise your hand and come in, and you come to the stage, you talk, and I'm telling you guys, there are people you have not connected with yet. If you haven't been on X Spaces, and you'll see there's a lot of homeless rights, a lot of homeless righties that are going, I didn't know that about the left. I didn't know that you guys felt this way about your leadership, your overlords. Because they have the problem with Trump on the right, but we have our overlords. And they didn't realize that we had those issues, that they were taking all of our rights away during Biden, and we weren't allowed to protest, and we were called all these things. Yeah. No. So it's a good opportunity. Okay. With that said, we're going to cut to a break. And we'll be back with we're going to be talking about with you guys. I'm going to get to as many as I can. I know we did some super chats earlier. We'll cover a few more, and some of the other comments you guys have put out there. Talking Back coming up right after this. And then our final segment, we got to do loudest voice, guys. The loudest voice of the week. That's coming up after Talking Back. So we'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes. Go ahead and grab a drink. We'll see you right back here for Talking Back with Matt and the loudest voice of the week. Homeless left, non-tribal news. We'll see you in just a few minutes. This is a break. This is some Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera is going to expose some horrible shit. You guys know this horrible shit about Zionists. And it's good to see some good journalism out there with folks like from Al Jazeera. So kudos to them for doing on the ground journalism. We really appreciate that, and gives us stuff we can share out as well as we do what we can. We're all doing our part. We're all in this together, guys. We'll see you in a few.
to capture the area so that the Arabs don't have control.
The group attacks Palestinian towns, sets homes and places of worship on fire, and assaults Palestinians, killing and injuring dozens over the years.
We're very proud of initiating friction. Even the army is in friction.
Hilltop youth enjoy total impunity.
I canceled on my own initiative all administrative order against settlers in the West Bank.
Impunity that feeds brazenness, like the Hilltop youth proudly compiling and advertising their attacks on Palestinians in social media reels like this one. The settler group enjoys military protection and has recently received $40 million in food and clothing subsidies from the Israeli government. Many of their leaders are now in important government positions, like the head of the Education, Culture and Sports Committee in the Knesset, once a prominent leader of Hilltop Youth, seen here smashing the placard of a Palestinian school in occupied East Jerusalem because it has a picture of the Palestinian flag.
All right, it's talking back time. Today's show, and this is we're going to be interacting with you guys right now. And this show has been called Boiling Point. We've had co-host Craig Pasta, JARDULA, Jay Scott. I want to thank them for being on with us today. And we've got a bunch of super chats from you guys regarding these issues today, which are all connected. It looks like we've hit kind of a boiling point in all facets. We saw some breaking news today with Fauci is actually being held in contempt of Congress. This vote happened this morning. It's a big deal. Or is it? Is it actually a big deal when we're just scratching the surface and we're not getting to the heart of what the real problem with pharma is, when we know at the same time what else happened? We had the FDA approve a mRNA flu vaccine with Moderna. That also happened today at the same time that Fauci's getting in trouble. So all at the same time, everyone's talking out on both sides of their mouths. Trump is saying we have a deal and we don't have a deal. We know how that game ends, and it doesn't end well. It never ends well. It never ends well in our proxy wars. It doesn't end well for the Ukrainians who are being used as cannon fodder in our endless war, which apparently radical lefties don't seem to give a shit about, right? They don't care that we keep funneling money into Ukraine. They like to say free Palestine, which is freaking awesome, but it's not enough. And at the end of the day, the Chuck Schumers, they're still controlling the party. So all these different elections in Michigan, in New York, it doesn't really matter because the Democrat Party and the Republican Party are still controlling everything because they're the ones fueling the money into the war machine, right from their direct orders from Israel, their direct orders from the neocon, neolib faction of the imperialist, capitalist monarchy. And guess what? They're all Epstein pedophiles, or at least they're protecting them, which is just as bad, actually. Isn't that just as bad, protecting all that shit, not doing anything about it? Okay, well, with that, look, it's up and down, but at the end of the day, we have to stay aligned and we have to play the game like it's whack-a-mole. And it's always whack-a-mole. Even if we get a little win, we got to look out. What is their next move? So with that said, let's go back to we covered some of the super chats earlier in the show, but I wanted to just highlight some of the ones that stuck out from there, and then we'll get to some of your other comments. Oh, we missed a lot of these. Oh, Donald Duck's mom, you had some good ones for us, and I wanted to make sure I got I didn't get this one. Hold on. We got one right here. Here we go. Oh yeah, you gave us a bunch of one. Oh, we had the problem with the sound with Pasta, and thanks for that one. That super chat. And here's just a thank you so much. We don't even see, sometimes you guys don't even have to write a comment. You could just do the super chat. We do appreciate you. Absolutely. Okay, what else we got? And Chris, thanks for this. And this is a good question. We should know this, that the money coming into Al Sayed's campaign, who gets the money? Well, the money goes to the Democratic Party and they control it. So no, I don't think he's getting any of the money. And I think Chuck Schumer's controlling the messaging of the party moving ahead and the money and everything. And not to mention, if he gets in and wins in Michigan, it doesn't really make a difference. And at least not on the global stage, it doesn't make a difference. You can say, yeah, I'm going to bring better jobs and better living conditions to Michiganians. But at the end of the day, you're just not going to have the say that you think you are when it comes to the world stage. And, AIPAC certainly is going to be controlling that, as they always have. They always have controlled that at the top level, not just in the White House and in the Congress, but the top level of the Pentagon, right? Isn't that what is really happening? It's the merger of Israel and U.S., the Pentagon money, the money that's not there. It's a debt. It's a credit card, right? Our 2027 budget is going to be $1.5 trillion of a credit card. So that's so no, there's no congressman that's going to have any say in that. You're going to go to your head or senator. You're going to go to your head senator. You're going to go to Chuck Schumer, the biggest Zionist of all, and he's going to dictate everything that happens. So yeah, we can celebrate, but I don't know. I don't know at all. I don't know. And I love this from the other Chris. Thank you so much. Non-voters are the majority, the problem and the solution. And that's the thing we've learned, is that non-voters aren't stupid. They're not lazy. They're not checked out. They're making a statement just like third-party voters. It's the same thing. You're making a statement. You're saying, my vote is going to be no vote, and that is something. And if you want my vote, you have to earn it. I'm not giving my allegiance to anyone. And I like that. That's a good thing. That's just something we have learned. So thanks for that, Chris. And then we gotta give a shout out here to Citizen. I think this one, where did it go? This one, we have this one from Citizen. This one gets you thinking. This one gets you thinking. Appreciate all the super chats, Citizen. What kind of man leaves the world worse than it was? Something to think about. Let's marinate on that one. Let's marinate on that one. And maybe we'll come back to it at the end. All right. With that, guys, let's hit you up now. Some of the other chats that we didn't get to earlier, because there's so many. You guys, we see all you guys. We see We see Herb Green. Yeah, Herb Green, free to sue in postmortem. Yay. And you're absolutely right. The speed of science, it's just too fast to ask questions. How do you expect science to keep up with itself at the speed it needs to go if you're going to stop it and ask questions? You're only slowing up the process. So stop it with your questions. Thanks so much, Herb Green. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. Mouse SF, you're getting a little break here because it's nice 80 degrees with a cool breeze. Love to hear that. You know, we have not been doing as well here. We've been doing a little 100 degree, 95-ish in LA, unfortunately. And speaking of weather, yes, Stephanie Green, absolutely. Everything that's happened in Spokane, perfectly normal, perfectly healthy. Houses being targeted, the trees are still up, and everything is great. It's perfectly natural weather. Nothing to see here. All right, guys, just so you know, there was nothing weird about those fires. There was nothing weird about the Lahaina fires. There was nothing weird about the LA fires. There's nothing weird about the North Carolina hurricanes. There is nothing weird about any of this, guys. Just come on. And Mouse SF, yes, USA has become a cesspool of corruption. Of course it has. Of course it has. Let's see. Snarky's saying there isn't a single Iowan that doesn't dream of moving to Hawaii or Florida every January and February. That's funny. But then they're not. Then they're fine. But it's the January. Yeah, for sure. Let's see what else we got here. Shadow Walker, thanks for tuning in. LOL. America has been a cesspool ever since Columbus dropped the bioweapons. Woo! Columbus dropped the bioweapons. Very few of the immigrants since has been worth associating with. Ooh. The bioweapons dropped by now. We know how horrible they were to the indigenous people. We know the raping and pillaging and torturing and intentionally giving them diseases that would kill them. Is that the most disgusting? And we do, like Ted Cruz saying, "Oh, can you believe the lefties want to take away Thanksgiving?" It's like, well, no, they're not saying that. So I don't know where you're getting that from. But since you brought it up, Mr. Cruz, about that Thanksgiving thing, it's a little weird. Where all the pilgrims and the colonizers, right? That's like, what's the modern day Thanksgiving would be if we bullshitted like a generation, like 100 years from now, and we just told them, "Hey guys, did you know back at the Nakba, before everyone got murdered, did you know?" And that didn't really happen because we looked it up on our AI and it said that didn't happen. There was no Palestine. But if there was a Palestine, did you know that the IDF soldiers, the pillagers and rapists that burned people alive, did you know that they sat down with the Palestinians and they had a nice meal together and they said, "Pass the potatoes." And of course they did, because they could, for one evening, you guys know, it was so beautiful. You had to be there. For one evening, they could put their differences aside. The IDF, the Israeli psychopath settler colonizers, murderers, for one evening, they could pretend that they didn't want to murder every last and starve to death every last Palestinian in the name of their being the chosen ones. And of course, the Palestinians were like, "Oh, you want to eat with us before you starve us? Great. So pass the potatoes. More gravy, please. And let's go behead a chicken or a turkey while we're at it, because we can take a break from decapitating children, and we'll just decapitate the turkey, and we can all have laughing, fun games." That's how ridiculous Thanksgiving sounds when you really think about it. But nobody's talking about getting rid of Thanksgiving. But since Ted Cruz brought it up, thought we'd have a little discussion. Okay, what else do we got here? We have, what do we got here? Pulling the strings. I know you did some emojis. I can't see them on StreamYard, but it says confused Travolta. That looks like it might be fun. I have to check the actual live stream or the live chat on Rumble for that one. Thank you for tuning in. I see you on there, Kneebone. See you on there. Oh, this is interesting. Snorky. We pay a tax for electric car because they say road work comes from gas tax. Now that I'm retired, I drive about 5 miles a week. My car gets the equivalent of 250. Woo! 250. Holy goddamn. Well, the rest of us need to get used to driving that little bit when we're locked into our 15-minute cities, right? Anna Ringwald, thanks for tuning in on YouTube. What's trickling down by fighting for Israel empire? Arms sales, money laundering, kickbacks for Wall Street, and MIGA Mat. Thank you so much, Anna. Really appreciate that. And where should go? Drugs are bad. Okay. Drugs are bad. Okay. Thanks so much, Sam. Appreciate it, man. Mouse SF, smoke up, kids. Smoke up. The reference being what? If you're caught with marijuana in your system when you're signing up for the military, they won't take you. Good to know. Don't do drugs, guys. But so you know, they can't take you. If that, just so you don't get disappointed when Israel US doesn't sign your ass up, because it's the same military. It's going to be the same military. It basically is at this point. Okay, let's see. Yeah, this is the we were learning as we went about the dude that is all of a sudden dead. This guy that was loading in, he was uploading, I guess, manuscripts of ancient manuscripts and books that are being erased. And he's, promoting a healthy lifestyle, living off the grid, and now he's dead. Citizen says, I saw that tweet of Jay. It's crazy. A black helicopter was trailing the guy. So we didn't get to that clip. Maybe I can find it and put it in post on this segment. It sounded like, yes, like the black helicopter scene from it was Goodfellas, right? It was Ray Liotta and Goodfellas looking up at the end, and that paranoia, but it was real. He wasn't making up the fact that they were following him, and you could hear it right overhead. And that's scary shit. That is some scary shit. Yeah, and you're right, Citizen. Oh yeah, he sounds like a cool guy for sure. Sounds like a cool guy. Mouse SF, thank you for that. All right, let's do a few more from you guys. And thanks, Tara. I appreciate you on the show with us. A lot of people truly do die suddenly, so they make fake ass died suddenly slop to hide it. When I don't know, when you say people truly die suddenly, well, yeah, I think that's the whole thing, is that people there's so many more that are dying suddenly from natural causes. And I'm not talking about being assassinated. I'm talking about health problems, right? And so what do we do when all these young people are dropping dead and then, the doctors are baffled? I think it's fascinating that we're getting used to that, right? We're getting used to the 20-year-olds, the 30-year-olds. There was one we didn't get on the show in time. We did one of these segments on Tuesday. We know what it's not. And I didn't, as the show was going, we got yet another. There's a 21-year-old athlete girl that just dropped dead again. Like it just keeps happening. And we didn't even have time to upload the info and get it up on time. But it's everywhere. If you guys go, I don't have the name. I don't have her in front of me. But you guys could probably Google it right now. Just 21-year-old athlete girl dies suddenly, and there's no explanation. I think she was a volleyball player. Herb Green, you can't vote your way out of this mess. We know, we get it. Yeah, and of course we say this all the time, Anna. The empire has no clothes, and when you call it out, we're crazy for saying that they're butt naked and everyone's acting like it's normal. We're the crazy ones. Got it. Okay. And now we're talking about Joe Kent. You're right about this. Wish you go, Sam. Kent wants to restore order when it comes to Iran. He should not be trusted. That's what we're talking about. That's exactly what we're talking about. Bob of Atlantis. The system has to get ahead of the distrust of the system. The system has to get ahead of the distrust of the system, and that's probably what you're referring to is how controlled opposition works. And we saw it with Obama, then we saw it with Bernie. You get ahead, you make up the catch lines, right? We're taking on big pharma. Do you guys remember that? And Bernie said, and this is true. We're seeing it right now with Joe Kent. With and I know that Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene. I feel like there's a lot of them mean well, and I know Tucker. But man, all of them together doing this shit, it does remind you of like they're getting ahead of it, and they're coming up with the taglines. And we saw it with Bernie. Do you guys remember that Bernie had a tagline in 2015? He was good. He was good. We were mobilizing. This guy was saying, "We're taking on big pharma. We're taking on the military-industrial complex. We're taking on the donor class." You guys remember that? I can't imagine like Bernie taking on pharma. He doesn't take on pharma, but he said it. He was good at saying it. And it was back before Maha, obviously before COVID, before there was a medical freedom movement. And it was something that the Democrats and the progressives could pretend to embrace. But it is about getting out ahead of it. That is exactly what it is. So we have to be very careful. And we know that money in politics is the root of our dysfunction. Of course it is. Of course it is. Okay, we'll do a couple more. Oh, a few more here. We got who do we got here? Oh, some discussion about Jimmy. You guys know I did Jimmy Dore the other week with Garland Nixon. It was great. It is great. I'm not going to post all of the Jimmy comments, but our Herb Green quotes Jimmy, says, "I will always join to do good and will never join to do bad." That's a good quote. But the ripping, it's okay, guys. It's fine. It's fine. No worries. No worries. And Tara, we'll talk about this part. You're saying never trust him, Dore promoted the vax. Promoting. What does it mean to promote them? If you have a following, he was hitting about 1 million. Jimmy Dore was hitting about 1 million viewers at the time that he had taken the 2 jabs, right? And I remember, because I thought it was weird. I don't remember him talking. I don't think he talked about it. What he did talk about when it was time for a COVID segment, what he talked about was the economic problems, right? He talked about the CARES Act, the upward transfer of wealth, $5 trillion, March 2020. He talked about the lockdowns being inconsistent, the censorship, the banning of the Barrington Declaration, when we're talking about it's not a one size fits all, and then Fauci lying about masks and back and forth. It's unfortunate that there's a story now. The Jimmy Dore story now is that he was in front of it the whole time, but you can't be in front of something that you personally signed up to do and then regretted it later. You obviously weren't. If you were in front of it, you wouldn't have done the thing. So that's a part that's hard to reconcile, because it's like, yes, you could say you were in front of the economic problem. You were in front of that the lockdowns would kill people. Lockdowns hurt people. right? Small businesses, children, the school. It was just stupid. Mandates are fucking bad. Everybody, we were all against mandates. Anybody that was promoting mandates is a psychopath. There's no situation. But it's like, yes, there were people. Yes, you're right. There were people that were actively supporting and saying, I'm getting the job. I'm getting the job. At the same time, they were saying, let's not mandate it on people. So there were a lot of people doing that. Very few people that were consistently in front of everything and got everything right. Very few people got everything right. If you got something wrong, do we get an apology if you got one thing wrong and 9 things right? Do we just do you pass the test, right? It's a 10 question test and you got 9 out of 10. We give you an A, right? We give you it's a 90%. You got 90% of it right. So we're just going to give you an A, and we're not going to worry about the one question you got wrong, even if the one question you got wrong fucked up a lot of people. No, I think you got to ace the test. If you don't ace the test, then any wrong answer, you should account for the wrong answer. You should say, yes, I got, on the COVID test, the 10 question challenge, right? The 10 question challenge, right? Censorship, mandates, ivermectin, alternate, not just treatment, but preventatives, lockdowns, herd immunity, mass formation psychosis, Operation Warp Speed, vaccine injured. So you can count about 10 things, right? Masks. By the way, the only thing that they were right about, the only thing they were right about was washing your hands. I think that was it. Like, I'm like, oh, that's a good idea. Well, you wash your hands. Everything else, right? The 10 or 6 feet, right? 2 weeks to slow the curve, lock down the schools, elbow bumping. You guys remember that one. Eating lunch, COVID took a break from killing people during lunchtime. So you could, as long as you sat down, you could take your mask off, eat your meal, put the mask. So they got everything wrong. But if you got something wrong, but everything right, should you apologize for the one thing? Should you apologize for saying the one thing, which is really bad? When you say, oh, the vaccine, maybe kids shouldn't get it, but the elderly, maybe they should, the elderly and the sick, the people that are susceptible to dying, they should get the vaccine. It's good for them. If you got that wrong, but you got everything else right, no, you should still apologize for that. You should still. But anyways, hey, you can't force apologies. And by the way, never expect an apology. And I'll go even further. When you get an apology, it'll never quite feel right. It just won't. I'm telling you guys, it doesn't feel the way you think it will. It's like the down from you get the I want that apology high. And then all of a sudden you get the come down almost immediately. It's like a 1 second. What's that? The euphoria, that feeling of euphoria. Oh, I want that apology. Oh, I want that apology. I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it. You get it. That state of euphoria, it lasts for like 2 seconds. It's worse than a whatever, a quick high from a whatever. You're smoking the thing. It's worse than one hit. That wears off. It wears off in like 2 seconds. And then you're like, why don't I feel that good? Something's off. It's like, oh, now you know what it is. You know what it is. The apology, it rehashes stuff that you have already come to terms with. And now you got somebody saying, I think that thing where I treated you like shit, I was wrong. It rehashes. And maybe I didn't ask for you to stop me and do this right now. I was doing something else. And now I have to think about all of that. So it's a little intrusive. It's not always good. So let's be okay with what? Let's be okay with where we're at, accepting the reality we're in and not depending and relying on anybody else to do anything for us that we demand or expect. No, we're fine. We're fine. Herb Green, I like this quote. This is good. Being wrong is erroneously associated with failure when, in fact, to be proven wrong should be celebrated, for it elevates someone to a new level of understanding. And that is from Peter Joseph, the filmmaker behind the great series Zeitgeist. Go check out Zeitgeist, guys. We're going to end on this one. I like this one. This is a concluder. Peter Joseph was big during the 2010 the 99% movement, lockdown Wall Street, the 99% movement. And Peter Joseph came to an LA event. I remember I went out there and covered it for a local LA 36 TV station here, public access I was working for in 2010. And Peter Joseph showed up and he said to the crowd, the movement is not good enough. And people are like, what? We're here to occupy Wall Street. Bernie Sanders, all this shit. It was like, we're going to take on the billionaire class, right? That was the whole point. And he said, and Peter Joseph got up and spoke and he said, we're not the 99%. And people are like, what? Why is he saying that? I thought we were the 90. We're going after, we're going to get them. We're going to hang Bush and Cheney, right? That was at the time. It was let's hang Bush and Cheney. Let's war crimes, torture. This is before, we should have been putting Obama on. We didn't know. I guess people were dumb. We didn't know Obama was drone striking people while this was happening, but he was. So no, we should have let's hang him. It's stupid. Peter Joseph told us how stupid he said, and everybody kind of goes, "Oh man, you're a Debbie Downer, dude." And that's what happened. People were really, they didn't want to. Wait, this. Let me fix this. There's something wrong here. Okay, focus problem. Okay. It was a Debbie Downer. He was a Debbie Downer for sure. And what he was trying to educate us with was, we're not the 99%. We are the 100%. I'm like, what? What is he talking about? If we're the 100%, that means are we including war criminals, torturers, drone strikers? And now we know, pedophiles and child rapists and baby eaters. Are we what the hell does he mean by we're 100%? What he means is this: we have to stop going after those bad apples at the top. We have to stop acting as if putting Fauci in jail, and this would be equivalent now because that was in 2010. So we would have to stop. We have to stop acting like Fauci behind bars, Bill Gates behind bars, Trump behind bars, Victoria Nuland behind bars, Scott Bessent, JD Vance, Peter Thiel, Alex Karp, Elon Musk, Chuck Schumer, all of them. We have to stop acting as if that 1% of the population that are all on the Epstein list, by the way, we have to stop acting like putting them in jail solves the problem. What Peter Joseph means by we're the 100% is that we have to fix the system we're in, because as he said at the time, another Dick Cheney will show himself. Another George W. Bush will show himself. And we've seen it. This is exactly the point, is that you get the next version. They pop up. They're like a mole that pops right up out of the ground. You think you bashed these guys over the head? You think Lindsey Graham is gone? He's still here. He's just going to show himself in another way. And I'm sorry to all you Trump's the worst person in the whole world people, but the second Trump is gone, he's still here. So we are the 100%. And the 100% needs to understand that the only way we're going to fix things isn't by locking up the bad apples. It's changing the system from the ground up. We have to do real surgery on the system itself and change it, or we're going to just get another mole, another Dick Cheney, another Obama, another Trump, another Lindsey Graham, and by the way, another Epstein too. Of course, another Epstein. Why would that not include another Epstein? So they're working on that now. Another Netanyahu. By the way, come on, guys. Another Netanyahu. This is not uniquely a bad apple problem. So we always appreciated that about Peter Joseph. We're going to end it with that quote for today. And and reflect on what Citizen wrote to us. We'll reflect one more time on this quote where he says, I got to be able to bring it up again. Where is it? Where did it go? Oh, we were doing so good there. Where did that quote go? I like this one. It was a good one. You guys know the where did it go? Oh my gosh. This stuff disappears on me. This is crazy. I'm not finding it. Well, it doesn't matter. We had the quote earlier. You guys know, like, what kind of man? Oh, here we go. Found it. What kind of man leaves the world worse than it was? Let's all reflect on that one, shall we? And we should always check in with ourselves and say, what are we doing to serve the world? What are we doing to make the world a better place? And if we're not, we might want to check ourselves about what we're accomplishing or not accomplishing in the day. If you're hurting people during the day, if your job is hurting people, you might want to reconsider getting out of bed. Right? You might be doing better just don't go to work. If your job is hurting people, you might want to stay home. Okay, that's talking back for today. And we have one more as we're about to hit the 5-hour mark. You guys know we were going to hit the 5 hours. And I'll throw a few more of these on later on the outro, which is coming soon. But before we do the outro, guys, you know what's coming. God, man, this focus is all off here. StreamYard is not doing well for us right now. Let me make a quick fix here, and then we're going to give you guys, we're going to be doing loudest voice of the week. Here we go. Let me just change this setting. Is that going to do anything? Let's see. That might be a little better. Maybe. We'll see. All right, guys. Final segment of the day coming up right now. It's loudest voice of the week. And I think we got a little trans problem in the WNBA, and it's time we talk about it. It's time we have a talk about it. Okay. But it's okay. This is good. This will be good news. Because it's the loudest voice, and loudest voice, we gotta sometimes scream real loud and to be heard. Okay. And hopefully to help educate and have people understand. So let's do this one right now. It's loudest voice of the week. Here we go. It's the loudest voice of the week. And apparently, our professional sports world, and we've had this issue for a while now, but now it's really showing itself more than ever. We're talking about this trans athlete debate, which is now a prominent issue in the WNBA, and there doesn't seem to be a way we can get to a conclusion. And we need to get to a conclusion. This is not just agree to disagree. This is something that affects athletes all over. Like, not in fact, the precedent we set, it actually affects athletes all over the world, because we're talking about not just sports here in the US, we're talking about it resonating through Olympics and World Games and things like that. So not that it's gotten so out of hand, but the WNBA all eyes has been on the WNBA during this discussion, because apparently it's still this open discussion about whether or not biological men should be allowed to beat the shit out of women in the boxing ring or on the basketball court. It seems like an open closed case here at the Homeless Left, but let's see. The folks over at PBT podcast, they're going to break down what happened immediately in this last week in the WNBA and what's happening. And this is just the lead-in. This is not the I'll get to the loudest voice part, but this is so you guys know, if you weren't paying attention, here's what's been going on in the WNBA.
Constitution defends men and protects them more than the WNBA. No institution. That's the coach. Trans kids belong. They had a conversation together. They walked up to each other. They had the talk. And by the way, just so you know, we did not know this. I Googled to see which side Cheryl Reeve is on. She's actually lesbian. Nothing wrong with that. But they're having a conversation here to the left. That's Sophie and her talking. Then the post-game interview, she's being interviewed, the coach, and the question is asked. And here's what the coach had to say.
Before the game, you had a conversation with Sophie Cunningham.
I did.
if you want to share what you talked
Absolutely
about, feel
not.
free. But
Absolutely not.
more of my question is just how important is it to have those like in-person conversations with people that
I think it's
have
great.
different
Yeah.
views?
I think it's great. I think both of us understand that we have platforms, and we both talked about wanting to more than anything educate, and there are some things that we have in common, and maybe some things you differ on, just like any issues. And I think it's how you handle things, and so
you can pause it right there. I want you to now watch what Caitlin Clark's
nice
coach had to say when she was questioned. This is Caitlin Clark's coach. Okay, go for it.
Your stance on men or athletes who test as biological male participating in women's sports? What's your personal
Let's watch
stance?
her answer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I would say that I'm educated enough from a scientific standpoint. I don't ever believe that exclusion is an answer. I just don't.
Oh my.
No, but wait a minute. You got to keep playing it. Is this the only
that's
clip
it.
we have? Oh, okay.
I think that's it.
Because she says, I used to play with men when I was a kid. I always played with men when I was a kid. And she answers the question like, I'm not a scientist. I'm not this. I'm not that. And then the game's being played yesterday. Sophie Cunningham gets hit in the face by an elbow that pretty much almost like massive foul. They called the foul on her. I don't even know if we can even play this clip or not. If you can see it, but right there,
boom.
elbowed in the face. Look at that. Right, do it again.
Whose
on the
fault
elbow.
is that?
Elbow in the face like that.
Lost
and guess who
teeth?
got the foul? She got the
did.
foul, not the girl.
I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I think it's time to get rid of the WNBA, period, full stop, and I'm dead serious. Okay, I'm sick and tired of them using this. No, Adam, I'm dead serious. Like, they're hemorrhaging money every single year. Every year, how much money they're losing? To $40 million?
Thank you for coming over.
Finally, you got me.
Thank you. Just stay out of any money.
FYI, just so you know, that's not happening. The first team in WNBA just got $1 billion valuation. Their revenue's up to $500 million. They're not profitable yet, so it's not like they're making money now. But Vinny, there is no way this thing's going away because the simple fact that we're talking about it right now means it's relevant.
Okay, so he's right about that. Let's be clear. The WNBA is not going anywhere. It's here. So that's just these guys being frustrated, and that's not getting deep enough on this. What is happening is this. There's this thing that's very familiar when you talk about, hey, I'm not an expert. I'm just going with feelings. There's something very familiar about that, and we went through this with COVID. And this is all a pharma. This is all pharma. All of this. This is all about top-down messaging, top-down that tells you have to be aligned with the LGBTQ flag, and the flag is a pharma flag. They've changed it. It's no longer the rainbow that you guys remember from the 80s. And they've added these additional colors. These are pharma colors, right? I'm going to add that in post so you guys can see that right here. These are pharma colors. It's not just the rainbow. You got this white and this weird pink and this gray. This is symbolism, and it's worse than that. The messaging that gets coaches sitting there like that can't say, I can't tell you why. I just know that we should be inclusive. Well, if you think we should be inclusive, why don't we have men and women playing together as it is? Why do you even have a WNBA? That's you can't answer that question, because having men and women playing together is not being inclusive. It's being anti-woman. That's what that is. It's anti-woman, anti-LGBT is that thing. So it's not for the movement of inclusive. If you put men and women together, the men will beat the shit out of the women. It's just what's going to happen. There's no other way around it. I don't care if it's any of these sports. And the more physical the sport is, the more dangerous it is for women. And that would include the basketball game, the teams. That would certainly include UFC and boxing. Are you freaking? So what there's no leg to stand on. The reason she's doing that isn't because she's a horrible person. It's because she was tricked by top-down messaging that you're a bad person if you don't go for inclusion. That is not inclusion. That is putting people in danger. That's what that is. And you want to see an example of that, of people being put in danger. Look, none other, and this is not just in the U.S. Now we have this happening in France. Look at this. Tick, boom. We're bringing the noise. I got to start that over because I don't want to play the music. So who is this? This is a player playing in a French league. Does this look safe? Is this inclusive? Are you telling me that the other women on the court feel safe with this person playing and dominating? By the way, imagine the statistics this person is getting. Let's find out who this is. So this is and this is crazy that there are WNBA fans who have fallen for this shit, and they're social media people going on demanding, calling on the WNBA, and this is because we got to save the WNBA. We got to call on who? We got to call on the WNBA to recruit. You got to recruit this transgender French basketball player. Her name is Julie Tétart. She's averaging 21 points a game. This will be huge for viewership, right? Huge. This person came out as trans in 2021, 6'3" machine, averaging 20 rebounds per game. What the F? This is like a Dennis Rodman. Yeah, this is literally a Dennis Rodman. And I'm saying Dennis Rodman, you guys know the reference. This is the guy who very eccentric, effeminate dude that liked to be very theatrical when it came to how he dressed and wore eyeliner a lot and all this. Could you imagine if a Dennis Rodman said, you know what, I'm gonna call myself a woman now, and you put Dennis Rodman on a court? And I'm not suggesting that that's what this person did. I'm not saying that particularly this person said, I'm gonna identify as a woman so I can do this and I can beat up women and get 20 boards and 21 points. That's what Dennis Rodman did. He did that in the NBA. Could you imagine? So I'm not saying she did this, but I am saying that if somebody like a Dennis Rodman wanted to do that, or maybe somebody's stats was slipping a little, your stats start slipping, you're not getting the 20 boards anymore. You're getting 8 or 9 boards, you're getting 8 or 9 points. You're like, shit, I'm not getting it. What if I decided to identify? So that could happen if you went all in with this. So anyways, this is what people want to see, this person recruited to the NBA because they think it's doing the right thing. It's not doing the right thing at all. So let's sum this up. I'm not going to be able to make the greatest point on this right here. I'm doing my best to. We don't really cover this issue too often on the show. It's important, but for us, it's like, it's so obvious, right? It's so obvious that this would be very dangerous to be, as they say, inclusive. Here's what I noticed. This is why it's Loudest Voice of the Week. I'm going to let somebody tell it how it is that is very good at doing this. Better than I thought. And I saw this clip, and this is and we've been covering him recently, and I think that's why he came up on my feed. We've put him through the ringer. This is Stephen A. Smith. You guys, if you've been watching the show, we've put him through the ringer. We had him on last week's Loudest Voice, being educated by Tucker Carlson, who educated him on how imperialism works and politicians murdering people. And that was it. And Stephen A. is like, I didn't know that. And then the last show we had Stephen A. featured as somebody who is apologizing for how horrible he was during COVID. And we didn't really fully understand if that apology was sincere or not, but it was good he was doing it, but he didn't even go deep enough. Well, we'll come back to you now, Stephen, because I think now you've earned the right to be Loudest Voice of the Week because you nailed this issue. And this is a lane that you're actually in, that you understand, where you're still learning about how politics works. You're still learning about how pharma works. You're still catching up. You're about 6 years behind in those two areas, but you're learning, you're getting there. In this issue, you're pretty on point. And I hope your sports audience saw this and others saw this on your serious new series show where you speak your mind more, because this kind of hits it out of the park. And the guy that knows sports and he knows why this inclusion, especially if it happens in the WNBA like this, is just crazy, which it is. It seems to be happening more and more. He's saying this would be absolutely disastrous. And it's not political, guys. This is just common sense. All right, take it away, Stephen A.
about being anti anything. This is about being pro girls, pro females, pro women, pro ladies. You can't be a male, born a male, transitioning to female, and think that you should have the right to compete with women. Not in basketball, not in football, not in boxing, not in the UFC. Hell, not even in tennis.
Yep.
It's an aberration when you find somebody like a Serena Williams serving 120 miles, 25 miles an hour. That's ordinary for Jokic or Djokovic. That's ordinary for Sinner. That's ordinary for Alcaraz. That was ordinary for Sampras.
What I like about that, his knowledge in just even tennis, and I know you guys aren't tennis fan. I'm not really a tennis fan, but we, play once in a while for fun. Me and Leslie will play for fun. Actually, it's actually fun. But I'll say, Stephen A knows the miles per hour, and he knows that just because the rest of us are, we see a Serena Williams, we're like, oh my God, she's incredible, and we don't. There's people that don't know this. They don't know that if you put Serena Williams on the court with a Djokovic or some of the other ones he mentioned that are retired now, if you put her, she'll get destroyed, like demolished. People don't know that. They don't understand that because they haven't really. They think, oh, well, they all should be playing together. No, they shouldn't. It would be absolutely horrible and it would be embarrassing. And it won't. Now I wouldn't, maybe not dangerous in the sense that tennis players don't physically touch each other across from the net, but it would be absolutely humiliating. So this does nothing for women's rights. Nothing. And it's good he can point this out.
Agassi and all of these guys. We got to stop this. We got to stop acting like somebody that's speaking up on behalf of girls, like a Sophie Cunningham, like a Riley Gaines, are scourges of the earth. You are Cheryl Reeve, the head coach of the Minnesota Lynx. That is an irresponsible thing to do. You are a coach for a female basketball team. Do you not think that the females are being screwed over if they have to compete against a individual born as a male? What are you talking about? Nobody said you can't transition from male to female. The issue here is competing against the women. That's what Sophie Cunningham was talking about. That's what Riley Gaines is talking about. How are you, Coach Cheryl Reeve, and you could condone that? And then you're going to come out with a T-shirt. No regard for the WNBA. No regard for the sponsors that may be put off by that. No regard for the bottom line that might be affected because of a position that she has taken that you know is going to be politicized, because that's what you did. No regard for that whatsoever. How is that okay? How?
And that's his signature loud voice. That's, and again, look, he's been doing this for a long time, but in this regard, this is an opportunity. I'm glad Stephen A took it. And part of it is that, we've been beating up on him the last couple of weeks, but in this regard, he's a great spokesman for this, because he's making this so obviously it shouldn't be political, but sometimes you have to present yourself knowing that people are going to attack you and call you these names. This is the point. You get called, right, that you're transphobic. And this is why those women that he mentioned that were standing up for girls in the past, the ones that said, this is not fair. I can't win any more gold medals because we have a gold medal winner now competing on track and field or competing in swimming. And now they're winning all the medals, and this isn't fair. And those people, they were called horrible women. They were women that were anti-women for having so he's the guy saying none of that was okay. And this should be an open and shut case at this point. There's no breathing room anymore. This is something to be promoting inclusivity when it's not that. You're putting women in danger, whether it's on the basketball court, whether it's in the ring, UFC, boxing. It is so irresponsible that this cannot be a political issue. This cannot be a left versus right. And so that if anyone can connect the dots on that right now, I think Stephen A. And of course his signature loud voice, which he's been doing his whole career, it works. In this case, it really does work. And so we'll, in this regard, right here and now, and hopefully people are listening and maybe weren't paying attention to this before, understand that this is important. We have to protect athletes. We have to protect women, and this is how you do it. And you scream it as loud as you can sometimes, and that's why we're giving Stephen A. Smith the loudest voice of the week. Oh, and I think I did misspeak earlier. And I might edit that out. I misspoke. I said Jokic for the backhand. I meant Novak. Sometimes you mix up these. These are all, by the way, these are Serbian players, and I should know better because I've been to Serbia. I have colleagues there, and we should know our Serbian players by now, especially the ones that were brave and stood up against certain things, which is the case in only one case, actually, Novak. So with that said, let's go ahead and wrap it up for today, guys. I see some more comments come in. I'll try and put a few up on the outro, and well, let's put up right now. Okay, all right. I gotta answer this question real quick. Citizen, where's Leslie? We want Leslie. We're not getting Leslie today, guys. She was booked. She was booked. We could not get her to step aside. So, she squeezes us in sometimes, generally on a Thursday. She'll do it. So I know you were hoping for it. Maybe next week. We'll see. We'll get her next week. Don't worry about it. We know you want Leslie. We'll get her back. I hope I held it down on her behalf today. I hope so. Okay. With that said, let's go ahead and wrap it up now. I'll tell you this, guys. It was a great show. Got a lot of stuff done. We obviously went over the 5-hour mark. Whatever, man. Maybe we can try to cut our shit down to like 4.5. I'd like to get it back down to 4.5. It does go a little long. But whatever. We had to get through what we had to get through. So a big thanks to all of you guys. Don't forget to hit the like, subscribe, share this out. Segments are coming up. We got 2 breaking news. I'm going to get those out tonight. You guys get to share out the breaking news. And other clips we still have, other segments we still have from Tuesday show and a bunch of others. So look out for those on our channels, and we'll share those. And please share those out. You guys can reshare. You guys can repost. You guys can show links on your Twitter, on your wherever it is, and just let people know we're here. And we're going to keep doing this, and we're here every Tuesday and Thursday. And then coming up next this Sunday, we do have a Spaces. We told you guys it's going to be me, Jay, Craig. We got Nico House. Who else do we got? Possibly Fiorella coming in. They haven't done Truthwire. I know you guys were talking about Truthwire earlier. They've been on a hiatus, but before they get back into things, they might just come in together on our Spaces and just get a little warmed up. You gotta warm up sometimes if you haven't done this in a little bit. You gotta warm up those vocal cords, right? This is our vocal warm up, right? We do, instead of doing scales and acting vocal workshops like tongue twisters, right? Peter Piper, pick a pepper, whatever, right? Toy boat, unique New York. Instead of doing those warm-ups, the warm-up is the show, right? The warm-up is the Spaces where it's all audio. So we'll hear them guys before they get back on Truthwire kick. We'll do the thing. It's on Sunday. It's going to be at 1:00 Pacific. That's 4:00 Eastern. You can find us right through Twitter. So if you guys make sure you're following Matt Weinglass at the Homeless Left. So at Matt Weinglass, at the Homeless Left, at the J Scott, at C JARDULA, any of us, all of us, any of them, all of them. And we'll be sure we'll pin the thing, and it'll come up, and you guys can come in and you can raise your hand and come up on the stage. That's a thing. So we'll definitely allow that to happen we'll be on for about 3 hours. That's starting at 1 p.m. Pacific on Sunday. Next week, I will announce this right now. Next Tuesday, we do have a special guest, Tiffany Cianci. Tiffany Cianci will be on with us. That's a medical freedom movement warrior who has been extremely critical of all the administrations and all the pharma capture, and it's very cool to have someone like that come on with us. So that'll be on Tuesday. We'll have some other guests as well to announce. I haven't been able to do that just yet. Next Saturday, we'll be in Chicago at Caleb Maupin's event. I'll give you guys more information on that next week and tell you more about what's happening, but I will be featured. I will be on a panel with some other special guests in Chicago for this convention. It's a anti-war, anti-imperialist convention hosted by Caleb Maupin in Chicago. So we'll be there on the ground doing that event. It'll be really fun. That's next Saturday, not this Saturday, next Saturday, the 15th. So that should do it for today, guys. On the Homeless Left, we're going to leave you with this outro. This is a little quickie, funny one. There's a flock activist who cut down a flock camera, and they went after him, right? Obviously, they went and tracked him down. But as they put him into custody, you had 20,000 people, locals, who are publicly vouching for this guy. And they had some very creative ways to do it. And we love it when our fellow human being, our fellow activists stand up for those that are fighting back against that powerful surveillance state, technocrat, Epstein class, warmongering psychopaths, anybody standing up and putting their life on the line, their well-being on the line. It's nice to see people get their back, and we need more of that. So have fun with this one. It's kind of cool. People got pretty creative with it. And then we'll see you guys next week. Till then, remember, always go out in the world when you do with courage, with conviction, and above all else, principle. I'm Matt Weinglass. This is the Homeless Left, non-tribal approach to news show. We'll see you next time. Power to the people and free Palestine. We're out.
20,000 people have vouched for the whereabouts of a man accused of destroying flock cameras in West Virginia. Thousands of people have publicly said they were with or saw 20-year-old Wesley Jackson during the time he was accused of the crime, with comments such as, "Couldn't be him. He was helping me replace the roof on a homeless shelter. And I saw him serving at a soup kitchen at the time of the incident." He has pleaded not guilty to the crimes against him.